The story begins at the Rabiang dukedom. The baby lay in the cradle, swinging her arms and chewing, next to the voice of the maid, "Miss, it is time to eat." Seeing that the baby was so well behaved, the maid picked her up and praised her. "My lady does not cry and is so well behaved." Seeing that the milk bottle was almost empty, the maid said sadly, "The young lady must be very hungry, she has already finished it." "Even so, my lady is gentle, and does not make a fuss." The reason I do not cry or make a fuss is not because I am a particularly kind or gentle child. It is just that in this life, at this age, I can't complain about food, because I am living my third life. Until now, the baby still did not have a name, so the maid was very sad. "When will the head of the family name our young lady?" Hearing this, the baby did not complain, but chewed. Meaning, the matter of not having a name, it is okay. For me, it is already my third life, so having or not having a name does not matter. Because for my previous life, because I was born as a child who was not wanted by my parents, I died tragically. The father in that life blamed everything on the baby. Your mother forced and took money. So do not expect to live like my child. In that life, the baby was just the first illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Although I was discriminated against because of my birth, I was discovered by relatives because of inheritance issues. I was killed unjustly in pain. In the second life, I was born as the illegitimate child of the demonic cult leader. At that time, the father looked at the baby, who was surprisingly calm, and praised, "Seeing blood and not crying, that is interesting." He picked up the baby and made a request. "If you want to survive, do well." Receiving life from that father, the baby actively practiced, wanting to show him the results. "Father, look at this." I treated my second father like my real father, at least he faced me. To be recognized by him, I diligently practiced martial arts. He reached out to the baby with a warm smile. But in the end, the baby was trampled on by that father. "You have taken this too, you are really arrogant," but he only let me live because of his whim. His face revealed cruelty. If I let it dissolve like this, it seems the situation is that the martial arts will leak to them. Seeing the baby's tearful face, he only uttered one sentence. "I will beat you to death." In the end, my efforts were seen as a threat to his position, so he drove me away. He kept cursing and scolding the baby, "Daughter of the evil demon." The baby ran away, wanting to save her life. Now I can't use martial arts anymore. But those who do not know this, those people pushed the baby to the abyss. There, they are persistently chasing and killing the demonic cult leader's daughter. Because of that, my second life ended at the cliff. The moment I felt lucky to be able to end the repeated misfortunes, I was in the most difficult situation. I opened my eyes again. The baby opened her eyes and was confused to find herself still alive. "What? I clearly fell from the cliff. Where is this? Could it be a stable so I am reborn?" The baby was so confused that she did not know the situation. How far did I revive to? What? First of all, because I am born, I have to check the situation. Thinking so, the baby looked at the woman next to her. First is the person next to me. Looking at the woman who was as beautiful as a flower, the baby wondered, is this life's mother because of something, in a place like this with a newborn baby? Suddenly, a sound rang out in front of the stable door, attracting the baby's attention. Who is it? The person took off his hat and cloak, revealing a haggard, sorrowful face, making the baby confused. A man who would look here with such eyes. Somehow, I had a premonition that I was seeing the sad face of a man, my third real father. The baby remembered the two real fathers in her first and second lives and asked the question, "This time, will I be an unwanted child?" The person approached the two mothers and children. After looking for a while, he bowed his head without saying a word. He reached out and touched the baby. Then he picked up the baby and left the stable, making the baby confused. Where is he taking me? Because she was a baby, she could not resist the drowsiness. Oh my God, suddenly sleepy. I could not understand the true heart of the man who took me away at that time. But one thing is certain. I have been in this house for a month. The baby wiggled her hand. Then she curled up in the maid's arms, thinking, I am not dead yet. The maid thought the baby was sad because she was not close to her father, so she comforted her. Young lady, the head of the family did not come, so you must be very sad. Because he has many considerations about the young lady's name, so please understand. The baby did not seem to care much about this, I do not know. Although I have never met the father who brought me here since that day, it is not a particularly important matter to me. The baby thought of the two real fathers in her previous 2 lives and felt chills, and when I think of my past lives, not meeting might be better. This much is very good compared to the previous life, and quietly like this. Living independently is good. Suddenly the door opened with a call. Lady is... Wait, I will go in first. Because the 2 young maids fought to enter the room, they fell hard on each other, looking very painful. The remaining maid leisurely walked in. See, I told you to enter in order. But seeing the 3 maids who had just met for the first time made the baby curious. Who are these people? Lady was confused by this chaotic scene. It is lively. Lillian, Hexa, and Perry, what is going on? Lillian quickly got up excitedly and announced, "Finally, the head of the family has chosen a name for the young lady. The young lady's name is Bless von Rabiang." Hearing this name, a familiar feeling seemed to arise in the baby's heart. Rabiang, what is it? Different from before, but there is a very familiar feeling. At this time, Perry greeted Bless seriously. "Although it is a bit late, I have to greet you, young lady." She gave a kind and gentle smile, introducing herself. "I am Perry, who serves Rabiang." The baby still had a somewhat familiar feeling. Where did I hear it? Then Hexa continued to introduce herself. "I am Hexa, Lord Helios. Father will be here soon. Oh my God." Bless seemed to sense something. "Oh my." Finally, the energetic Lillian introduced herself. "I am Lillian. If the head of the family comes, the head of the family will introduce the young lady's sister. The young lady Helena is the young lady's sister." The baby's face turned pale after hearing this. "Wait a minute, Sister Helena." Bless finally realized. "Everything in the haze. I remember. Everything, the work that everyone loves, that is the name that appears in the novel. Moreover, if it is Bless, Helena von Rabiang's half-sister, an evil person who was executed for isolating the female lead." The baby could not help but shed tears, making Lady worried, young Lady Bless. In the original story, the reason Rabiang was an evil woman family was that it was destroyed by the male lead. Bless cried loudly, thinking that she would have the same ending as the original story. "So in the end, it means I will be ruined in this life too." Lady was startled and comforted her. "Oh my God, young lady, what is wrong?" Bless resentfully complained. "If there is a God, then he clearly hates me." The next morning, the baby lay in the cradle, placed in front of the light to absorb calcium. Lady was a little happy to see that Bless cried less and was so well behaved. "It is good that the young lady looks strong. The young lady must grow up healthy and safe." She could not help but reach out and gently pinch the baby's cheek, because the young lady. Suddenly, Bless reached out her little hand and grabbed Lady's finger, making her freeze on the spot. The baby happily smiled brightly at Lady. Finally, she went to confront the baby's father. The young lady's name, it was not the head of the family who named it, right? Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "How did you know?" According to what Lady knew, the name Bless was given by the baby's mother. Because you did not even come to see her, the name is even Blessing. "Isn't it very strange?" She frowned uncomfortably after hearing this. "I am wondering what is going on. If you talk about that child, I do not want to hear it." He observed Lady and thought, "Lady. From the first time I met her, she has been like that, acting like she knows everything." She expressed her feelings. "Head of the family, your business with Shisha is really not good." Before Lady could finish speaking, he angrily warned, "Lady, that is enough." She ignored the warning and bluntly questioned, "Even so, do you want even that young lady to be like that person?" He angrily slammed the table in front of me. "Don't carelessly utter that name." Lady firmly refused his request. "No, the matter of you bringing the young lady here." "Helios, it was you. If you brought her here, you must take responsibility." Helios fell silent after hearing this, not saying anything more. He recalled when Shisha hugged her unborn child with anticipation. "If this child is a daughter, I will name her Bless, a blessing." Shisha gave a radiant smile, requesting, "If this child is born, you must protect her. To me, someone like you now." Lady firmly made her own request. "Please go see the young lady. Don't regret it like you did with Shesha." These words seemed to touch Helios's compassion. This is a reverse harem novel, where the female lead transmigrates into a romantic fantasy world, conquering everyone around her, and attracting the male leads. A dreamlike story where all the characters appearing in the novel love and cherish the female lead. That was my favorite work that I read many times in my first life. The story progressed smoothly, and I really enjoyed reading it because I did not know where things would lead, thanks to the male leads. Bless cried, complaining, "But that does not mean I want to step into this world. I know this novel well, from who the main character is, to the past and the future. This may be able to save Rabiang from the prolonged destruction. This may be what Bless can do. But it seems like she does not want to. However, I do not want to get involved at all." Bless remembered the words that her father in her second life had said, painfully. "I had useless expectations and hate being betrayed. I especially do not want to do anything good for my third father, who abandoned me." Bless was covered in cold sweat, not only father but also sister. Helena, the female villain, the eldest daughter of Rabiang, not only isolated the female lead, but also Bless, the illegitimate child and half-sister of the female villain. In other words, she is also considered a thorn in her side. Bless in the original story was slapped hard by Helena. Then she looked down with contempt. "An illegitimate child like you is called my sister. You are really thick-skinned." Helena whispered in Bless's ear, "Bless, listen carefully. I do not have a sister, so you better behave yourself." Bless struggled with the harassment from her ambitious sister. Fate destined her to die because of her sister's evil. After thinking about the whole ending, the baby felt bored. No matter how you look at it, this family is of no benefit to me. Why bother so much? Anyway, no one will care even if I disappear. Before Rabiang collapses, I will just gather money and leave. Since it is a dukedom, there must be a lot of money. While Bless was thinking, Lady came back. She happily praised the baby. My young lady looks full of energy today. Bless also replied, Boba, meaning calling lady. This beautiful sister is named Lady. Anyway, she seems to be my exclusive maid. She held Bless in her arms and apologized. I am late, right? Sorry. Lady held Bless in her arms and praised. Our young lady is like her mother, so she looks calm. These words made the baby confused. Mother, looking at what she knows about her mother and the actions of the other maids seemed to indicate that she was the highest ranking among the maids. Has she been in the dukedom for a long time? Suddenly, Lillian ran over, crying and calling, Lady. Oh, Hexa next to her quickly stopped her. Quiet. Bless was shocked to see her taking care of her carefully without discrimination. She does not care that I am an illegitimate child. Why would she put someone like Lady next to me? Lady did not know the baby's thoughts and smiled, asking, Young lady does not seem hungry yet, right? Then Lady took Bless outside. The weather is nice today, so let us take a walk, the baby quickly replied. Ta, meaning, okay. As soon as she came outside, Bless was a little shocked. This is the first time I have been outside since coming to the dukedom. It is really wide here. Lady walked and introduced Bless everywhere. I really wanted to introduce Rabiang, the place the young lady belongs to. Suddenly, pride rose in her heart. I am very honored to be able to serve the best. Dukedom, the baby felt a little helpless after hearing this. Well, it could be like that. There are 4 dukedoms along with the beginning of the Liaz Empire, the royal family with the blood of the Liaz dragon. Rabiang of the miracle of healing all things, the extremely poisonous Ed which controls all poisons, Gold of the brilliant light which receives blessings from the spirits, Acidel of eternity hidden behind the veil. Each dukedom transmits a special power. Knowing this, Bless had a curiosity. Wait a minute, then does this body have that power? Rabiang's healing ability. While she was thinking, Lady immediately announced, We have arrived, young lady. Looking at the huge statue in front of her, she quickly expressed her pride. It is cool, right, young lady? I wanted to show you this. The statue was really extremely majestic, making people stare in awe. Looking at the statue, Bless had a little association. It looks too much like Helios. Lady quickly said who the statue was. This is the first generation of Rabiang. The baby was surprised after hearing this. Ah, so it is not Helios, she continued to ask. It looks a lot like the current duke, right? Suddenly, Lady stared at the statue attentively. Between the statue of that person and Lady seemed to bring something very special, making Bless unable not to pay attention. Lady. While she was pondering, a deep sound suddenly rang out. Who is this? Is not it the illegitimate child that Duke Rabiang brought? As soon as she heard that voice, Hexa and Lillian quickly stood out to block the person, making the person uncomfortable. Could it be that the Rabiang maids are not taught well? So they dare to block my way. Hearing this, Lady quickly stopped them. Lillian, step back. Finally, all 3 bowed to the man, Lord Duke Heinrich von Ed. Hearing the name Heinrich made Bless startled. What Heinrich could it be? The final obstacle of the original story. Heinrich von Ed. In the original story, he was described as the most obsessive character in the Ed family, taking what he wanted at all costs. In the original story, he took advantage of Helena, and was one of the main culprits causing the destruction of Rabiang. Bless realized everything and was so shocked and scared. No, why is that final boss at the Rabiang mansion? As soon as he saw the baby, Heinrich quickly recognized her. So you are my niece? Bless was a little confused by this way of addressing her. Niece? The baby now realized everything. Heinrich is Bless's uncle, so if that is the case, then her mother is from the Ed family. If she is the final boss's niece, then this must be an important plot point. There is no such plot point in the original story. While she was thinking vaguely, Lady's voice startled. Bless, Lord Duke. If you come without notice like this, it is really embarrassing. Heinrich laughed after hearing this. Do I have to contact you to see my niece? Although he said that, he still complied. Well, okay, I will pay attention next time. After finishing speaking, Heinrich gave the baby a scheming smile. Because anyway, the purpose of my coming here today has been achieved. At this time, he reached out. I was curious. I heard that she looks a lot like my sister. Seeing Heinrich's hand getting close to her, Bless's face turned pale. The baby looked pale. Then a sting appeared in her ear. Oh, something just stung. Lady showed an unpleasant attitude when she saw that he wanted to touch Bless, Lord Heinrich. She gave a warning. Without fear, I will not allow any more nonsense. Before being the Lord's niece, this one is our little master. He scoffed and got closer. The Rabiang maids have no superiors or inferiors. Lady also retorted without yielding. That has to be said. After the Lord does not go too far. Heinrich just smiled and silently observed after hearing this. Then he decided to leave, but did not forget to warn. I will leave here today, however, you better be careful next time. So keep a close watch. Lady had a little self-reproach as she watched him leave. I am sorry, young lady. Suddenly, Bless saw something. Oh, that is. Then her face turned pale. Because her breathing suddenly became difficult and painful, suddenly her breath, even if she is revived, she still hates the pain. Her situation gradually became miserable, which she tried to ignore along with the pain. Because in the end, she foolishly dreamed of family affection. So she really hates the pain. Lady was worried when she saw that Bless suddenly became uncomfortable. But young lady, please believe that it is all. For the young lady, the baby was very uncomfortable, and could only call softly lady. Although she did not know what it meant, because it was lady, the only person who treated her kindly. So she wanted to believe. Helios on this side was lying on the bench, remembering his deceased wife Shisha. That girl was both my blessing and the spy that Ed sent to make me collapse. At that time, Helios bluntly asked Shisha, I must look very funny being played by you, Shisha, or rather, Roxiel von Ed. My series of misfortunes began when I learned the true identity of that girl. At that time, Shisha could only bow her head and apologize. I am sorry for deceiving you all this time, Helios. But I really gradually fell in love with you despite my mission. She smiled and sincerely affirmed one thing. My heart is sincere, and I wanted to be happy with you. And this child. At that time, that girl was pregnant with our child, but the feeling of betrayal from her was even heavier than that fact. Helios smiled painfully, questioning, how can I believe the words of someone who has constantly lied to me? Now all the words from you I only see as fake. Shisha loudly denied that, Helios. It is not like that. But he did not seem to believe that and drove her away. I do not want to see you now. Go back to Ed, Shisha. Helios looked at the documents on the table and pondered. It has been months since we separated like that. Shisha has been lost. Ed also said that Shisha's whereabouts are unknown. Where could she have disappeared to? With that pregnant body, I have to find her immediately. Shisha, where are you? He came to the stable, praying, please be safe. Please. But when the stable door was opened, Helios was really shocked. Unexpectedly, Shisha, the cheerful and lively girl of the past, has now taken her last breath. He reached out to confirm. This aura. He quickly realized, it is Ed's poison. Helios immediately recognized the culprit. Could it be Heinrich? How could he harm Shisha, his own sister? Although he knew who the culprit was, he still did not want to believe it. No, maybe the one who killed Shisha was Heinrich, but the one who created this situation. He remembered Shisha's tearful face and blamed himself. It is me. It is all my fault. I should not have let her go like that. While looking around the stable, Helios's eyes quickly met Bless's. As soon as he saw the baby, he remembered the good words Shisha had said before. If this child is a daughter, I will call her Bless. Finally, Helios quickly woke up. He immediately sat up uncomfortably. It is that dream again. It is all in the past. Now, even if he regrets it, Shisha won't come back. While he was immersed in painful memories, Lady ran over to call Helios. He reminded her when he saw her so impolite. Lady, I have said it many times. Suddenly rushing in like this, but she did not listen and interrupted the announcement. It is a big deal. Young Lady Bless has been poisoned. At Bless's residence, Lady reported the situation. She finally fell asleep after struggling. After Lord Heinrich visited in the morning, the situation gradually became worse anyway. It is certain that the Lord did something to the young lady's body. If it continues like this, it will be dangerous. Bless's face is currently very uncomfortable, writhing. Hearing that guy's name made Helios uncomfortable. Heinrich Ed. Using Shisha as a pawn and killing her off was not enough. So he audaciously intends to kill the only link between me and her, Shisha's daughter. He clenched the edge of the cradle, then called, Ladyeth. She quickly bowed her head, waiting for orders. Yes, master. Helios turned to look at Ladyeth and said, even this. After hearing this, she remained silent and obeyed. He then said, choosing me to become the head of this house. Like that day, Ladyeth, hearing Helios recall her childhood, responded with a bright smile, Master, really, that is ancient history. Then, not forgetting to remind him, now we have other important matters. Should not you be asking how to save the young lady? After all, you are the Rebyang family head. You know that with your power you can't detoxify her, right? Because the powers of the 4 great ducal families nullify each other. He immediately became curious about the solution. So do you have a way? Ladyeth quickly replied, I know a simple method. It is bringing the blood of the dragon. The blood of royalty is enough. The emperor of the Lia's empire is called the dragon. It is said that their blood contains power far beyond that of humans. Fools and greedy people often crave it. The end of those who crave the blood of a ferocious dragon is always death. Helios asked again to confirm. If it is dragon's blood, are you sure it can save her? Ladyeth firmly affirmed. Yes, master. At this moment, a surge of magic appeared on him with the thought, Shisa, I still do not understand what happiness you spoke of is. Even so, I promise you this. The blessing you left for me and then departed. Immediately after, Helios made a decision. I am going to the royal family and back. I will protect Bless. That evening, at the solemn and magnificent royal palace, Helios walked down the hallway, pondering. Now the emperor is probably in his study. He clenched his fist with determination. Even if they want Rabiang to submit to the royal family in exchange for donating blood, I have no other choice, as long as it can save Shiza's bloodline. Just as he was planning to meet the emperor, Helios was stopped by a voice. Meeting Duke Rabiang here? What a coincidence. That boy seemed to know what he wanted, so he kindly said, "What the Duke wants is not there. You have come to find dragon blood, have not you? This boy is the third prince of the Liaz Empire. His full name is Eladin, Shi Eno Eliaz." Hearing Eladin say exactly what he needed surprised Helios. How could the third prince know that, could it be, that little prince inherited the blood power of the royal family? He then became wary. If you already know what I want, I guess the prince can give me what I want. Helios went straight to the point. What do you want from me? The boy, hearing this, seemed to have achieved his goal. Duke. Affection for a daughter, although it is something extremely strange to me. Then, without stating his own conditions, he bluntly suggested, "Let us go to the Duke's house first, to save your precious young lady." At the Rabiang Duke's house, a little girl, remembering when Helios went out at night, wondered, where did father go just now in the middle of the night? Recently, father has cherished this place, so I tried to visit. What is here? The little girl quickly opened the door to the room. Seeing Bless lying uncomfortably in the cradle, she was surprised. A baby. Just arriving and seeing Bless's bad condition immediately made the little girl worried. Her face is flushed. Is she having a fever? The little girl awkwardly called out softly. You, baby, does something hurt. The little girl blamed herself immensely. At times like this, if I could use the power of Rabiang skillfully, I would have been able to treat you already. Although she could not treat her, the little girl had a kind heart and made a decision. Instead, I will stay by your side, because being alone when sick is very lonely. Then the little girl happily came up with an idea. Or I will sing for you. The little girl quickly sang to, "Bless, my lovely baby. Do not cry, my baby. Even if mom is anywhere, she will always love you, my lovely baby." While singing, the little girl heard a sound and immediately became alert. Someone's coming. The little girl worried. What to do? If I am discovered running around in the middle of the night, I will get scolded. At this moment, the little girl noticed the wardrobe in front of her. In there. Just then, the door quickly opened slightly. The little girl hid in the wardrobe, trying not to make a sound, and listened to the voice. Eladin spoke, the Duke's precious daughter. Immediately after, Helios expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness." Hearing this voice, the little girl quickly recognized. This voice is father. Finally, the people left. Making the little girl relieved, they are gone, thank goodness, although I do not really understand what the conversation was about. The story about my precious daughter. It seems like it is not me. The little girl went to the cradle and wondered, so this child is father's precious daughter. Seeing Bless open her eyes made the little girl exclaim, "The baby has deep purple eyes, just like father." Then the little girl could not help but shed tears. My eyes are very light in color. So beautiful. The little girl reached out to touch Bless's hand with disappointment, so father has never come to see me, but he came to see the baby. The little girl asked herself, why does not he come to see Helena? Is it because Helena does not resemble father at all? Helena could not hold back her tears of self-pity. There is. If Helena works harder, father will come to see Helena, right? The little girl sat down beside the cradle. Lonely I also. Wish father would love me. A few days later, Bless was extremely uncomfortable. It has only been 2 weeks since I was reborn, and I have already had to face the biggest crisis in this lifetime. It turned out that the crisis was that Helena kept coming to play with her, constantly chattering about Helios's good points. Father is the strongest mage in the Empire. He is really amazing, right, Bless? Uncomfortably refused to listen. I am not curious. Okay, please stop with this Helena girl stories. After I struggled with Ed's poison and woke up, there were 2 major changes, one of which was that this girl started coming here. Bless frowned, recognizing the identifying features, can't be wrong. The black hair and the light purple eyes. It is Helena, the villainess in the original story. Helena von Rabiang, daughter of the late Duchess and Bless's half-sister. In the original story, she was described as an arrogant and haughty villainess, due to the influence of the Duchess, a member of the Ed family. Compared to Helios, she was closer to Heinrich. Bless was extremely bored with her own thoughts. I did not think that Helena really longed for her father. Helena kept talking about Helios, father this, father that. Only when I really live in this world do I see that there are backgrounds that I do not know, and personality traits that are very different. If this happens, predicting and planning for the future will become meaningless. At this moment, Helena whispered to her, actually, I saw father coming out of this place. Helena was really a little jealous of Bless. The baby can see father often, so I am jealous. The little girl, hearing this, could only smile wryly, right? The second change, it is that Helios also started showing his face. Helios's arrival really shocked Bless's visuals. But when he came, he only looked at the baby without saying a word, which made the baby helpless. Looking for a while, Helios left, making Bless uncomfortable. Why come here? He just comes, silently looks at me, and leaves, although it is not clear what he wants to do. But the pressure is terrifying. Suddenly, Helena said, "There is..." Helena expressed her feelings to Bless. "Everyone says I can't see father. It is probably because both parents do not want to see me, so it is like that. I do not know if it is because I am mom's daughter. Mom's relationship with father seems bad." Helena smiled sadly. "What should I do?" To be recognized by father, these words are really similar to Bless in her second life. This made the little girl have to contemplate. It turned out that I could not keep up. Helena longed to receive love from her parents. Just like me before. Why did not I know about it sooner? Just thinking about it, that indifference that Helios showed me. It can be seen that he also could not properly give love to Helena, although this is my third life and I had already given up on family, affection. Assuming, if Helena falls into Heinrich's hands and becomes a villain, it is actually because of the father's neglect. Seeing Helena's sad and distressed face really made Bless empathize. No, too frustrating. Although sad, Helena was still very happy to confide in Bless. Even so, it is really happy to be able to talk about father with the baby. I will come to see you again, so do not forget me. The little girl finally paid a little attention to her sister Helena. Well, lying down all day is also boring until I leave. It is okay to listen to Helena's stories, right? After making a decision, Bless used her small hand to grasp Helena's finger. With the decision, that is right, this much is okay. This small action alone made Helena so happy that she could not hold back. Helena kept asking, "Are you holding my hand now?" Wow, the scene of the two sisters playing together was seen by a man. After seeing Helena like that, he did not know what to do, then turned away and uttered a reproach, "TCH, too sentimental." At that time, the originally dull high society was buzzing with new topics of conversation. When the nobles gathered, they discussed with each other, "Have you heard the rumors about Robbie Yang's relationship with Ed? It is said that the Ed family tried to poison Robbie Yang's illegitimate beast child, right? There are rumors that the Duke himself directly detoxified her. Could it be that he is thinking of accepting that illegitimate beast child as the official successor?" First, the story about Robbie Yang's illegitimate beast child. Then this group of nobles talked about the royal family. "By the way, have you heard the news of the second prince? I heard that he is back. It is because he had an accident with a carriage." Now, out of the 6 people, there are only 4 left. The remaining matter is related to who will become the emperor's successor. On the other side, Elidan was being bullied. A boy pushed Elidan to the ground and then sneered, "What, is that a bug or a person?" Looking closely, I realized you are fit to crawl on the floor like a bug, so I did not recognize you. This boy is the first prince, Rizole Shea Inoa Riaz. Rizal called out, "Elidan." The boy who was being bullied could only clench his fists and endure. Then he turned around and smiled. "It hurts, brother." Rizale was confused when Elidan called him brother. Then he warned, "If you do not want to really die, then get rid of that brotherly tone, pretending to be ignorant in front of father and looking down on me. Do you think I do not know?" The boy quickly denied it. "I have never been like that, brother. You have misunderstood that, father." Rizal suddenly growled loudly. "Too noisy. It seems you think that getting a little attention from father means you can do whatever you want. Do you think something will happen if you do that?" Elidan denied it. "I have never had such thoughts," but Rizal did not listen and grabbed him, shouting, "Shut up." Then he warned, in a low voice, "You will lie on the ground for the rest of your life. Do not be arrogant and stare at my position. Understand? Now get lost." Finishing his words, Rizal threw the boy hard to the other side. Then he quickly left. Elidan, sitting on the ground, only cried out, "Ouch." Then he sat on the ground, a little mocking, so easily angered. Suddenly, someone behind Elidan stepped forward, annoyed, and scolded. "Risale, that guy is really trash." As soon as the boy saw that person, he called out, "Lumiar, this boy is Lumiar, Elidan's attendant." Elidan slowly stood up, disdainful. "Even so, he pretends to be kind in front of others," Lumiar said bitterly. "That is why he is even more hateful. If he was not a prince, then..." Elidan stopped him and asked about something else. "Okay, how is the matter?" "I asked you to confirm." Lumiar quickly reported the situation. "I heard that she is safe and sound. That child, the blood of the dragon, has won." The boy, hearing this, couldn't help but smile happily. "Really, that is quite something." Lumiar really did not understand Elidan's decision. "Your Highness, why is it necessary to trade with Robbie Yang? Helios can't be trusted." The boy turned around and smiled helplessly. "There is no other way. Because he is the only one who can stop me from going crazy after receiving the magic sword. There is no one else in the world besides him." The person Elidan was talking about was Helios. A few days ago, at the Robbie Yang Duke's house, Elidan came to the cradle where Bless was lying. Then he dropped a drop of his blood, falling on the baby's forehead. Then Bless quickly recovered. The boy instructed, "Although dragon blood will still be needed in the future, this crisis has passed." Then Elidan showed his friendly attitude. and I am willing to provide a regular supply of blood if the Duke agrees to the agreement. Helios, after seeing Bless saved, asked, "What do you want?" The boy did not hide it, and stated his conditions. "There are 2 things I want. First, the magic sword you are overseeing. Make an agreement to return the magic sword." He was surprised when he heard about the sword, the magic sword, but that, Eladon quickly stopped what Helios wanted to say. "I know. It is said that because it will drive the user crazy, it must be left for Rabiang to oversee." The boy seriously suggested, "So, please, a great mage, subdue me after I get the magic sword. Also, when the time comes, hide me here with the Duke. Currently, my body probably can't bear it, so I will come to you before I come of age. This is my second condition." Helios was still hesitant. This is a gamble with low odds of winning. But Eladon did not care. That is not the part the Duke has to consider. What the Duke has to consider is that only the dragon blood I give can save the girl. Then, the boy's eyes were gloomy, as if he had a sure win. "Of course you will agree, right, Duke?" He was still hesitant, and thought, Rabiang's magic sword is equivalent to top secret. Although it is not clear where he heard the information from, the answer I can give has already been decided. Finally, Helios bowed and agreed, "I should be the one thanking you." Eladon was happy to receive the agreement, that is all. At this time, the battle for the throne was fierce. Due to the inheritance of the third emperor, Eladian had no backing. Trying to get this magic sword is probably to gain an advantage in this competition. If we want to make a deal, we need to solve internal problems. We must hurry up and arrange things. In the meeting room, at this time, there was a voice of opposition. "This is extremely unreasonable. Giving the West Annex to an illegitimate child is not that the place with a long history built by the first head of the family." They still wanted Helios to reconsider. Family head. Currently, everyone is having a Rabiang family meeting. The man strongly protested. Even recognizing an illegitimate child has already shamed the family. Giving the West Annex to that brat is too generous. Another person disagreed. "If it is Ed's business, then I also have another annex, family head." At this moment, Helios's gloomy voice rang out. "How strange, do you people have the authority to discuss my daughter's residence?" His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked down. Making these people have no words to refute. Helios did not forget to warn, "If you continue to call my daughter an illegitimate child like that, I will see that as a challenge to the head of the family like me." After hearing these words, everyone quickly shut their mouths. Seeing that everything was settled, he stood up but did not forget to announce, "If there is any dissatisfaction with my decision, you can speak out at any time. I will personally cut off that tongue." These words really frightened those people. Helios reminded those people once again to understand, remember it properly. Bless von Rabiang, that is the child's name. Saying that, he left in front of an extremely magnificent and luxurious mansion. Bless sweated profusely as soon as she saw the mansion. Ladieth, seeing the mansion in front of her, which belonged to the little girl, was equally surprised. "The whole place is the young lady's residence, Duke Ballantine." "Are you kidding me?" Seeing her reaction made Bless relieved. "So it is not just me who thinks it is strange." The male servant next to her, seeing the reactions of the two, confirmed warmly, "The family head has transferred the name of the West Annex to the young lady. It is not a joke. He is Harold von Ballantine." Harold looked at Ladieth and assured, "No need to worry, because he will make such an announcement at the meeting of the elders." She was still a little hesitant, that is, ultimately. A few days ago, Ladieth had a thought. Of course the room the young lady is in now does not seem like a child's room, but at that time, Helios opened the door and suddenly stepped in, saying, as expected, "It is no good. We can't just stay like this, let us move rooms." At that time, I was still flustered and scared. Who gives a newborn child an entire mansion? Helios is really crazy. Harold seemed to have realized his intention. It seems like he is planning to take this opportunity to consolidate the young lady's position. Truly unconventional. Giving the West Annex with the longest history. Bless was even more shocked as she listened. The longest history. What kind of mood transformation ultimately happened while I was sleeping? It is not a bad thing, but the pressure is too much, Harold said respectfully. "Let us go in." At this moment, the little girl remembered Helena. "By the way, Helena probably does not know I have moved house. Also, she has not been coming often recently. Surely nothing has happened, right?" On Helena's side, she was stunned, When Helena came to visit, she did not see Bless anymore. Where did the baby go? She was clearly here just now. While searching for the little girl, a somber voice rang out from behind. "I knew you would be here again." Helena, hearing this, turned around and called, "Jaegers." This man is Helena's butler, Jaegers von Radius. Jaegers went to grab Helena and reminded her, "Young lady, I have told you why you can't come here, right?" Helena, caught, fearfully repeated the words he had said to her before, that because I am a member of Ed, the one who continues Mom's will, so I can't be close to the people of Rabiang. Jaegers, hearing the little girl answer perfectly like that, was overjoyed. "So you have not forgotten, young lady. Young lady will also follow Ed's wishes, right?" Helena stammered in response. Of course. He was very satisfied with this answer. That is right, it is fortunate that the young lady knows this. Saying that, he quickly informed Helena about Bless's information. I heard that the child you were looking for has moved to the West Annex. It seems like you care a lot. So I have prepared a housewarming gift for the child. The young lady can go and come back. Receiving permission to meet Bless made Helena ecstatic. Really? Is that okay? Jaeger smiled and affirmed, of course, young lady. I have prepared something extremely adorable. In a dark corner, he punched the wall hard and cursed, damn it! Jaggers was resentful, she said. That woman is still bothering even after she is dead. That damn illegitimate brat. It seems like we can already decipher that it is Ed's bloodline, right? Family head Rabyang has also started. Thinking of this, he came up with a cruel plan as he looked at the teddy bear on the table. Well, okay, for now, it is not like there is no way. Let us see if the state of excessive magic power can be resolved by luck. And finally, that bear was brought to Bless, Cha-chan. Helena happily gave the gift to the little girl. Baby, this is a housewarming gift. Bless was very happy to see the teddy bear and stretched out her arms to receive it. Helena put the teddy bear down next to her, thinking, not seeing you for a while. It was hard to find out that you were in the West Palace. I was worried that something had happened, fortunately. Then Helena asked again, baby, did not father come yesterday? Seeing the little girl only caring about Helios made Bless uncomfortably turn away, so it is still just about Helios. At this moment the little girl felt strange. But now that I think about it, it is strange. Originally he would come at this time. Suddenly, Helena spoke of her own insecure worries. But if father was here, I would not have been able to give the baby a gift. Father would hate me coming here. Because unlike the baby, I am mom's daughter. Helena was really very envious. The baby is so likable. Bless could only call Helena with baby talk, Babu. After explaining her feelings, Helena remembered. Sorry, I said strange things. I have to talk comfortably with the baby. Finally, Bless realized everything, so Helena, even though she thinks that father hates her, still longs to receive love from him. It is like seeing myself from before. Helena changed the topic to the teddy bear. Is this teddy bear beautiful? The butler prepared it for me to give to the baby. This time I was also specially allowed to come here. Saying that, Helena left but did not forget to say goodbye. It is time for me to go. Right, well, baby. I will come again next time. Bless also waved goodbye. Be careful. Seeing Helena's lonely figure made the little girl empathize. Helena, she looks lonely. If only Helena became close to Helios, that would be great. Just like myself, in the previous life. So I am concerned. While thinking absent-mindedly, Ladyeth walked in. Our young lady, did you have a good time with young lady Helena? Seeing that she knew everything startled. Bless, how did Ladyeth know and stay out of the way? Thanks to that, Helena also came comfortably. I am really grateful to her. At this moment, Ladyeth noticed the teddy bear. Young lady, this is. Bless responded with baby talk. Abu, meaning, Helena gave it. As soon as she picked up the teddy bear and looked at it, she revealed a face that understood everything. You received a precious gift. Then Ladyeth smiled happily and said, the family head is coming soon. Let us wait a little longer. Bless uncomfortably wanted to argue. The little girl met me. I am not really waiting for Helios. It is not too much for Ladyeth to misunderstand like that. In fact, Helios, since I moved house, comes to see me at the West Annex every day. Although I thought something had changed in the point that he gave me a West Annex with a long history. Unexpectedly, Helios was sitting and reading a fairy tale to the little girl, so the emperor fell into despair. This really shocked Bless to the point of disbelief. But unexpectedly, it was to this extent. He even directly reads comics to me. Ever since I got sick, I knew something had changed. Helios continued the fairy tale. When everyone fell into despair, a young girl appeared and said, his sudden friendliness still makes it difficult for Bless to adapt. This appearance is still too unfamiliar. After finishing reading, Helios put the book down and said, let us stop here for today. For the time being, I can only choose for you. He also did not forget to say, but when you can talk, tell me anything you need. Helios' sudden, thoughtful concern seemed to make Bless think, I really can't adapt, can I? Is it a gift for me? This is the first time in my 2 lives that I have received a gift from my family. So this is what it feels like to have someone think of you. Bless recalled the past. If she thought of the Helios she first met, she could not imagine this. After reading the fairy tale to the little girl, he asked Helena, so Helena came and left today too? Ladyeth confirmed, yes, she came and left before you arrived. Hearing this surprised Bless. What is this? He knows. Suddenly, Helios touched Bless' chubby cheek and said, Bless, that child calls you her sister. Although it would be good to introduce you directly, that child does not like me, so she won't come if I am here. Hearing these words made the little girl remember Helena's lonely figure. Helena still thought Helios hated her. Ladyeth wondered, should we prepare a separate place? But he immediately refused. No, I do not want to force it. Bless currently finds it hard to believe. Clearly, at their first meeting, Helios was someone unapproachable. But only now do I realize that he is someone who can cherish family. Helena is still young, so she probably still longs for family affection. Although the details of the situation are unclear, even now, the two have never been together. Unlike me in my previous life, who knows, they could have become a harmonious family. Bless felt a little itchy in her heart, wondering, can't I do something? Although I can be content, I hope that even when I leave, they can be happy together. After playing with Bless for a while, Helios also left. Ladyeth, I have some business, so I will be away for a while. She quickly guessed, are you arranging to welcome the third prince? Helios confirmed, yes. During that time, I am counting on you to look after Bless. Hearing this made Ladyeth smile happily. Then she bowed and assured, please do not worry. As long as I am here, Lady Bless will be safe. Hearing these words reassured him, I hope those are not just empty words. Perry was happy to see the big change in Helios. The master has really changed a lot, has not he? Perhaps even more than what I saw in the dream. Ladyeth also admitted, that is right, that child brings more than we predicted. Perry seemed to know there was a problem with the teddy bear. But Ladyeth Nim, that teddy bear, is it okay? She did not say much, just smirked and asked in a suggestive way, the thing Lady Helena brought as a gift. Seeing them eyeing the situation while the master was away, it seemed Lady Helena's butler had decided to take action. At that time, although the teddy bear's energy was temporarily hidden and covered Helios' eyes, the magic explosion due to the creation was only a matter of time. But do not worry, if it is Lady Bless, she will definitely overcome it. Ladyeth smiled, because if she can't even handle that, she will die anyway. On Helios' side, he went deep into a cave, then looked at what was in front of him. This is the legendary sword sealed by the first Rabiang. It is said that those who develop greed for this sword will face anxiety and terror in their hearts, and be possessed by the magical sword's energy, and fall into madness. Helios felt a little self-reproach. If it were not for the agreement with the prince, I would not have to come here. Am I using this sword for my own position? The key thing is, whether the third prince can control this power or not. Suddenly a sound came from outside, startling him. He quickly turned around to check. What is it? It is a reaction of new energy to the barrier of the West Palace. 10 minutes ago, at the Duke Rabiang's mansion, Helena held up her homework and announced, I have finished all my homework, butler. Jakers listened and praised. Well done, Lady Helena. Helena was gloomy, but still expectant. Can I go see the baby now? Hearing that, he made a decision. Before that, let me test whether you have studied well or not. Helena's face lit up. Okay, ask me anything. At this time, Jakers began to check Helena's homework. It is said that Rabiangs are born with powerful magic from generation to generation, right? So, at what age is it said that the path of energy will be opened? Helena quickly gave the answer, as early as 3 years old, as late as 8 years old. Then he asked another question. That is right. If that is the case, what would happen if you forcibly opened the energy of a newborn baby? Helena immediately had an answer. Too much energy at an unsustainable level will explode, so it will be life-threatening. Even if they survive, they will never be able to use magic again. Jakers praised. Excellent, lady. Then he revealed the intention in his plan. So the method of giving an artifact that amplifies magic and disguising it as a gift is a classic assassination method for a family of mages. Right, Helena was still very naive and did not understand disguise a gift. Immediately, Jakers quickly said what he had done. Yes, like the teddy bear you gave as a gift to the illegitimate child. Helena was still happily listening to the question when she suddenly froze. Huh. Then he said triumphantly, It has been 2 days since I gave it, so it seems the magic will quietly explode. Lady, there is only one heir of Rabiang. Helena sat on the table, still dazed. What are you saying? Are you saying the baby will die because of the magic explosion? Jakers, with his personal greed, still said, Everything is for the lady. Finally, Helena understood everything. It is because of the teddy bear I gave. When Helena understood everything, a strong tremor occurred at the Duke Rabiang's mansion. At this time, Hexa immediately ran in, worried about Helena. Lady, we must evacuate. The West Annex has exploded. Hearing this information, the little girl could not help but cry, Number. Helena quickly jumped off the chair, full of self-reproach. The baby can't die because of me. The little girl quickly ran to find. Bless, baby. With determination, I must save the baby. Bless on this side was in great difficulty. What happened? I can't see anything because of the smoke. A pink fire appeared around the little girl. Suddenly, my stomach is throbbing. And then I hear an explosion. My stomach hurts as if it is cramping. I was only a little happy in this life. Will I die alone like this in this life? Bless did not want to die, so she cried for help in vain. I am scared, someone please. At this time, someone's voice echoed, Bless, surprising the little girl to recognize the owner of that voice. This voice is Helios. Helios ran to hug Bless in his arms with a worried expression. then smiled reassuringly. It is okay now, because Dad has arrived. Receiving his concern made Bless unable to hold back her tears. The little girl really felt warm. Dad has arrived. It was only in this life that I realized that those words could be so reassuring. When Helios carried Bless outside, the little girl was confused. The annex has completely become a mess. What on earth happened? Helena had arrived at this time. Then heard the sound. Children's laughter. As soon as she saw Bless, Helena called out loudly, "Baby, I am here." But just as she was about to run to the little girl's side, she saw Helios and stopped. Dad. Bless was surprised to see Helena appear in this mess. Huh. Helena, why are you here? He also worriedly asked, Helena, why did you come to this place? Hearing that, Helena became hesitant. The little girl was very flustered. Dad seems angry. I endangered the baby. Helios stopped her. First, it is very dangerous here. Later. But Helena did not pay attention and admitted her guilt. I am sorry. Please forgive me, Dad. Helena trembled with self-reproach. The teddy bear, exploded. The butler. Hearing that, Bless finally understood everything. The teddy bear. Could it be? Was it because of the teddy bear that the butler gave that this happened? What did the person called the butler tell this child to do? Helena could not help but sob and admit all the blame. I am sorry. Because the teddy bear was beautiful. I just gave it to the baby. Teddy bear. Bless did not seem to blame her, Helena. The little girl understood. This is not Helena's fault. What is wrong with a child who needs family affection? So I want to say that it is okay. When Helios stepped forward, it made Helena close her eyes in fear, waiting for his anger. But he just sat down and gently comforted her. Helena, this is not your fault. I won't scold you, because your dad is on your side. While speaking, Helios wiped the tears from Helena's face, and the baby is okay too, so do not cry, Helena. Receiving his gentle concern made Helena cry even louder. So I'm still Dad's daughter, right? Helios was a little helpless to see Helena crying endlessly. Hey! But he still opened his arms and acknowledged it. You are talking, obviously. Helena von Rabiang. Come here. Seeing the gentleness radiating from him made Helena's eyes flood with tears. The little girl ran and hugged Helios in his arms. Then he gently picked Helena up, although it was a little regrettable in this situation. Helios introduced the two sisters to each other. Helena, this child is your younger sister. Her name is Bless. He felt a little self-reproach. I am sorry for introducing you so late. Now, Bless, say hello to your sister. Helena suddenly spoke. Bless. The little girl smiled brightly like spring, happily, so the baby is Bless. I am Helena, your sister. When she saw Helena smile, Bless also understood. So this is the feeling. Because I had been turned away by my family for so long, I had dared to give up on being loved. But it seems they are really saying they will become my family. If I can be greedy this time, I want to live with them, together with the family that I finally found. A few days after the explosion, the West Palace, which had become a mess, was restored faster than I thought. Helios imprisoned the butler. Helena escaped from his mental abuse. With both father and daughter coming to find me together, now the Rabiang family is very harmonious. When they come, all three happily play together. In addition, there was also something else that appeared, which was this pink bear continuously calling Bless, making the little girl helpless and frustrated. Then Bless also wondered, what are you? Anyway, the pink bear floated and explained, I am energy. This made the little girl think, could it be the influence from the energy explosion last time? The result, after confirming some things about this unknown kid, was, although he does not seem to be a dangerous kid, after checking a few things about this unknown guy. 1. Can only be seen through my eyes. 2. Can read my thoughts. 3. Has good intentions towards me. When I put these things together, it seems like this thing won't harm me. Suddenly, Bless pointed at the pink bear and called, Cloud. The little girl made a decision, because if you keep following me in the future, it is better to at least have a name. The pink bear was excited when Bless named him. How about the name Cloud? Cloud happily danced in the air. Cloud, I have a name. Then he did not forget to respond gratefully. Yeah, I am Cloud. Bless is so nice. Seeing Cloud so happy made the little girl relieved. Looks like you are very satisfied. Suddenly, Bless looked at her hand and analyzed. Although there are limitations to what I can do in this childish body, but if I have this kid, it will be helpful for my future plans, right? Because from now on, I am not just living alone anymore, but I have to prevent the destruction of Rabiang. Bless really cherishes the family she has in this life. This is the first time I have had a family. Compared to helplessly losing it, I hope I can protect it. To do that, I must twist the original story. First, Make Helena not fall in love with a male lead? Although it might not be Helena right now, because in the original story, she liked him and tormented the female lead. Next, I probably have to expand the influence of the family so that no one can threaten Rabiang. The privilege of someone who transmigrated is knowing the future. Right now, it is still 20 years before the original story starts. Later, both the minerals that are discovered, and the things that are popular, and the characters hidden in the story, I will take advantage of them all. Even if that is the duty of other characters, it does not matter. If it is to protect this home, I will do anything. With that determination, Bless asked Cloud, "Cloud, can you take me somewhere?" The little girl seemed to have an idea, so the priority is to find that thing in the butler's room. On Helios' side, he was observing Jagger's teddy bear. This teddy bear, so it was disguised as an artifact that amplifies magic. When I came to Bless' room, I could not feel anything. Hiding the teddy bear's energy is clearly your trick, right? He turned around to question. Ladyeth, do not you have anything to say to me? But Ladyeth had no words to deny. I am sorry, master. Helios really did not want to forgive this. I do not simply want an apology. Then he repeated the words she had affirmed earlier. You promised that you would protect Bless, but when I was just away, Bless was in danger. Even if you did not hide the energy, this should not have happened. How can I trust you? Ladyeth did not know how to argue. It was an unavoidable situation. Because the Demon King will awaken soon. Ladyeth's words really shocked Helios. What? Ladyeth said directly, and in order to fight against the Demon King, the lady must quickly awaken her energy. He still could not accept this. Nothing has been decided yet, and no entrustment has been given. I said not to awaken it with such a dangerous method. No, if that was going to happen, you should have at least told me first. Ladyeth refused those words with a emotionless face. If I told you first, would I be allowed? Then she did not forget to advise. Don't be childish, Helios. Ladyeth wanted him to understand everything. The royal family and the 4 great ducal families exist to control the Demon King. You know that better than anyone, because Rabiang is the only natural enemy of the Demon King. She finally made a request. Master, please become the lady's strength. That is our permitted duty. While they were talking, a male servant ran in to announce, Master, something terrible has happened. The one who was imprisoned, Jaegers. In another place, someone's voice rang out. Rabiang's security has become stricter than before. To get someone out, we would rarely use that person's power. You will have to prove your worth is deserving of that, Jaegers. Jaegers could only lower his head in shame after hearing that. Truly, truly shameful. He made a request. Until I call again, behave yourself. Jaegers could only bow and obey. Heinrich remembered Shisa, and was extremely displeased. So the daughter of that bitch Shisa is just as persistent. He propped his chin up when he remembered the name Bless. Her name is Bless, huh? Ridiculous. Even if Jaegers was being nosy, the truth is that the energy was clearly out of control, yet she is still alive. I underestimated her. Her lifeline is longer than I thought. She almost possessed Ed's power too. If that happened, it would hinder my plans later. Heinrich looked down with emotionless eyes when he mentioned, Bless. This thing was born in Rabiang right when that person awakened. It is no wonder that she is the natural enemy of that person. I am really looking forward to the new entrustment that will be given. In another room, Bless held the letter in her hand triumphantly. You hid it carefully, did not you? Finally found it. The secret contact card of the intelligence agency that made an agreement with Ed. In the original story, this association falls to Heinrich's temptation and becomes his henchmen. They are the group of people who meet the female lead and are saved right before being destroyed. Knowing the location of the intelligence makes Bless happy. This is a place that specializes in intelligence, so it will be useful later. The little girl stretched out her arms and hugged Cloud. At this time, a determination appeared in Bless' eyes. When I can walk and talk, I will officially start acting. I will work hard to grow up and protect Rabiang. After I made that decision, and time quickly passed, 7 years later, at the Rabiang mansion, a voice called out, Lady. The maid reminded, Helena Nim has arrived. Bless heard that and happily turned around. Sister, currently, Bless von Rabiang is 7 years old. The original of the series, one and loved by everyone, is just like a reverse harem novel. Male lead characters appear, to the point where you can understand Helena's jealousy towards the female lead. Eladan grabbed the female lead's hair and apologized. I am kidding. I am sorry. According to the original story, Eladan will fall in love with the female lead. Your reaction is quite interesting. Eladan wanted the female lead to wait for him. Wait for me. I will come find you soon. There was also a blonde young man who reminded, be careful. Then he said worriedly, what will happen if you are even more reckless than me, sister? Besides that, there was also a young man who knelt down in submission. I want to be by your side. Even if it is not me, it does not matter. Just, definitely do not push me away. The female lead Bella finally wavered because of the male leads. The male leads were all facing that girl. But Unexpectedly, the name the three male leads called was Bless, which made the little girl startled and open her eyes. What? Bless sat up and recalled that dream, thinking, was it a dream, but is not it supposed to be Bella and not Bless? At that time, should not I have called the female lead's name? Something was really stuffy. The little girl came out with a not very excited face, making Helena worried. What is wrong with your expression, Bless? This is Helena von Rabiang, 13 years old. As soon as she saw Helena, the little girl quickly jumped into her arms and complained, I had a nightmare, but seeing you, I am okay now. These words surprised Helena. Had a nightmare? Helena did not forget to comfort Bless. If I also appeared in the dream, I would have scolded the guy who bullied Bless. Receiving such gentle comfort made the little girl happy, even if it is just words. Thank you, sister. There have been many changes in 7 years. First, 2 of the 4 people in the royal family have died, creating a confrontation between the first prince and the third prince. Heinrich has inherited Ed's throne. Fabian Gold, the male lead candidate in the original story, was born. Bless was concerned about Helena. Aren't you busy, sister? You do not have to take me out every week like this, right? But Helena, on the contrary, did not feel bothered and was very happy to see the little girl every day. It is okay. It is because I want to see Bless that I do this. Suddenly, Helena put on a pitiful expression and asked, or does Bless think I am annoying? Bless quickly denied. No way. How could that happen? The little girl rushed and hugged Helena tightly. I want to spend the whole day with you too. Hearing these words made Helena really happy. Me too. After chatting for a while, Helena left. Bless did not forget to say goodbye. See you later, sister. Although it is really worrying because all the settings are being adjusted according to the worldview in the original story. But that is why I intend to persevere in doing what I can. Cut to the classroom. Bless raised her hand to speak and wanted to ask, excuse me, teacher, I have a question. The woman saw that and gently replied, yes, Bless, what are you wondering? This woman is Countess Lante, in charge of Bless, education. The little girl said her doubts. They say that we are born with energy, because we come from a family of mages. Is the energy form written here different from energy? Is it okay? Lante heard that and gave an easy-to-understand answer. Yes, it is a little different. Energy originally has a form. It is said that the energy form is energy that has a form and can communicate through it. But people who can see energy are those who have been blessed by energy. In other words, they are called transcendent people. But according to official records, the existence of transcendent people was last recorded 1,000 years ago, so there is no way to confirm. Bless heard the explanation and broke into a cold sweat. Transcendent people, is this kind of setting also in the original story? Lante also added, in addition, transcendent people from 1,000 years ago were also called the ancestors of Rabiang. There is a story that that person had to fight against was the demon king. That is why Rabiang is called the miraculous Rabiang and is said to be a formidable opponent of the demon king. Bless is also a Rabiang, so this is probably a story related to you. After explaining, Lante asked, then let us end the lesson here today. Okay, these explanations really distracted Bless, the existence that can communicate. When the little girl went to school, Cloud happily said goodbye. Bless, study hard. On Helios' side, a boy appeared with a resonant voice. It has been a while since we talked privately, Duke. He also turned around to answer, meeting in the royal palace would be dangerous. Eladan did not care much when he heard that. So what? There were rumors that my brother had already shaken hands with the Ed family. Is there a law that forbids me from doing that? Hearing these words really made Helios uncomfortable and speechless. Seeing this, the boy cheerfully said, just kidding. Relax your expression. Eladan nodded, affirming one thing, I just came to say hello. I am sure you have not forgotten our agreement, have you? He affirmed respectfully. I will give you the magical sword when the time comes. Although that is only if the prince remains in his position until then. The boy was very satisfied upon hearing this. I will consider it done. Without dwelling on that, Eladan quickly changed the subject to ask, how is the banquet today? You came to grasp the trends of the nobility, right? Rabiang inherited the blood of Ed. Helios uncomfortably recalled the person behind Heinrich. It is just a rumor that someone spread. The intention is too obvious. To be honest, among my children, who takes over Rabiang is not important. The boy raised a question. So you plan to let things go according to their intentions? He denied it. How could that be? I am planning to start foreign affairs soon. I need to show them that I am still strong. Helios then looked down at Eladan and stated, this is the answer you wanted, is not it? Seeing that he understood his intentions, the boy happily praised, excellent. I am still very pleased with the Duke. Back in the present, Helios assessed Eladan while reviewing documents. Still not hesitant to use others, but it seems there is a reason compared to before. Although I do not really like the feeling of doing as the prince says, I have no other choice. While he was pondering, someone entered. Master, it is me. Hearing the voice, he looked up and asked, what is it, Count Karas? This person was Count Karas, the elder of Rabiang. Karas had something he wanted to ask, so he came. I heard it has been a while since you attended a banquet. How is it, the rumors regarding Rabiang? Helios quickly understood the intention in his words. Is it because of that? Karas frowned slightly, displeased. Master, I have been working with pride as a vassal of Rabiang until now. Therefore, I cannot understand how the head of the family can just stand by and watch the reputation of Rabiang be tarnished. Miss Helena is not mixed with the blood of the Ed family. Because the justification is weaker, the future of Rabiang is being questioned. Even the second child is a beastkin bastard. After all, we carry the business of the 4 great ducal families. We cannot break this balance. Helios felt a bit helpless after hearing a long rant. If you knew who Bless's real mother was, you would be even more terrified. Then he replied, I understand the Count's opinion clearly. You hope that I will prove that Rabiang is still strong, right? Karas admitted it. Yes, that is right. Helios stood up from his chair and continued. Indeed, after attending the banquet, I had the same thoughts as you. These words surprised Karas, that statement. Then he issued an instruction. My upcoming birthday banquet will be held publicly. So please prepare well. A few days later, Bless looked down and was shocked. Even though you said that, you did not tell me it would be on this scale. Seeing the girl's tense mood, Ladyth comforted her. Are you nervous, miss? Don't worry, everyone will love you. Bless could only give a forced smile after hearing this, haha. She did not seem to believe Ladyth's words. Don't worry, lady. I have long given up on the expectation that others will like me. Of course, with the backing of father and the 2 families with good relations. Thanks to leveraging the cuteness of a child. My position in the house is not bad, but I know that the perception from the outside is different. In a worldview that despises beastkin bastards, my status has no choice but to be narrowed. Even in the original work, the dissatisfaction towards me continued due to doubts about Helena, the legitimate successor, although it seems that the butler has taken care of everything. Therefore, the power of the family has not been shown due to Helena's still lacking aptitude. Eventually, people began to distrust because it was the bloodline of Ed. Bless seemed to understand Helios's intention in organizing this big party. External gazes like this will clearly endanger our position at some point. Father must have organized this banquet for us. Just then, there was a call. Bless. Hearing the call, the girl turned around cheerfully. Father, sister. Seeing the 2 of them appear so radiantly, Bless was stunned. You 2 are so cool. Helena also did not skimp on praise. Bless is also so beautiful today. Receiving the compliment made the girl happier than ever. Really. Helios reached out his arms. Then let us go. Looking at the 2 people who were her family, Bless felt warm. My family is always warm and protects me. Just then, the butler announced loudly, Head of the family Helios von Rabiang, and the 2 young ladies are preparing to appear. Standing in front of the door, Bless was determined to face it. Yes, I will overcome all the gazes of outsiders. She stepped out with a confident demeanor, if it is for the peace of my family. Although she thought that way, the other nobles kept looking at Bless and whispering, That girl is the illegitimate child. The girl took the food from the butler, although I have received this kind of look a lot in my past life. Those nobles kept staring at Bless with a disdainful attitude. What is Rabiang really planning to do? Seeing everyone looking at her like that made the girl feel dejected. But too much is always tiring, right? Seeing that Bless seemed unhappy, Harold leaned over and asked, Are you very tired, miss? The girl denied it. It is okay. If this is the fate of being the center of attention, I can endure it. These overly mature words made Harold helpless. Where did you learn those words after all? Just then, Bless looked towards Helios. Seeing that he was surrounded by other nobles, she understood. Father is the main character, so of course he is busy. Next, she looked at Helena, and Helena was happily playing with her peers. Good. But then a boy pushed Helena back. Startling. Bless. Helena. That guy is touching my sister now. Both Bless and Harold were furious when they saw that scene. The girl instructed, Harold, I am going to my sister and will be back. As soon as she finished speaking, Bless approached Helena and called out to the bullying boy, Hey! Seeing the girl come, Helena was startled. Bless. Bless angrily pointed her finger and questioned, What are you? What are you doing bullying my sister? The boy scoffed as soon as he heard that. What is this? It is that illegitimate child. Helena stood beside her and did not react at all upon hearing these words. The boy even mocked as he explained, I am in the middle of treating Miss Helena with purifying power. Then he bowed and introduced himself. I am late in introducing myself. I am Prey von Agenta, a collateral branch of Rabiang who uses healing power better than Miss Helena. The arrogance of that boy left the 2 sisters speechless. Prey even arrogantly challenged, Sorry for acting rudely, but if you are the successor of Rabiang, of course you should be able to use healing magic. But the direct line of the family can't use them? That is truly regrettable. Bless seemed to realize the irony in Prey's words. He means that my sister does not have the qualifications to be the successor. right now? In reality, the power of the royal family and the 4 great ducal families are revealed regardless of direct or collateral lines. A generation that develops to a certain extent will all gather around one person. It is not absolute that only the direct line has a high probability of becoming the successor. Among the special powers of Rabiang is healing magic. The other nobles were horrified as soon as they heard that. Although we can't hear the words that the ability has been revealed, is it to the point where you can't even heal your own wounds? Seeing that no one refuted, Prey became even more arrogant. Miss, you do not need to worry about Rabiang, just because you can't use your power. Fortunately, the power of the family has also appeared in the collateral line, which is like me. Karas was watching all of this from behind. Prey was so arrogant and smug, if the most suitable person inherits the position of head of the family. But before this boy could finish speaking, a voice stopped him. Stop it! Bless clenched her hands with discomfort. Even if you say that I am young so I do not know where the line is, I can't listen anymore. She stood up to defend Helena. You have gone too far. Then Bless spoke again with a determined tone. Although today is our father's birthday banquet, it is also a day to strengthen the solidarity of the family. No matter how untrustworthy, a person standing in this place belittling the direct line of the family, are you really for Rabiang? Her quick reaction and irrefutable words made Karas look again. Bless continued to give reasons that were hard to deny. Your actions only make Rabiang look ridiculous. These reasons made Prey speechless. Then the girl questioned even more furiously. And also, why did you push my sister? Do you think it is reasonable for someone who says they will show healing power to hurt others? Apologize to my sister. Receiving the protection from Bless made Helena happy. Helena also could not stand still and retorted, Bless is right. Seeing Helena suddenly stand up surprised the girl. Helena also did not give in and gave the most reasonable reason. As you know, family power is not only passed down to the direct line. Of course, you can also have the qualifications to receive it, but you are being so loud when the information has not been confirmed. It is really careless to represent Rabiang. Suddenly, Helena pulled Bless back. There is one more thing. This is just my personal feeling. But Bless is my only younger sister. Aside from being the direct line of Rabiang, I hope you apologize for your rudeness towards my sister. These words from Helena really moved Bless' sister. She usually did not like to step out, but for her, seeing Helena's warmth moved the girl, but she quickly told herself, oh my god, not now. Looking at Prey's expression satisfied Bless. Even so, it seems that he still knows shame. The girls seem to realize everything. The dispute over the successor is not the child's dictatorial plan. Surely there have been adults who incited him, and because he has received the qualifications, it means he also has that much ability. So instead of criticizing, we should give him a chance to make up for it. Thinking, Bless spoke up, I know that you are proud of Rabiang. Then she frankly commented, but your actions now are not right. If you sincerely think about Rabiang, then apologize. The girl was still very merciful. If he acknowledges and reflects on his mistakes, he is still not a bad kid. Prey spoke hesitantly. I am sorry. Then he bowed and admitted his mistakes. I am sorry. I caused a bad name in an important place. This reaction really satisfied Bless. Well done. Right at this moment, Helios stepped in. It seems the situation has been cleaned up. He hugged his 2 daughters and praised. Helena, Bless, I knew you would solve it well. Helios looked towards Prey and accepted forgiveness for his actions. Although he caused a commotion, he is still a child who knows how to reflect. Everyone, please be generous and forgive him. I will definitely not be here to summon the child's parents. He looked down at his proud daughters and declared, but these 2 children are the direct line of the great Rabiang, and at the same time, they are my children. I hope everyone remembers that I am the head of the family, but I am still the parent of these children. After the announcement, Helios looked towards Karas and asked, how is it, Count? You also see that the future of Rabiang is very promising, right? Karas was still hesitant before, but now he was completely at ease. The head of the family said, not to worry about Rabiang. I have completely understood. Just then, Bless looked up curiously. Who is this? Karas bowed and greeted. Please allow me to formally greet the 2 of you. I am the elder of Rabiang, Count Karas. Karas looked towards Helena and mentioned the old story. I met Miss Helena when she was very young, and now she has become a dignified Rabiang. He greatly praised Helena's actions. The way she arranged the hierarchy of the family without making a big deal was very impressive. Receiving such sudden praise made Helena a little shy. I only did what was obvious. Suddenly Karas bowed and looked towards Bless with a friendly attitude, and this is the first time I have met Miss Bless. He was very satisfied with the way she behaved just now. Even though she is still young, she understood her position as a Rabiang and had compassion. Even me, who has prejudices against beastkin bastards, has to look up to her. More than anything, this change in Rabiang, starting from the head of the family, must have been brought about by this child. Karas was happy and friendly. I hope we will meet often in the future. His sudden contact made Bless not very friendly. What is this old man, not happy at all? Helios suddenly stepped in and instructed his two daughters. Who knows, if something happens to the family without me, remember to ask the Count for help. Especially Bless, try to squeeze him a lot. Hearing this, Bless quickly changed her attitude and greeted friendly. Yes. Suddenly, the girl realized, yes, why do you have to target me? While they were having fun, there was a noisy sound in front, making the four of them turn their attention. The butler announced, the noble little son of the Liaz Empire. The first prince of the Liaz Empire has arrived. Looking at everyone's reaction made Risol smug. Everyone is showing surprise at my visit. That is right, it should be like this. I am the Great One, who will be responsible for this empire in the future. Everyone must look up and bow to me. Just then, Helios stepped forward to welcome him. May your noble steps be filled with glory. Thank you for coming, Prince Risoli. Seeing Helios' serious attitude, Rizal could not help but admire Helios von Rabiang, indeed the greatest mage in the empire. Rizal greeted politely. Thank you for welcoming me, Duke Rabiang. I told them to hurry, but I am still late. He did not seem to care much about this issue. Please do not worry. Your presence here is enough. Then Helios did not forget to introduce. These are my daughters. Helena gently lifted the hem of her skirt and greeted. Your glory to the empire. It is an honor to meet you, Prince Risole. I am the eldest daughter of Rabiang, Helena. Hearing Helena's status made Rizal's ambition rise. The eldest daughter of Rabiang. It is worth considering for the position of crown princess. Then he noticed. Bless. If that is the case, then this one, surely the beast-skin bastard daughter in the rumors. The girl, although she did not like it, still greeted politely. I am the second daughter of Rabiang, Bless. Rizal smiled back. Pleased to meet you, young ladies. Bless was very uncomfortable with the fake face of this boy. Bringing these thoughts to appear in a public place, how shameless. Helios wanted to divert Rizal's attention, so he said, compared to the capital, this is just a simple party, so it will be boring. This boy denied those words. It is the Duke's birthday banquet, how could that be? Then Rizal's expression became lecherous and suggested, however, if the Duke also has the intention to advance to the capital, I will help you. The boy with not very simple thoughts proposed that, if a Rabiang who always maintains neutrality publicly supports me, then I will receive more than half of the support in the four great families. He should hardly refuse my proposal, right? He could only remain silent after hearing this proposal. Thinking that Helios would agree, Rizzoli reached out with vain thoughts. To start the exchange, there must be something they want. Come on, Duke, you have the power to help you. But he seriously bowed. Thank you very much for your words. Then he did not mention it and changed to another topic. This is the first time you have come to the Duke's place, so I will introduce you to the mansion. Please follow this way. Seeing Helios's response made this boy confused. Then he looked towards Helena and Bless, wondering, he won't let it go so easily, right? The interpretation of the first prince in the original work is very brief. The first prince has the prospect of becoming the crown prince, but he did not return after the Eastern monster invasion. War. The only survivor was the third prince, Eladan. Eladan became the crown prince, with the fisherman's prophet. But my thoughts are different, because Eladan, the male lead candidate, is a smart person. Risole's death may be one of his tactics. Because both Risole and Rabiang are destined to die at the hands of Eladan, I feel a bit of sympathy. Before I had a bit of sympathy, but now I feel extremely disgusted. What is this? Why are you looking at my Helena like that? I knew he was an unlucky guy, I should say, that the royal family is full of people who are beyond saving. Everyone knows that Risole and Ed shook hands. Are you still not satisfied, so you are trying to win over father? Wake up. We have no intention of getting involved with the royal family. So do not interfere with our time anymore. Quickly return. Father here. Seeing Bless's reaction, Helena seemed to understand and forced a smile to persuade her. Don't worry, father will be back soon. But when the party was over, and the two sisters were in bed preparing to sleep, Helios still had not returned, making Helena as the older sister helpless. Father is late. While they were waiting, Ladith came in to announce, young ladies, the head of the family, said to go to sleep first. This news really shocked Bless. She looked at the gift in her hand and regretted, I wanted to give it to father myself. Helena seemed to realize Bless's thoughts and asked, what did Bless prepare? The girl was excited when asked, although it is a secret, I will only show you. Just then, Helios's clay figure appeared, making Helena extremely surprised but still trying to praise. Wow, it is cool, always Bless. Helena's ugly expression made the girl confused. What is wrong with your expression? Bless did not insist, and admitted the truth. I knew it, that my skills were not that good. But I wanted to give Helios a gift made by my own hands. Because father is my first precious father. Because although Rabiang is not short of financial resources, he is the one who really cherishes the gift I give. His strange expression when he saw the painting I drew not long ago was really interesting. When looking at the painting, Helios was really shocked. Is this me? Bless's eyes lit up and admitted, "Yeah, father." While waiting, the girl yawned sleepily. Suddenly, Helena made a suggestion. "Bless, sleep with me today." After a long time, Bless was a little surprised and looked forward to asking, "Really?" The girl was still a little regretful, but it was fortunately compensated. Although it is a pity that I can't give it to father as I wanted. But this is good. Both sisters quickly lay down on the bed happily together. Bless widened her eyes and secretly prayed, "Anyway, father, ignore that damn prince and come back." On this side, when Helios took Rizzle to the outside of the mansion, this boy was impressed as soon as he saw the surrounding scenery. The ducal family Rabiang is really extremely beautiful. To the point that I want to visit often, he thought, after hearing those false words. Then he frankly said, "It seems that your highness has something you want from me." Rizzle lay forced to smile and denied it. "What is it that I want?" Saying that there were no intentions, but then said, "Currently the palace is in a Cold War period. It is time for a generation to be changed. But I think there is a method that does not shed blood. That is the selection of the position of the ducal family." Rizzle made a suggestion. "If it is a method for the next generation to marry and go together, many people will be very excited." Then the boy turned to ask Helios's opinion. "How is it, Duke, if you agree with my words?" But he quickly interrupted, "Your Highness. Do you know what the world says?" When looking at Rabiang, seeing Helios interrupt him made Rizzle uncomfortable. "What is it? Dare to interrupt me," but still very politely replied yes. He bluntly said, "The next head of Rabiang will be a bloodline of Ed. By accepting a Beastkin bastard as a direct line, the position of the fourth ducal family will be lowered." The boy was immediately worried after hearing this. Who said that? Helios still very calmly talked about it. "Yes, someone dared to chatter nonsense about my daughters, so I created a place to publicly announce my daughters like this. What I mean is, Rabiang is a family that does not need to follow authority to announce its children." Rizzle was really shocked after hearing this. When he continued to give rumors, "And also I heard that you two often meet these days. I would be very grateful if you could help me send my greetings to Duke Ed, who could not attend today." Then Helios quickly left, not forgetting to leave a sentence, "It is getting dark already. Then I wish you a safe return, First Prince." He finally arrived at the room of the two sisters who were sleeping. Like this. Have they fallen asleep? As soon as he entered, Helios quickly noticed the gift lying next to Bless. That is, he received the gift with some hesitation. Anyway, it seems it will become stable every year, probably. At this time, Helios opened the letter and read, "To Father, I am Bless here. Although this is a gift that is nothing compared to my sister's gift. But I want to give Father a gift made by myself, so I hope Father does not laugh when he sees it this year. I also wish Father a happy birthday, from Bless." After reading the letter, he was very happy and rubbed the girl's head with the hope, "Bless, you and Helena, growing up happily and healthily, is the greatest gift to Father." Then Helios quickly pulled the blanket over the two sisters. "With the wish, don't forget that both in the present and in the future, you are my only family." At the house of the Ed ducal family, Heinrich controlled the magic power in his hand to control the shuriken. Magic power enveloped the shuriken, then gradually moved towards the target but missed, making him uncomfortably click his tongue. "It has been 8 years since I took this source of power, but I still can't control it. Is it true that only Rabiang can manage this source of power?" Heinrich seemed to have a way. If that is the case, then there is only one way left. That child inherits Rabiang, then I absorb that power. If it becomes like that, then I will completely control this power. Heinrich clenched his hands and called, "Bless." Then he secretly prayed, "I hope you will grow up safely." On Bless's side, she, her father, and her sister were going on a picnic together. The weather is so beautiful. Bless was very excited. "Today is the picnic day I have always looked forward to." She looked at Helios with an enthusiastic mood. "Finally, Father's busy days have ended, so we only have time now, right?" Bless could not stand it and acted cute. "Father, carry me." Helena heard this and blamed lovingly. Bless is really still acting spoiled now. He carried the girl in his arms and told Helena, "Helena, this father can also carry you." Helena refused after hearing this. "I am fine. I am big now." Instead, just then, Helena reached out her hand. And then coldly requested, "I will hold hands." Seeing this action made Helios happy. Bless also cried because she was happy. "My gentle and lovely daughter, even if you pretend that you are all grown up, you are still a child." Suddenly, the girl cheerfully said to him, "I have prepared sandwiches today. You can look forward to it." Helios was a little surprised after hearing this. Really? He seemed to be a little critical. The outside looks a bit regretful. Those words hurt. "Bless, Father, the time with the family that I have always looked forward to. Giving love to me. Helena is always by my side taking care of Bless. Bless is really, although the girl is very naughty, running like this rabbit." Bless also put an earring on Helios. "Father only has one earring." The girl smiled brightly and affirmed, "Indeed, this is also my family that I can give love to." I wish everything would just continue like this. While playing happily, the ball was thrown far away. Really? Bless ran to pick up the ball but was stopped by Helios. I threw it too far. The girl said happily, "It is okay. I will go and come back." While going to find it, the girl blamed her father lovingly. Father does not know anything about the so-called power adjustment. Where did it roll to? Finally, Bless found the ball over there. But suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere became foggy. The girl reached out to pick up the ball, found it. Immediately, a strong gust of wind blew. What was that? The wind suddenly? In her subconscious, Bless heard a prompting voice, "Go this way." Here, the little girl seemed to be mind-controlled as she walked forward, as if someone was calling her. That voice kept urging, "Go this way," but clouds suddenly rushed out to block her. Bless, that is not allowed. The clouds created a defensive barrier, pushing away those bad things to protect Bless. At this moment, the little girl became conscious again. She immediately worried about the clouds. Cloud, oh cloud. Bless looked at the smoke in front of her, wondering, what was that just now? Suddenly the wind blew, and then, for some reason, I felt numb. It felt like someone was calling me, but are there even plants like that here? Just then, Helios found her. Bless. As soon as she saw him, the little girl quickly called out, "Father?" Bless hugged Helios and pointed forward. "Father, there is something strange over there." This confused him. Something strange. What is that? When Helios looked at the aura in front of him, he quickly realized, that is the Demon King's energy. So Ladius' words were true. The Demon King's ominous premonition is so strong that it can penetrate the protective magic and affect even this place. Does that mean the seal has become weaker? Moreover, the fact that Bless can see that thing. Indeed, Bless is the Demon King's natural enemy. Does this child ultimately have to bear that burden? Even so, I will do my best to protect you to the end. I will definitely not let you face the battle alone. Helios held Bless in his arms and comforted her. "It is okay, I am here. Don't worry." Scene changed to when the little girl gave Helena a gift. "Sister, try wearing this." Helena quickly accepted. "Okay, let me see." As soon as Helena put it on, Bless kept praising her. "It suits you so well, sister. It is so beautiful." Receiving the little girl's praise made Helena happy. "Really? Thank you, Bless." Bless seemed even more excited than the person wearing it. Yes, it is a perfect fit for you." Helena was extremely grateful for the gift. Bless said she wanted to give me a gift, and even called a merchant. I am so touched. The little girl was a little awkward upon receiving the thanks. Well, I have pocket money now." Bless was a little uneasy inside. To be precise, I was planning to give Helena an artifact, but what she said was not wrong either. Although Father said it was okay at the time, it did not sound like it. The fact that Father could not control his facial expressions meant that something was going to happen. Bless looked up at the clouds, lost in thought. Although I have the clouds and I am cheating by knowing the original story, she does not. The little girl looked at Helena, who was smiling brightly after receiving the gift, and hoped, "I hope she will be safe." Helena was extremely grateful. "I will use it well. Bless." At this moment, someone approached and praised. "Bless, indeed, you have a very good eye for aesthetics, young lady." The girl explained that hairpin is a type of magical ore with level 6 protection magic. Both of them were a little shocked after hearing this. Level 6. The little girl had truly exceeded their expectations, and was even better than they had anticipated, because the range that normal mages could reach was level 5 or level 6. The girl did not deceive the old or the young, and even allowed Helios to verify. The Duke can verify whether it is true or false. He, who was sitting on the side, also confirmed it is indeed level 6 magic. Bless was even more excited after hearing this, and insisted that Helena take it. "You must take it, sister." Helena also agreed. "Okay." The clouds, like a radar, kept searching for evil things around Bless. Suddenly, it swooped down and told the little girl, "Bless, this one. Take this one." "This one is Bless." Bless was curious after hearing this. Cloud said that, so what is it exactly? At this moment, the little girl turned around and pointed to the item that the clouds were pointing at. "I do not know if I could see that one too." The girl replied upon hearing this. Could it be that the young lady has already learned about it? This is a processed energy or accessory that is really hard to find. The clouds happily affirmed, "It will help you broaden your horizons." The more Bless listened to the clouds, the more confused she became. "Eyes," the girl explained in more detail. "When an energy level mage powers it, it will be bound with an imprint. In addition, once a day, it can transform into a weapon that can penetrate metal." The little girl picked up the thing and observed it. She could not help but exclaim when she knew its function. Even if you lose it, you can still find it. It is really a powerful accessory. Since there was no one else in the room, Bless made a suggestion. "Well, my whole family is gone, so tell me, where did you find this?" The girl happily replied. "We searched hard for Bless." The little girl was really surprised after hearing this. Although I commissioned a protective artifact, I did not expect to receive something so good. The girl came to Bless's side. It would be difficult if you forgot who Bless commissioned. Anyway, you are really good at pretending not to know in front of your family. Aren't you tired of hiding like this? Then the girl gave a friendly smile, as if she had seen through everything. This girl was the gemstone merchant Biella, a foreign friend. And Biella was an elf, someone who could see the souls of people. Biella was a pure-blooded elf, the only one who recognized the identity of the female lead, Bella. Biella, who liked interesting things, was fascinated by Bella, who was different from other people, and used her business and relationships to make her a queen in the upper class. If she stands on the side of someone who does not know much about the outside world like me, then above all, I will have a strong trump card. A few years ago, I asked my father to call Biella to Rabiang. I am sure she will stand on my side. The reason was that Biella quickly noticed Bless's difference when they first met. Oh my little miss, your body and soul are different. And also because she was a transmigrator, like the female lead, even if she said that. Biella was very sad that it had been a long time since she had seen the little girl. Bless, it has been a while, there is a bit of distance. Bless really did not expect the two of them to be so close, but she did not expect it to be to this extent. The little girl resignedly said, "It is suffocating, Biella." Bless pushed Biella away and requested, "Tell me about what I asked you to do." Biella immediately took out a piece of paper. It was quite difficult, but I found it the way to use this card. 7 years ago, the secret contact card of the intelligence agency was obtained from the butler's office. At that time, the little girl was very happy, finally found it, the secret contact card of the intelligence agency's agreement with Ed. Although I could not know how to use it, so it could not be used for anything, but if it was delayed, it would fall into Heinrich's hands, and that could become a danger to Rabiang. So if it was a Biella who traveled all over the empire and collected information, it seemed like she would be able to know how to use it, so I asked her privately. Biella quickly explained the card. It is said that on full moon days, the leader will only meet with people who have this card. And it just so happens that today is the day. If you aim for the next time, it will probably be a month later, and you can only meet at a secret intelligence location. The problem here is that Bless has to get past Rabiang's security. With this childish body at the moment, it seems difficult, because the little girl only looks 7 years old. Bless was troubled after hearing this. Then, what should I do? Seeing the troubled look on the little girl's face, Biella quickly had a solution. Don't worry, this Biella has thought of everything. Then Biella took out 2 items, a scroll that can be teleported to the secret intelligence location, and a bracelet that can disguise your appearance. If you wear the bracelet, you will become an adult, but remember, this bracelet is just magic. Receiving Biella's wholehearted support made Bless grateful. Thank you, sister. The little girl was secretly happy. Finally, I can meet the intelligence agency. They are people who handle information with high standards, which will be helpful for maintaining Rabiang. At this moment, Biella expressed her doubts. But Bless, why do not you directly ask the Duke? If it is Rabiang, it should be easy to get information to this extent. Bless bluntly answered this question. Because a normal child would not ask for these things. Biella can see souls, so she can accept another me. But what about my family? Maybe not. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl's mood dropped. Father Helena, if you two knew that I was a transmigrator. Biella reached out her arms and understood what Bless was worried about. You are afraid that they will think you are an imposter. Biella hugged the little girl and comforted her. Don't think like that, Bless. Your family will love you no matter who Bless is. You can trust the words of someone who can see souls like me. Receiving definite encouragement from Biella made Bless touched. Biella. At this moment, the little girl remembered that she had always only received from Biella. Thinking this, Bless secretly made a decision. I also want to help with something. If it is according to the original story, this is the truth that will only be known 10 years later through Biella. But to this extent, it should be okay. If this is over, the information about the person Biella is looking for, that clue, I have to let her know. On the other side, a knight called out, Young master. Don't go down, it is not okay to avoid the escort knights and run around like this. Young master Fabian. Fabian sat on the tree and refused to listen, even arguing. Elaine, you are late. This was the heir to the Duke Gold family, Fabian von Gold. The boy jumped off the tree and complained. As an escort knight, if you can't catch up with me, is not that your problem, Elaine, being blamed like this, could only resign herself to admitting her. Yes, it is my fault. Born with the power and blessings of the spirit planes, the Gold family is said to have supernatural powers. They are called innate gems, people who can achieve wealth just by living and breathing. Among them, young Master Fabian, who was born with the strongest gold power of all time. Elaine was very proud of Fabian when he was quickly splashed with cold water by a brusque attitude. Stop telling the same story, you are only good at talking. Elaine was helpless. You have a very wonderful personality. The boy ran up and asked, Elaine, I have finished reading this book, what do I do now? I am so bored. He hugged Fabian and suggested, Then today I will tell you the story of another Duke family. Fabian quickly snuffed out Elaine's mysterious intentions. Even so, there is only Rabiang left. Being splashed with cold water made him helpless. Very well. Then Elaine began to tell. A few days ago, I saw the appearance of the princesses of Rabiang at the banquet. Compared to the bad rumors about the second princess, in reality the relationship between the princesses is very good. The Duke truly cherishes both of his daughters, without distinguishing between them. Because they did not know anything about Rabiang, the business circles were now only talking about Rabiang. Suddenly, the boy raised his doubts. How can that second daughter be so indifferent? Then he bluntly made an assessment. A bastard who does not receive recognition from the family, then there is no value at all. My father always said that without value, there is no qualification to be loved. Elaine, hearing Adolf's teaching methods, was helpless. The current Duke, Adolf von Gold. Truly, there is no word that he can't say to his son. That is clearly looking at his own son, with the ability to bring wealth. He also gave a forced smile and replied, "Isn't that something you will know if you meet them directly?" Fabian quickly refused. Father said not to get close to the bastard. Father said that it will taint my luck. Elaine could not help but give sincere advice, young master, no matter what anyone says. Then it is still best to meet them directly, and then make a judgment. He looked at the boy and affirmed what he had just said. That is right, who knows? Meeting them directly will be different, because there are rumors that the change in Rabiang is based on that second daughter. If I can meet that child, then the distorted mind of our young master will be able to change. On the other hand, at the great temple of God, a prophecy was being bestowed, dependent on the survival of the continent. The center of the great temple of God of the Liaz Empire. Inside the temple, a scream rang out. This. The person next to him looked at the pastor in a panic. Pastor. The pastor said nothing, only affirmed. That is right. The prophecy that was started with the founding of the country, so it is finally about to be fulfilled. When darkness covers this land again, a child who is ready will face him. In the end, the demon king is reviving. The pastor turned back and ordered, "Find the child in the prophecy. Immediately send a message to the royal family." The person quickly obeyed. Yes, the child in the prophecy possesses the qualities of a transcendent person, and is the only natural enemy of the demon king who will one day revive. Finally, the child in the prophecy is arranged to carry the bloodline of Rabiang. However, even if the temple of God knows all these truths, it is still difficult to find the child in the prophecy. Because the bloodline of Rabiang is spread throughout the entire empire, it is very difficult to search for each person. This is almost impossible. Anyway, I hope the royal family will prepare a position together with Rabiang, the emperor of Elia's empire. Lefiashi Anoa Riaz pondered after receiving this information. Then he asked somberly, "The demon king's ominous omen. They mean that in the end, that is the truth. The reason why the royal family and the 4 great duke families were born is to prevent the demon king from awakening one day, the story passed down from generation to generation only to the emperor. Because only the contradictory prophecies at Rabiang, it is necessary to find the natural enemy at Rabiang, the one who remembers for the demon king to exist in the human world, as expected, is called Rabiang." The emperor really could not understand how Rabiang was both the enemy and the one who remembers for the demon king, and could not even know the reason. And everything is only passed down through inheritance. There is no way to verify whether it is true or false, but there is a prophecy that the demon king will revive. Then it is likely that the contents about Rabiang are also true. If you say so, then maybe. Searching for the child in the prophecy, on the contrary, is urging the demon king to revive. Who knows, the child who is found is the natural enemy of the demon king, but makes a contract with the demon king and makes him revive. Indeed, everything is still unknown. Even if I say so, I can't put this matter down. For someone who can't even guarantee his position and uses tricks. Before, Eladan declared to the emperor that, "I will soon forge the magic sword from Helios. Parents only need to wait while I disguise myself as missing and leave this place. Anyway, parents can't trust my brother." The emperor did not know who to choose. Or is it a reckless person who picks up the magic sword? It is still not the time to entrust the fate of the empire. Even so, I have to search for the child in the prophecy. Then later, no matter what the situation is, I can deal with it. Currently, publicly announcing the prophecy may only bring chaos to the empire. Even if the true meaning is not yet clear, I still need an excuse to summon the Rabiang family together. Now that I think about it, is that child's birthday coming up? Thinking of this, the emperor gave an order. "Hey, send a message to the temple of God." On the other side, Bless used magic to leave Rabiang. Good. Looking at her body made the little girl satisfied. Isn't it really looking like an adult? It is really a perfect disguise. Even the clouds next to me are disguised as white. Bless calmly walked past a person with anticipation. With this, surely no one will recognize me. After walking past that person, Bless was very happy. Passed through. Looking at Bless so strangely really made Passers-by pay attention in an inexplicable way. Before, Biela had instructed, "Remember this. It is just imaginary magic, not a transformation of the body." The little girl looked at the path in front of her and decided, to be safe, it is best to meet the intelligence agency and quickly return. Now is probably still the time before those people fall into Heinrich's tricks. For all of us, I have to collude with them first to monopolize the information. If they stand on the same side as me, they will not be destroyed, and I will easily get the information I need. Moreover, in the original story, the intelligence agency was grasped by Heinrich's weakness and manipulated. Heinrich grasping the weakness and threatening them is a bad thing. It is really unfair for them to be exploited and die unjustly. The little girl was determined. By the way, now I just need to wait at the secret intelligence location, right? Just like that, time gradually passed. A few hours later, Bless had been waiting for a long time but did not see anyone and was helpless. Waiting. No matter how I wait, no one is coming. Biela's information should be okay. Even so, Bless patiently waited more. Isn't the time to meet already set? I should probably observe the surroundings more. The little girl walked through that poor alley. She caught sight of people who were so miserable that they did not have anything to eat, so there was an alley like this in any world. While walking, Bless suddenly stopped. Wait. I can feel the killing intent from that alley. The little girl hid in a corner and observed. Could it be? In front, a group of people were surrounding a boy and threatening him. You better give up. Even if you play tricks, you won't survive to get out of here. Seeing this scene made Bless panic. Now they are only targeting that child. It looks too dangerous. Should I help? If not, then... But suddenly the little girl's eyes widened. When she discovered something, but wait, why is it appearing here? That boy was not afraid at all and even threatened back. That sentence should be what I say to you. Bless was really surprised to see that boy. There is no way I can't recognize that child. That boy is Eladan Shi Inoa Liaz, both the male lead and the future crown prince of this world, leading Helena into the path of the female villain and making a Rabiang that is becoming more developed into decline. Also the character I am most reluctant to meet, because there is no way the male lead will die in this place. Thinking of this, Bless's complexion turned pale, without a trace of blood. The little girl slowly stood up with a decision. I have to quickly get out of here before being discovered. It seemed that Eladan had discovered Bless, so he hinted, I thought I did not know you were hiding. The group of people heard the boy say that and thought he was scared, so they spoke loudly. What? Scared? So you are changing the subject. Shut your mouths. After saying that, Eladan made it so that the group of people had no life to leave, then turned around and said, Where are you planning to run? Seeing that the little girl did not answer, the boy called out, Hey you! Why are you here? After saying that, Eladan grabbed Bless and did not let go. The boy wondered, You are also an assassin my brother sent? If not, then. But as soon as he saw the little girl's face, Eladan's eyes widened in shock. Bless, being caught, was no less scared. The boy seemed to know the little girl's identity, so he asked directly, Why are you here? About an hour ago. Eladan was walking around looking for something, about here, right? The secret intelligence agency grasped all the information from the Empire. If you combine the secret contact card with the magic circle, immediately, a man with a mask covering his face respectfully appeared from within the magic circle. We are still waiting, esteemed guest. If you do it this way, you can meet them. This made Eladan confused. The location has been changed. Camouflage magic. Then the boy asked directly without hesitation, You are the leader of the secret intelligence agency. Looking at the man's appearance made Eladan have to be surprised. Unexpected. The one who is the leader of an organization that is rumored to be famous is so young. Well, as long as the work is handled smoothly, age does not matter much. The boy did not say much more, and only talked about the main matter. Eladan made a request. I want to disguise myself as missing. To be exact, make the people around me believe that is the case. Is it possible? The man pointed out the difficulty, although this is the creation of memories, so it is a bit complicated. But saying whether it is possible or not, then it is possible. Currently, Eladan had obtained the magic sword from Helios as promised. But even if I can use the power of the magic sword, I do not have the confidence to maintain a stable mind. I need training to be able to control the magic sword, so I also made a condition to ask Helios to help train in the transaction. The training of the magic sword requires maintaining reason until the end, because Rabiang's purification magic can soothe the energy of the magic sword. The training period is at least 3 years, including taking the magic sword, including following Helios. Because I am not someone who wants to show off, so I decided to disguise myself as missing. If it is only creating memories of the people around the palace, it is not that difficult. It is just that the person who is capable of doing it is this intelligence agency, so the difficulty is high. The man gave a bargaining price. The more difficult it is to access and the more targets there are, the higher the price. It won't be a problem with you, right? The boy smiled when he heard this and probed, Do you know who I am? The man did not hide it and admitted. Someone who makes a living by information and does not know that much information can't be trusted. The commission will be completed on the day you mentioned. Then my safety, this meeting ends here. Before anything else, the man wanted to leave, causing Eladan to unexpectedly call out, Wait. I did not think the conversation would end so quickly. The man looked at the boy. Although I am very happy that you recognize our ability. But continuing the meeting with the killing intent that is released like that. Are not you tired? The man politely said goodbye. Anyway, thank you for using us, esteemed guest. Seeing the man leave like that made Eladan wonder. I wanted to turn them into my faction. Even by force, was I too hasty? Or have they already joined hands with someone? Although the intelligence agency swayed to my faction, but because I can't control the magic sword, this opportunity was also missed. Who knows, it will be better to find Helios quickly, even if it is just one day. Even if it is only a little. The intelligence agency only needs to confirm that they have not leaned towards the Ed family. That is good. After a while of thinking, Eladan had to give up, really. Not giving me any time to rest. It turned out that Bless was hiding right next to him. Being discovered made the little girl sweat all over and shout loudly in her heart. That sharp-eyed guy, I even held my breath. How did he discover me? Moreover, he said it as if he knew me. I do not think I have ever met him. The little girl decided. First, I have to get out of this situation and then think. As she was about to leave, suddenly a figure appeared and cursed. That bastard. The group of people arrogantly threatened. Do you know who we are that you are playing tricks? Eladan did not seem to be afraid, and even arrogantly replied. It seems that you have not heard any explanation from the client, right? Although it is natural that even my brother does not know my strength, so it is probably too much. Bless was very worried and did not want to be involved in trouble. A way to quickly get out of this place. While talking to the group of people, the boy suddenly turned to ask Bless with a worried look. But why are you here? Do you know where this is? Even if you say you were raised with care, but why are not you so scared? These words really made the little girl very confused now, and being scolded by the male lead at our first meeting. Eladan suddenly became wary, as a sharp blade flew towards them. Those people, seeing that the two of them were not paying attention, immediately attacked. They were ignoring us, and being quite relaxed, were not they? Seeing that they could withstand the attack, Eladan was a bit surprised. Indeed, you can endure this much pressure, huh? I thought you were just some brats, but it turns out you are not so bad. These words provoked the group. What did you say? The boy stepped forward to protect Bless. It is dangerous. Stay behind me and do not show yourself. Eladan did not forget to remind her. How did I save your life? And you do not even cherish it. These words only confused Bless more. What do you mean saved me? What is he talking about? I've had this feeling that he knows me, but why does he make me uneasy? The boy decided, it is time to end this childish game. The group quickly took a defensive stance. You must obediently hand over your head. Someone is desperately hoping for your death. Then, not forgetting to target Bless. Sorry, girl, but let us go together. Before he could finish speaking, a hidden weapon was launched. It embedded itself directly into the house behind them, startling the group. What was that? Bless, not one to back down, responded, no need to apologize. Because I have no intention of handing over my head so easily. Looking at the hidden weapon, the group quickly became chaotic. What is this? The girl, not willing to sit still, offered some advice. I also have a piece of advice. Then she fell into thought. Although, because this is the male lead in the original story, I will be safe even if I do not intervene. And I do not want Eladan to notice me. Remembering the words, someone is desperately hoping for your death, the fact that her life was threatened because of someone's desire truly made her shiver with disgust. Bless retrieved the hidden weapon and gave the group a chance. If you want to run, now is the only time. The girl continued to ponder. Although I might regret this choice later. But right now, I want to help Eladan. Seeing Bless use the hidden weapon so skillfully surprised Eladan. You have even learned how to fight. The girl did not want to say much and only replied, just be quiet. Then she secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness I learned the technique of using throwing knives for self-defense. That was close. After all, the clouds are what give me the greatest power. Then Bless seemed to sense something. It has been quiet for a while now, which is strange, as if they are afraid of something. Suddenly a surge of power flashed past, making the girl reach out and touch it. Is this Eladan's power? If that is the case, is this what the clouds are afraid of? Bless had seemingly touched Eladan, making the boy turn back in surprise. You just now. He quickly realized Bless's true size. Then he asked in confusion, what was that? How did you do that? The girl still did not understand what Eladan was referring to. What do you mean, how? Suddenly, the sword fell to the ground, creating a sound. The group, seeing that the two of them had been chatting and not paying attention, quickly tried to regain attention. These bastards, underestimating people has its limits. Leaving us standing here while you two chat, what arrogance. With those words, the man launched the sword towards Bless. Then, a masked man appeared beside her, startling the girl. Suddenly, it is really over, he threatened. But Elladan suddenly stood in front of Bless, protecting her. This made the man panic. This little thing is playing with me. Moreover, these two are moving as if they are working together. The two quickly nodded in understanding. The man immediately ordered, "Don't hesitate, keep pressing forward." At that moment, one of them jumped up, releasing countless blades to attack the two of them. "Take this." The two immediately dodged the blades. Bless, while controlling the hidden weapon, searched for the man's whereabouts. Where is he? In this difficult situation, Elladan suddenly spoke up. "I will return your words from earlier. Sorry, but it has to end here." With that, the boy jumped up, circling behind the man, then releasing his aura around them, causing the group to be in pain. Finally, they all lost consciousness. Seeing that everyone had fainted, Elladan urged, "For now the limit is knocking them out. Let us go while we can." Looking at the boy, who casually treated this as nothing, Bless could not help but pay attention. Elladan, he is so calm in this situation. Come to think of it, he was like that in the original story too. The fight for the throne is fierce. Are these assassins a link in that chain? He is so young, yet he is so familiar with this kind of thing. No wonder he looks tired. Feeling a bit concerned, the girl quickly snapped herself out of it. Stay awake, Bless. Then she resolved not to sympathize anymore. If I get caught up in a mistake, I will end up destroyed and dead. Because Elladan's happiness will be found by the female lead, I should stop caring. In the original story, Elladan also overcame the hardships of his youth, became the crown prince, and dreamed of a happy future with the female lead. Bless clenched her fists with determination. I just need to protect my family's happiness. At this moment, Elladan, still keeping a cool head, was utterly bewildered. That is strange. Even though I used the magic sword's power, my mind is still clear. What is this, thinking? The boy looked at Bless with suspicion. Then he came to a conclusion. Because that child is a Rabiang? Could it be that she is also starting to inherit the power of a Rabiang? Even thinking that, Elladan refused to believe it. No, that is not possible. The ability of a Rabiang is close to healing life. But that child's power is different from that. Perhaps it is even more useful than Helios. At this time a patrol was approaching. Bless, hearing the sound, quickly realized. It is the patrol. If they see us like this, it will be a big problem. Elladan also knew this. This is getting troublesome. Then he calmed the girl. Stay calm, kid. Let us get out of here before anyone comes. Scene changes to a dark dungeon. Two guards were walking and talking. I heard there was a big fight recently. It seems that is why the patrol is circling around here. I heard the little brat was the instigator. Is that so? Lucky the patrol can't find this place. If we get caught, and the goods are exposed, it will be a disaster. Because this auction is especially important. That is right, I heard everyone is waiting for that one item. Saying that, one of the guards placed food inside. Here's your food. Looking at the child locked inside, the guard was confused. I really can't understand the tastes of those high-ranking people. What is it about wanting to possess a slave who uses dark magic? Back to Bless and Elladan. After walking for a while, the boy realized what he wanted to know. I was too busy earlier, but why is Helios' daughter here? If she had to come to this place, there is only one reason. Does she already know about that? Elladan thought again, then the power from earlier was... Thinking about it, it definitely was not the power of a Rabiang. From the beginning, the family's power was suppressed with the dragon's blood I gave her. I do not know the details, but... Bless still did not know what Elladan was thinking, and was still thinking about how to escape. Should I get out of this? The boy is really curious. Can that child's power use magic infinitely? I need to check. Seeing that the girl wanted to leave, Elladan bluntly asked, What is wrong? Are you leaving already? This really startled Bless. Then she stammered. Well, we have escaped safely, so now we should go our separate ways. Elladan shamelessly asked, I saved you from danger, and that is all you have to say. The girl did not admit it. You helped me. What are you talking about? It is the other way around, is not it? I helped you. Bless's blatant denial really opened his eyes. Can you say that while looking me in the eye, you are more amusing than I thought? A sense of interest arose in him. The child has strongly overcome the dragon's blood, and has a power that can't be known. I want to check your health with my own eyes. Thinking that, Elladan released his killing intent, looked down, and asked, Aren't you afraid of me? The boy's words confused the girl. Why? Why should I be afraid? Bless was previously wary of Elladan. The clear truth is that Elladan will eliminate the Rabiang. But that, and this are separate matters. If you have kindness towards those who are seeking to save their own lives, you won't be able to survive the dangers of the royal palace. The girl frankly gave the answer she believed. Should I be afraid of you because of what happened just now? That only attacked that side, and you only wanted to protect yourself. And what Bless really wanted was to avoid Eladan to protect her family. Eladan, having such power in his hands, was also to protect himself. So this is not a matter for people to argue about. Seeing the boy not saying anything, the girl was confused. Suddenly, Eladan smiled. This smile frightened Bless. What is it? Why is he smiling? I am so uneasy. The people who can see Eladan's smile in the original story are the female lead in the original story, and the pitiful people about to die in front of him. Thinking of this, the girl's face immediately turned pale. I am not the former. Am I the latter? While worrying about her life, someone suddenly called out. Excuse me? A girl begged. Please buy me a ribbon. This confused Bless. The girl continued to plead, please help me. My brother is starving. The more she heard, the more flustered Bless became, not knowing what to do. What do? I do not have any money with me. Looking at the things in the girl's hands, Eladan quickly made a decision. I will buy it. Give me the purple one. The boy said in action, confused. Bless? Why are you? Since someone bought the item, the girl ran off. Thank you, Eladan indifferently replied. That is all. Because it suits you. The boy's impudent words made Bless uncomfortable. What is this kid saying all of a sudden? Before leaving, the boy did not forget to say, but little girl, I look 5 years older, so do not call me boy next time we meet. After saying that, Eladan ran away, leaving Bless frightened after hearing those words. At the Rabiang residence, the maid's announcement echoed. It seems the young lady has returned. Unable to sleep and waiting, he must be relieved now. Helios seemed very concerned about Bless. I used tracking magic. If something happened, I thought I would have to run. This also made Ladyeth helpless. Anyway, you are overprotecting her. Looking at her destination, it seemed she went to meet the information broker. Receiving this information made him curious. How did she find out about that place? Ladyeth quickly replied. It seems the goldsmith gave her the contact information. Hearing that, Helios connected everything and praised Biella. I predicted that Bless calling it a Rabiang would be unusual. That is quite clever. But if she asked me for that favor, I would have listened. Even if Bless does not tell me everything, I will listen if she asks. What is there to worry about? Haven't I earned her complete trust yet? Hearing those resentful words from him, Ladyeth standing beside him could only smile silently. She announced another matter. Moreover, it seems news of the temple has reached the emperor. Helios quickly recognized the problem. This is an omen of the demon king. Ladyeth confirmed, yes. Finally, he confirmed one thing. Indeed, that power at that time. Helios asked, is the emperor keeping an eye on Bless? Ladyeth was not sure about this. I am not sure, but I know Prince Eladan visited the workshop before. I know that the young lady has overcome the dragon's faction. The more he heard, the more he pondered. Then Ladyeth bluntly stated, sooner or later, we have to check the young lady's power. And if we know a little about the young lady's abilities, we will take her to a place where she can be watched. Helios agreed. I will do my best not to attract attention from the royal family. For now, I will reorganize what can be handled, but after Bless returned to her room, she was utterly bewildered. What does Erebon mean? Why did he know I was just a little girl? The clouds, seeing the girl panicking, calmed her down. Calm down, Bless. Helios was really worried about Bless. So dazzling, I wonder if she can cover it all up. But the girl did not know how important she was and was holding her head, screaming. In the end, I did not get anything and messed things up. Everything's ruined. The clouds were also flustered. Bless. Remembering Eladan's smile, I look 5 years older, so do not call me boy next time we meet. She quickly woke up from that dream. Then she held her head and screamed in despair. What was that dream? The girl turned and bit her nails, thinking, the first time we met, when he grabbed my wrist, did he discover my true self? But that is just how he talked, as if he knew me well. Bless jumped up, refusing to believe it. No, it is okay. Thinking about it, she had never met Eladan outside. Even if he saw her true form, he would not know she was Bless von Rabiang. Moreover, Bella is the only person Eladan cares about. Just be careful, until Eladan meets Bella. A few days later, a bird knocked on the window, attracting Bless's attention. She quickly realized, that is Biella's messenger bird. Inside the letter was the following. Good afternoon, have you met the owner of the card? After reading it, Bless wrote a reply. Hello, Biella. This meeting has failed. Hearing that, Biella was also a bit helpless. They are not easy people to meet. Then she asked again to confirm. Does it definitely have to be them? Bless affirmed. Yes, I want those people. Then she fell into her own thoughts. The future should not be changed too much from the original story. Only then can I take advantage of the original story. If I want to increase my power but still keep the framework of this major event, then the best thing to do is to target the supporting characters. And moreover, they also know that everyone will die like us. Rabiang's in the original story. They chose Ed in order not to die, and to receive the opportunity to correct their wrong choice. Biela did not see it as a hassle, but praised it. That is great. There is a reason for Bless to say that. Receiving the praise, the girl laughed happily. Thank you, Biela. Biela continued to message, but there is also a problem. If something happens, they say they will hide for a while, so it will take a while to return to operations outside. This made Bless ponder. What happened? Suddenly, the girl was startled as if she had made a new discovery. Wait. Thinking about it, it was true. Why did she meet Eladan at the information reception place? In the original story, the information reception place is also a transaction place for the royal family. Could it be? Bless shook her head, denying it. No way. Do not think about him anymore. Biela messaged. I will find out as soon as possible. Seeing that the bird was too angry with the clouds, Bless quickly stopped it. Bless also gratefully sent Biela a gift. So this is also a tribute, a green village in the Red Mountains next to a grapevine. If you go there, there will be clues to the person Biela is looking for. The girl looked outside happily. In the original story, Biela said she was looking for a lost younger sibling. The original story only mentions this clue, but Biela still has hope from that. Until now, that is the only thing I have received from Biela. I want time to pass a little faster. Kara suddenly burst open the door, making a commotion. How did you know, young lady? Seeing him appear like that startled Bless. You are always so noisy, Count Karas. Karas entered and reported the situation. The relic of the dragon has been found. This is a rare item that is used for many different purposes besides magic, so you will make a lot of money. The girl could not help but be happy after hearing that. That is lucky. What does this mean? A few days ago, at the Rabiang business expansion meeting, Karas made a request. We advise you to take over this place. This is a place with a ruby mine, and there is also a hot spring. Bless participated at the advice of Count Karas with an extremely unhappy attitude, shocking him. Young Lady Bless, are you not happy with what I said? The girl said bluntly. I do not like that. I like another place. That place, the forest in the shape of a heart, often called the Black Moss Forest. The land discovered by Fabian, who is a male lead candidate in the original story. On the outside, it is just a simple forest, but in reality, immediately after, a huge relic of the dragon was found there. After that, this place became known as the Golden Land, but Fabian gave it to the female owner Bella immediately. Shouldn't the first person to find and buy it be the owner? Weren't you going to use my money and buy it back properly? Karas frankly said without hesitation, seeing that reaction. It is obvious everyone knows. The girl could not help but be startled. After hearing that, suddenly, he revealed an expectant expression. Young lady, if you really have the ability to predict, then Bless quickly interrupted. It is just a coincidence. Then she called Karas quietly. Count, come here for a moment. Being called like that made him confused. But he also listened very obediently, and brought his ear closer so the girl could whisper. If the Count can get me a few private mines under my name, I will give you more information. Karas was puzzled. Do you mean the mines? If it is a matter of money, just ask the head of the family directly. He was about to continue when he suddenly realized, there is a reason why you want to keep it a secret from the head of the Yates family. Seeing Bless's attitude, Karas seemed to understand. So that is it. The Duke of Rabiang already possesses enough wealth, but someday, when it happens, she must gather a lot more money to protect the family. I do not want to make the two of them uneasy. This is something I must know and prepare for myself. Karas quickly agreed. All right. Instead, I also have a condition. Promise that you will absolutely not marry into another family. Suddenly receiving such an unreasonable condition startled Bless. Then he turned away and frankly stated, the young lady must not reveal any information that she knows to anyone outside of Rabiang. Then he did not forget to advise. Also, do not let yourself be seen by the ambitious emperor, and the princes must be avoided even more. Bless was stunned. Why are you suddenly saying this? Suddenly, Karas became more enthusiastic. That is right, if it is a son-in-law, it should be okay. The girl stammered, I am not even 7 years old. He still insisted on clarifying this matter. Someone saw you here already, on the contrary. Who knows if that side will be better? But he was quickly dragged away. Bless knew what Karas was worried about and understood. Count, from the beginning, I did not want to get involved with other families. Why are you so worried? Lady Eth also helplessly explained. Young lady, really, the Count has a reason for being like this. The girl was quickly made curious. Huh, what is it? She immediately gave a reason. It is because of the Emperor. He said he will hold a birthday party for the young lady, and that place is the center of the royal palace. Bless, after hearing this information, was shocked. What? Bless was now in the study reading documents, the shape of energy. The shape of energy is linked to the owner, who is human. Only the owner can see the energy or talk to the energy. Seeing that those things were similar, the girl was disappointed. They all write the same things. Bless was frustrated and wanted to know more. I want to know more about the clouds, but there is too little information. The clouds, seeing that, advised. Just take it slow, Bless. Then she buried herself in the girl's arms and said, Bless, it is late, are not you sleeping? Receiving the gentle touch from the clouds, the girl also replied with a smile. I have some things to do today, so I will sleep later. Seeing that Bless did not seem frustrated, the clouds were also very excited. Bless, you seem happy. Being noticed, the girl replied, It is showing, that is because today. She was about to tell the clouds the reason when Lady Eth suddenly entered. Young lady, are you still awake? As soon as she saw her, Bless was overjoyed and called Lady. Lady Eth approached Bless and gently asked her opinion. The head of the family said that the lesson has been prepared. Let us go. The girl seemed very interested in this and agreed. All right. That is because today is the day of the secret lesson with Father. The secret lesson is when I say what I want to ask of Father. This is a lesson that only I, Father, and Letty know, so far. In order to protect Rabiang, thanks to the privilege of knowing about the original story and the internal skills of my previous life, we have prepared many aspects such as abundant money and various physical strengths. So Rabiang will be strong to be able to protect me, but unexpected incidents can still happen. Bless determined. So I need a kind of power that can protect myself. A person with a smart mind and outstanding ability in this worldview. And I also want to learn magic from someone I can trust, even if that may reveal my identity. That is. As soon as he saw the girl, Helios smiled and called, Come here, Bless. And my father is the leader of the magic knights in the royal family? Bless ran quickly to his side. Father, you have been busy lately, are not you tired? Helios did not seem tired at all seeing his daughter. Not to the point of making you worry. On the contrary, I wonder why you are awake until now. The girl seriously compared. I am the same as Father, so this much is okay. Helios could only be helpless after hearing that. Is that so? Then he began to explain. Now let us continue from where we left off, Bless. After obtaining energy ore, what changes? It depends on the user, and the energy ore will gradually adapt to it. Is this similar to the opening of eyes that the clouds mentioned? In an empire where many other powers exist, such as the energy domain, it not only refers to magic, but also implies the abilities of the royal family and the dukes. The royal family's dragon blood. The sweeping magic of Rabiang. The power of the 4 great dukes is like Ed's venom. In addition, there is another power, the art of darkness. It is said that the shape and color of energy vary depending on the ability it is used for. Hearing this, Bless began to associate, thinking back to that time. Then she frankly asked Helios about the issue she was curious about. I do not know if it is because of the minerals in the energy, but I can't see anything like the shape of the energy you talked about. He was puzzled. Is that so? But it seemed she could not mention the clouds. Father knows about the existence of the clouds, so he will understand immediately after I say it. When I told Father that I wanted to participate in a lesson, the first thing Father said. Before that, he had asked Bless a question. Then I will ask you first. Do you know the shape of energy? Thinking back to that question made her curious. But why did Father ask about the shape of energy right away? Is it a coincidence? Or does Father know something? While pondering, Helios suddenly called her back. Bless. Then he used his own ability. From now on, I will answer all questions about energy, so just tell me what you see. Yes. When the energy radiated, then sparkling snowflakes formed, making Bless excited. Father's energy is a mix of silver and blue. It is so sparkly. And this. Freezing magic, being asked in such detail, startled him. Do I have to ask in such detail? Is it different for each person? Bless thought so too. Probably. Seeing Helios suddenly become gloomy made the girl confused. Father. At this time he explained the reason. Very few people in the world can clearly see energy, and even distinguish it in such detail. Perhaps only you, Bless, are like this. Bless was shocked after hearing that, but Father also said that he can sense energy. Helios did not hide it and answered honestly. What I sense is just the trace of energy. Distinguishing energy through color and shape is something that humans cannot do. The girl looked at the clouds and felt strange. So I am a strange person. Helios reached out and touched her face, offering a suggestion. First, you must keep it a secret that you can see energy. Because it is a special ability, it is easy to be disturbed by others. As soon as she heard him finish speaking, the girl smiled and said, I just thought of something, father. Then she asked again with certainty, I heard the emperor is going to hold a birthday party for me. Is not that right? He did not dare to look Bless in the face and admitted that it is true. Then Helios's mood quickly sank. It seems the emperor is curious about you. I am sorry I could not refuse because he mentioned it at an official meeting. The more Bless heard, the more unbelievable it became, to that extent. He was still very worried about this. According to the proper procedure, they are grateful for the many things I have done for the empire over time. These words confused the girl. What procedure? Bless frankly asked. Are you plotting something? I have to meet the royal family. Is that okay? Helios quickly offered a solution. If it is discovered that you can see energy, then do not directly say anything, and it will be fine. That ability is not something that others can recognize. The more Bless heard, the more she could not help but think. Because I thought ordinary people could not see energy either. I have met Eladan and I already feel like something is very confusing. This is even more serious. His complexion is very serious right now. The girl jumped off Helios with a decision. Then there is no other way. With determination, Bless affirmed, I do not know if there is or is not, so I will just be silent. Do not worry, father. Helios worried. It is your birthday party. The girl understood that. That is right, but please believe me. Hearing that, he had to accept, yeah, I know, thank you for being so worried, Bless. At this time, Helios was looking at the documents while thinking, eyes that can distinguish energy. If the royal family, especially the emperor, finds out, it will be a headache. No matter how hard I try, I do not know how well Bless can hide it. Although he was worried, he was truly proud of the girl. I gave birth to such a talented daughter, that is great. At this time, Helios remembered. Thinking back, it was like that in the first lesson. Bless said at that time, if it is a secret, that is great. Because not everything can be seen through. Those words really surprised him. And with Helena, too. Although she wanted to keep it a secret to protect Helena, Bless was still very worried about Helena's feelings. If I keep it a secret, will she be sad? He immediately denied that. No, that is not it. Bless quickly made a decision. I will say it. After everything is done, I will say it first. I will definitely become stronger to protect both father and her. Helios approached the window. Trying so hard alone is also commendable, but, my daughter, what is making you so urgent? I wish you could rely on me more. The next morning, Bless was having many beautiful outfits tried on by the maids with praise. So adorable. The maid requested, now try spinning around once. Everything suited her very well, making the maids swoon before this cuteness. Oh my, this dress also suits you very well. Trying on so many outfits made the girl dizzy, so she refused. I am not wearing anything else now. Bless really could not understand. Just choosing one dress for the party. Why is it so tiring? There were still many outfits that had not been tried on the rack. That the girl was already so tired made Lady feel sorry. Are you already tired, Bless? The other maids were still not willing to let go. Let us take advantage of ribbons, gems, and flowers. Next is this side. Bless was really exhausted, no matter how I feel. This is the Emperor's order. My birthday party is being held in the royal family. The situation of the main character of the party being invited to the party really exists. Finally, the dressmaker finished her work and smiled, asking for her opinion. Let us stop here for today, so the party will take place in the next few days. Hearing this made the girl's eyes light up. Yes, I am currently experiencing busy days as the main character of the party. If the birthday party is held in the royal family, there is no other way but to meet the princes, right? I thought I would never meet again, but it is better to prepare myself for this. Bless was sitting and reading a book, when she suddenly became curious. Ladyth, what kind of person is Prince Eladan? Suddenly hearing the girl mention the prince, made Ladyth surprised. Why are you suddenly mentioning Prince Eladan? Bless scratched her head and explained, well, my birthday party is held in the royal palace. If I accidentally meet and make a mistake, it would be embarrassing. Although it sounded a bit fake, she still patiently told the girl, although I do not know much about Prince Eladan, he is a rather passive and gentle person. These descriptions really did not seem like the Eladan that Bless had met. She continued to say, just through rumors, you can also know that he is a smart person. Bless was confused. Why is that? Ladyth quickly gave the reason. The remaining candidates for the crown prince are Prince Rizal and Prince Eladan. Perhaps until now, the royal family still has controversies and restraints. Those who survive the War of Succession with minimal damage can be said to be passive and gentle, right? With just this, you can know more about Prince Eladan. Hearing this, Bless seemed to have been enlightened. So that is it. Eladan deliberately makes inconspicuous actions to make everyone lose their guard. He said that he is not an object to be wary of. Ladyth suddenly spoke out her worries. Everyone is happy that the Emperor has treated the young lady well. I am worried. Bless was also worried after hearing that. Are you afraid something will happen to me? She explained. At Rabiang, everyone can run right over to protect the young lady, but in the royal palace I feel uneasy because it is difficult to do so. These people are very important to me. Lady encouraged, our Bless is smarter than anyone else. You will respond wisely no matter the circumstances. Bless quickly replied, yes, feeling warm inside. I really appreciate this heart. The look in her eyes looking down at the girl was full of gentle comfort. The family head and young lady Helena will also be at this party. Right, it is all the young lady's family. So it will be okay. Bless was also very happy about that, yeah. Family, I have heard these words several times, but I still feel happy. At this time the girl noticed the thing in front of her. Oh, this color. This is the color that reminds me of the ribbon that Elidan gave me. Elidan? When I saw him being chased by an assassin sent by his brother, I really did not know what family meant. Just like in my previous life. It is probably because of that. I care about Elidan's appearance that is not like a child. Even though I know I should avoid it, I keep getting hung up on it. Seeing Helena and Helios's life become happier with their family, different from the original story, I thought he could be like that too. Realizing that she was worrying too much about Elidan startled. Bless, who am I worried about? The girl quickly told herself, don't forget your goal. Then she immediately affirmed to Lady, Lady, I will make my whole family happy. I will be able to, right? Hearing these words, she smiled brightly. Then she affirmed with certainty. You will, young lady. On this side, Rizole was very upset about Bless's birthday being held in the royal palace. Holding a birthday party for a young lady in the royal palace who has not even debuted before. Is there such a thing? The first thing the nobles think of when they see it is that boy quickly associated. At that time, the way everyone perceived Bless was as a candidate for the crown princess. Rizole was extremely upset about this. Moreover, what about the escort of that child? The boy remembered Helios's expression. A feeling of discomfort immediately rose in his heart. Knowing that I was rejected by Helios at the previous party, is he planning to embarrass me even more? I am the first prince born with the power of the dragon, and he still gives me time like that. I have no other choice but to use Ed's poison against my father. After thinking everything through, Rizole stood up abruptly and called Heinrich. Heinrich was upset by being called by his name directly, and reminded I have said several times to call me Duke Ed. That boy seemed to have lost patience. How long do I have to wait? A dragon that is exhausted will not be able to withstand Ed's poison. Is it possible that you gave the strongest type of poison? Rizole suddenly reached out, excuse me. Then he revealed an arrogant smile. Maybe it is because your power is no longer intact, and has been transferred to your younger brother. These words really made Heinrich uncomfortable. But he still did not reveal his excitement, and calmly reminded, there is no need to worry, your highness. If you are hasty, you will be suspected even more. This boy reminded, if you do that, it will be difficult for me to eliminate the obstacle you want. He currently does not care much about Helios. What the Emperor cares about now is the birthday party, so you should plan your actions immediately after that. Rizole asked. So will you guarantee that the situation will change? By then, you do not know any other way than protecting your body. Is it really that you are not confident in facing Helios? The more he heard, the more Heinrich became uncomfortable. Then his eyes became firm. Bless's birthday party is being held at the royal palace. Are all the Rabiang children invited? There has been a prophecy that has been given. Is it true that the child of that prophecy will be found? The time when that person comes is not far away. The first prince is hasty, so he can't do great things. In the end, I have no other choice but to participate directly. It seems it has been a long time. On this side, the manager has brought the list of people attending Bless's party to Heinrich. This is the list of people attending the second princess of Rabiang's birthday party. He liked the list. Bring it here. Unexpectedly, Bless appeared in this room when she witnessed this. Oh, that person. Clearly is. Heinrich could not help but be pleased as soon as he saw the names on the list. As expected, Gold is also participating. It seems he wants to show off his son to Helios. Duke Gold did not give birth to a child with the blessing of the soul, so he always felt inferior to Helios during his time at the academy. After reading the list, he quickly burned it. His attitude immediately changed. With the mentality of wanting to respond to that, he used the son born with the blessing of the soul, planning to pretend to be the main character of the party. Of course, it will not be carried out as Duke Gold planned, but the birthday party is held under the name of the Emperor. Of course, it is only focused on Bless. The Duke's son can, of course, stand in the position of best man. He could not accept the fact that his son was not the main character of the party. Duke Gold's resentment will eventually turn to Helios. I will also turn to Duke Gold at this time. After thinking about the plan, Heinrich was pleased. Both Duke Gold and Helios are sensitive about their children. There is nothing easier to exploit than this. Just wait and see. He had not yet implemented the plan, but was already dreaming, in the end, the rule of the empire. I will become. After dreaming that dream, Bless quickly woke up full of confusion. What is this? The girl scratched her head in confusion. A dream. It is so vivid that I can't believe this is a dream. The clouds on this side still drowsily asked, "Did you sleep well, Bless?" Bless suspected. Could it be a prophetic dream? Through the existence of the clouds, I have been predicted that I have unusual abilities. The girl also happily replied, "Did you sleep well, clouds?" But nothing special happened. So I am not sure. Could it be that having a prophetic dream is one of the special points of unusual abilities? If this prophetic dream is true, Bless was thinking wildly when Ladyeth entered. Oh my, why did the young lady wake up so early today? The girl quickly made a deduction. That means Heinrich is plotting something at my birthday party. Who knows if that is the case, so I have to stay awake. Bless and Ladyeth were sitting in the living room when Lillian noisily demanded to leave. I have to go first. Hexa quickly stopped. Wait, do not push, Lillian. Finally, the three quickly entered and wished the girl a happy 8th birthday. Happy 8th birthday to young lady Bless. Lillian happily said, "Young lady, please give me the job of team leader today." Lillian, Hexa stopped. Don't you know how to save face? Since when have you been allowed in here? Lillian was annoyed with Hexa. Are you listening? Perry just greeted gently. Hello. Receiving the warmth from everyone made the girl happy. Thank you, everyone. Then Ladyeth quickly asked for the girl's opinion. Then, shall we prepare to go to young lady Helena's place now? On this side, after wearing the clip from the last time, Helena was praised non-stop by Bless. That hair clip and dress really suit you. The currently very beautiful Helena was also very shy because she received praise from her younger sister. Thank you. I am also satisfied with the gift that Bless gave that suits me. At this time, the girl asked about herself. What about me? How do I look? Helena quickly admitted, of course you are adorable. At this time, Helios entered and saw that his two daughters were too beautiful, so he praised, both of you are so beautiful, it is blinding my eyes. Then let us depart slowly. Seeing the handsomeness radiating from him made the two sisters gasp. Those are the words we were going to say. Is that really the father who has two daughters? Sitting in the carriage, he did not forget to advise his two daughters. Because it is a party at the royal palace, you will meet many families, Bless determined. Even if Heinrich makes up something, I won't be as worried as before, because I now have a solid family. No matter what happens, do not forget that I am a Rabiang. Hearing Helios's advice, the two quickly replied, yes. Today I have made such a determination, because this is my 8th birthday. At the royal palace, Risol was constantly surrounded by nobles talking, so everyone quickly rumored, it seems the master of today's party is the first prince. At this time, Bless wondered, if that is the case, then the rumors are true. Helena quickly realized the rumor she wanted to talk about. Do you mean that rumor? That is the event that the third prince has disappeared. Then everyone quickly discussed with each other. I heard there was a bloody battle. I do not know for sure. I only know that Prince Eladin is reliable because he was not late. Is it really a disappearance? The emperor has not announced the successor yet. But first of all, it is probably still right. While everyone was talking, a voice stopped everyone. Shh. At this time, the manager announced, Duke Helios, young lady Helena, and young lady Bless of Rabiang have arrived. Bless opened and entered. Then the three father and daughters, with their stunning looks, entered together. Everyone discussed with each other as soon as they saw the girl. That child is, what is the emperor thinking? Bless and you a little surprised. As she entered, the emperor invited a lot of people. The scale is different from father's birthday party. Everyone was curious. So what about the mother's side? Unexpectedly, the atmosphere between the two sisters. This made the girl unbelievable. I thought my birthday party would be about me. Thinking back, the Duke of Rabiang, Bless now has allies. Anyway, it is not just me. Before leaving, Helios did not forget to advise, if anyone strange approaches you, find me right away. Helena quickly replied, thank you, father. Bless was excited. That is right, you can't see through it, I understand. Because this is a game of appearance attracting attention. At this time, Risol approached and greeted the three. Welcome, Duke. As soon as she saw him, Bless recognized Risoli. He politely saluted. It has been a long time. Please allow me to send my greetings to the first prince. The two sisters also saluted. We bow before the little son of the empire. Thank you for hosting in such a grand place. Risol also happily welcomed. It is a pleasure to meet you, young lady Bless of Rabiang. Happy birthday. It is a pity that the party last time took place too late, so I could not greet you properly. I am very happy to be able to meet you in the royal family like this. Bless could not help but reply awkwardly. Is that so? The girl was uncomfortable inside. We are not in a relationship where we have to greet each other. After greeting, he said, if everyone does not mind, then can I escort the young ladies on a tour of the royal palace today? Hearing this, everyone discussed. As expected, Rabiang will become the crown princess. Risol looked towards Helios and thought, I have told my father directly before, but the escort is something that the families need to ask permission for in advance. But on the day of the party with so many people, either he is looking down on me, or perhaps the prince wanted to exert pressure, making it impossible to refuse the proposal. But Bless quickly grabbed his sleeve and replied to Rizal, "But, thank you for your kindness, Prince Rizal. But for me, my father is a royal magic knight, so I am fine with my steady father by my side." As she said this, she hugged Helios and smiled brightly. Then, in her heart, she thought triumphantly, "The Rabiang you desire is not a family that a prince can easily seize." He listened to his daughter's words and gave a gentle smile, making him feel humiliated. "Oh, I see. I am attending and hosting the party today on behalf of His Majesty. Directly attending the birthday party of a young lady can be considered a burden." Helios heard this and politely replied, "I acknowledge and appreciate His Majesty's concern." Suddenly, his face quickly turned grim, but then, not forgetting to mention, "Prince Eladin has not been seen yet, has he?" These words seemed to make Rizal visibly uncomfortable. "I am standing right here, and you are concerned about Eladin, unable to do anything." He could only bitterly reply, "He probably feels guilty." Rizal did not forget to explain, "This is an event organized by the royal family, so Eladin should also attend. But he can't because his body is in an unstable state." Helios did not ask any further after hearing this. "I see. Tell him to recover quickly and help me." This reason seemed to catch Bless's attention. "Eladin is sick, so he is not attending. Good thing. I do not have to meet him. Perhaps it is because I saw him being attacked, so I am a little worried." Russell suddenly spoke up. "Well then, let us meet again later when the party officially starts." Seeing him leave made Bless happily urge, "That is enough. Hurry up and go, quickly." After resolving the Rizal situation, she quickly turned to thank Helios. "Thank you, father, for helping me." He casually replied, "It is only natural." Also, Helios was not happy with that. "Prince Rizal, I am not happy about escorting either, so do not worry about it." Helena, after a moment of silence, exclaimed, "He really does not know etiquette." Bless also admitted, "That is right, he does not." Seeing her father and sister agree with her thoughts made Bless happy. Then she whispered in Helios's ear, "You know that, right? Today, you are the most elegant person at this party, like a gemstone." Both sisters smiled brightly in agreement. Receiving praise from his two daughters made him proud. It is an honor to receive praise from the main character today. Then Bless sweetly praised Helena, "And you are the most beautiful person ever." She was also happy. "Hee, thank you." Then, not forgetting to praise back, "Bless is the cutest." The three family members were happily harmonious, when suddenly a woman approached and called out to the two sisters, "Helena, Bless." As soon as they saw Lante, both sisters quickly greeted, "Madam Lante, teacher." She also politely bowed to both of them. Then she started chatting with the two sisters. "Meeting at the royal palace is so different. As expected, the clothes suit you well. Happy 8th birthday, Bless. Your gift has been placed on your carriage." Bless heard this and gave a bright, grateful smile. "Thank you, teacher." She suddenly wondered, "I heard the third prince is not attending today." Lante hesitated slightly after hearing this. "That matter, actually. There is a rumor spreading in the royal palace. Prince Eladin is missing." The two sisters were a little shocked by this information. Then she added about the rumor. "Since this is a place he could not possibly not attend, the public is wondering if the rumor is true." Bless could not understand. Missing, Eladin suddenly missing. Because of this, the number of supporters for the first prince has suddenly increased. She glanced at Rizal. At that moment, Eladin had wondered if the assassins were sent by his brother. Looking back at that incident, this disappearance could be related to the succession battle. Lante, after talking for a while, comforted, "The Pillar of Light has not signaled yet, so nothing is certain." Hearing this, she felt more at ease. "That is right. There is still the Pillar of Light. That has not happened yet, so Eladin definitely is not dead. There is no way the male lid can die right after appearing. Pillar of Light. When there is only one royal family member left to inherit the dragon blood, a series of lights carrying the power of inheritance will appear, different from the 4 great dukes who received the power of the successor upon awakening. This royal family member must kill all other royal family members who also have dragon blood in order to fully inherit the power, and then the Pillar of Light will appear. All the people of the Empire will know about the birth of the Crown Prince." Bless really could not understand. So what is Eladin thinking? After talking for a while, she realized she had said too much and bid farewell to the two sisters. "I said too many meaningless things. Today is Bless's birthday. Let us forget what I just said, and enjoy it." Helena quickly replied, "Yes, thank you, Madame Lante." Then Lante made a suggestion. "I will introduce you to the other families, okay?" Both sisters quickly agreed, yes. On the other side, Rizal's voice rang out. "Once again, I thank everyone for attending Miss Bless's birthday party. This party is hosted by a royal magic knight who has been active for a long time. Please welcome Duke Helios von Rabiang." Like other parties, Miss Bless is still young. After the gift-giving ceremony, there will be no special rituals. Just enjoy the party freely. He was extremely uncomfortable in his heart. "To be honest, I am very surprised that my parents entrusted the party to me. The rumor about Eladin's disappearance is a bit unfortunate, but I will definitely be able to do it in this kid's absence." Rizal clenched his fist in determination. Who will be the owner of the next generation? But he continued his speech. Well then, before that. At this time, a question arose in Rasul's mind. Why are the officials also participating? It seemed that the gift-giving portion had arrived. This is a rare fruit that only grows in the eastern desert kingdoms. The taste is really special. Bless was smiling perfunctorily, not understanding. So this is the matter. Then other nobles presented gifts. This is amethyst, also known as the tears of fairies, a famous processed product of glaze. I heard that Miss Rabiang likes shiny things. So I prepared this sacred coral. This symbolizes blessings. She did not understand. When will this end? If this continues, father will... Helios on this side was extremely uncomfortable, daring to bother my daughter all day long. Bless worried he might explode at any moment. While worrying, she looked up at the person in front of her. Seeing that it was Rizal, she was a little happy. Great, if it is Rizal's turn, it is probably the last one. Bless was extremely uncomfortable with this. Is he making this gift-giving part to highlight his gift? She wondered. After so many expensive and famous gifts, what confidence does he have? At this time, 2 gifts were brought up, making Bless confused. 2. She looked at the remaining gift with some suspicion. Could that be Eladan's preparing a gift but not attending? Rizal spoke triumphantly. Although you have received many gifts, I hope my gift will particularly please you. Bless received the gift but was not very happy, only giving a forced smile. Thank you very much, Your Highness. She was really curious about what was inside. What is it, after all? When she took it out, it was a brooch containing 4 layers of magic. Thinking this was cool, he was extremely pleased. The lady also knows that these kinds of works of art containing magic are not easy to find. This is all my sincerity. Miss Bless. Rizal kept rambling about his gift. I also put a lot of effort into finding this. As a prince, I can't not give a gift to the Duchess. Do not feel too pressured. Bless naturally felt awkward after seeing the gift. Because Biella is the only one who can provide sculptures containing permanent magic like this. Perhaps these things are from Biella. If so, they do not know that she has dealings with Rabiang. The fact that I bought a dagger made of energy ore has reached the ears of most high-ranking nobles already. In addition, there is also the hairpin Helena bought, which also contains 6 layers of protective magic. For the nobility, information is what creates a power struggle, but looking at their appearance, it seems they do not know anything. A popular crown prince candidate with eyes and ears always so deeply hidden. Is that why they are trying to push Eladan here? The emperor does not see Rizal as the successor. I feel sorry for your stupidity, but I have to save the atmosphere. In the end, Bless still had to smile and thank you, Prince Rizal. Then she thought to herself, you are the one who should be thanking me. Receiving that thank you, Rizal was a little pleased. I am glad you acknowledged me. At this time, Lemur also came forward to give Bless a gift. I beg your permission, Miss Bless. This is the 3rd prince's gift. When the gift was opened, she was very surprised. In the box was a necklace. As soon as she saw the item, Bless quickly knew its use. It seems like an accessory. Then she remembered the words that Eladan had said before. For example, something that can be attached to the dagger. Also, if you look at the energy around it, it seems to be wrapped in quite strong magic. It seems that the magic is even higher than the gift that Rizal prepared. Bless wondered about the purple ribbon that came with it. So this purple ribbon is, what does it mean? Why is the gift wrapped with this purple ribbon? Could it be that day he meant that he recognized me as Bless von Rabiang? But we have not met in any official meeting. How could, she was still thinking, when suddenly a call shocked her. Miss Bless. Lemur then introduced the gift. The prince said that this is an accessory that matches the dagger, wrapped in 6 layers of magic. Hearing about 6 layers of magic shocked Bless. 6 layers. Lemur quickly asked her feelings. Is the lady satisfied? After hearing these words, she felt like she was being pushed into a chaotic situation. First, I have to end this part safely and then think about the gift later. Then she smiled awkwardly and replied, yes, please convey my thanks. While receiving gifts, suddenly a person appeared. I apologize for being late to the party hosted by His Majesty. As soon as Bless saw him, she recognized this person. The person smiled and congratulated. Happy birthday, Miss Bless. It is a pleasure to meet you. Duke Ed family. I am Heinrich von Ed. Seeing Heinrich actually dare to appear surprised Helios, daring to come. Helena, seeing his reaction so intense, was confused. Father, Heinrich. Rizal, standing on the side, revealed displeasure. TCH. So late. Seeing his appearance, Bless said to herself, because this is a party hosted by the Emperor. Then she gave an industrial smile of welcome. Hello, Duke. Thank you for congratulating me on my birthday. She was not happy in her heart, and did not expect to meet again. After the attempted poisoning, there was nothing troublesome, Bless said. Be sure to enjoy the party. Heinrich heard this and smiled back. Thank you for welcoming me. With a heart to congratulate the lady's birthday, I have prepared a special gift. That look in his eyes made her wary. That is a life that you can feel with your non-childlike body, not hiding the way you live, hating Rabiang so much. Heinrich turned and ordered his attendant. Bring it here. Immediately a necklace was brought over. A necklace. He smiled and asked, "Will you accept it?" Bless was unwilling but still maintained an amicable attitude. Of course, Bless did not understand. Still preparing gifts. "What are you thinking, Heinrich?" At this time, she looked to Helios, then smiled and affirmed confidently, "I am okay, Father." Because Bless knew, if Father stands up, our family will have problems. Anyway, I do not intend to use any tricks here, so it is... Okay, looking at this, it seems normal. Suddenly, the face of his father appeared on the necklace. And also, as soon as she saw the woman appear in the necklace, Bless immediately recognized, "This person, I saw at the stable back then." Suddenly, Heinrich spoke to present the necklace. That is magic that shows the faces of parents, for whatever reason. Made for those who do not know the faces of their parents. Helios, after hearing these words, could not maintain his composure and rushed over to grab Heinrich's collar. Then threatened, "You dare. Are you mocking my daughter?" Other nobles quickly stood up to stop him. "Duke, you are making it difficult. You forgot you are standing in front of the prince." He did not even know enough to challenge. "I did not know your feelings for your daughter were so intense. Changed so much, Helios." The one who abandoned his lover in the stable, he seemed to have gone mad and reminded in a low voice, "That name is still the same as before. I did not have the confidence to become a duke from the day I left Shisa to die." These words quickly angered Heinrich. Seeing the confrontation between the two, made Bless worry for Helios. "Father." She also paid attention to Helena, sister also. Seeing both of them worried about her like this, Bless felt a surge of emotion. "Actually, I am used to my mother's absence, so those words do not hurt at all. On the contrary, I am grateful that my family is angry for me. So I only have one question. Until now, I only thought it was the dark curtain of the original work in hating Rabiang, but Heinrich's actions today seem to want to insult Bless. In the first meeting, he said I was his niece, because my mother is related to Heinrich. Bless then made a hypothesis. Could it be that Heinrich hates my mother? Then she concluded, so he also hates the daughter of that woman. Bless hurried to stop. "Helios, Father, I am okay." Seeing her like this made him puzzled. Bless not only did not show any displeasure, but was very grateful. "Duke Ed, thank you for showing me the image of my mother." These words really deviated from Heinrich's plan. "What reason is that? What?" Bless also understood what he wanted to create. Heinrich had ruined this party, probably wanted to make my birthday terrible, but I won't fall into such a mediocre provocative trap. She smiled brightly, revealing gratitude. "Although I only knew my mother's face today, until now I never thought I was lonely. Both my father and sister, those in Rabiang, have always raised me with love, so I can say that." Bless was really grateful. "Thank you for letting me meet my mother." "Thank you, sir." Then she said, "I will forgive the Duke's impoliteness." Heinrich could not help but feel ridiculous after hearing this. "Forgive?" Rizal on the side also hurriedly reminded. "Duke Ed, please stop. This time it is really impolite." Seeing him stand up to mediate, made Bless feel something was wrong. Rizal standing up to mediate, there is something not quite right. Then Rizal even turned to Helios and advised, "I would be very grateful if Duke Rabiang would spare this time, for the sake of the royal family." Then reminded both of them, "This is a party at the royal palace. I hope it will be resolved smoothly." She did not want to understand deeply, so she had to accept. That is right. He does not want a war between families at the party he organized himself. Suddenly Helena worriedly came over and called, "Bless." She heard this and only looked up and replied, "Sister." Suddenly, she hugged her tightly, making Bless awkward. "Why are you crying before me? Helena is really..." Helios also worriedly asked, "Bless, are you okay?" She strongly replied, "Of course I am. Father was angry for me already." Then she was extremely happy to have her father and sister protecting her. "It is because both of you were worried. Am I still okay anyway? After this, everyone will leave me alone." At this time, an announcement rang out again. Duke Adolf von Gold and Prince Fabian of the Duke Gold family are entering. Seeing that two more Duke family fathers and sons were coming, made Bless worry, to the point of turning gray. What is it this time? The Duke of Gold family, Adolf von Gold. Born without perfect ability, instead of being a noble he became someone close to the business world. This is hardly mentioned in the original. Fabian got sick when he started getting involved with Bella. Because of greed, he had to die young. After knowing this, Fabian officially cooperated with Bella. Bless stood blankly observing the two Gold fathers and sons. Anyway, until now I have not seen Duke Gold, so I thought he was not participating. He is probably late. Thinking of this, her face showed little joy, because anyway he is also the second male lead. Fabian of the Gold family. Risole stepped forward to greet the Gold fathers and sons, but did not forget to criticize. "This is a bit, Duke Gold. When did the party start, that you are only arriving now?" Adolf heard this, and was not repentant at all, but greeted, "Long time no see, great prince." Then gave an extremely unreasonable excuse. "Because I prepared this, I was late. As you know, my hands are big." He was not happy, but still gave a warm smile. This is not a party that someone with a status like Duke Gold has to prepare so much for. You are always so thoughtful. Seeing Rizal's attitude change 180 degrees made Bless surprised. He was just congratulating me on my birthday. What image is he following? Then other nobles also let out harsh words to Adolf. Does Duke Gold know what politeness is? What is the current position? Everything is becoming more arrogant. Prince Rizal is trying to adapt to Duke Gold. Both are dukes. Why is the attitude different? It seems the rumor that Duke Rabiang from school had feelings of inferiority is true. Then does he believe his son can do it? Putting children first, what is so shameful about it? Hearing these gossiping words, she could conclude, I roughly know what the reputation is like. Adolf received praise from him and exclaimed, The only one who understands my heart is the great prince. Suddenly, Helios stood up and called out the names of his 2 children, Helena, Bless. He quickly warned, As you see, Duke Gold is a greedy person because his pride in the family is very high. He is always arrogant and sees people as money. Helios instructed, If his son is also like that, then do not get close. Then he ordered Harold, take the children and avoid getting close to them. He quickly followed, yes. Bless followed Harold, but still paid attention to Adolf's side. First time seeing father say that. Is the relationship not very good? Finally, Adolf entered the party, and was quickly surprised. Who is this? Then also mocked Helios, rejecting my invitation several times. Is not this the arrogant Duke Rabiang? He heard this and only knew to helplessly call, Adolf. Seeing Adolf's rude and shameless greetings, Bless. Even if he is greedy, he is still the parent of the male lead. Fabian, he does not know what shame is. But looking at father's reaction, he is really not a good name. It is really the opposite of Fabian. Fabian is said to be the embodiment of the soul. Fabian was very bored with the adults' conversation, so he whined, Father, I am bored. Upon seeing the young boy's beauty, she seemed to be captivated. Then she whispered to Helena, praising him, Sister, he is so cute, is not he? Like a walking gem. Hearing Bless evaluate Fabian so highly surprised her. A walking gem? You really think highly of him? It must be because Bless likes gemstones. The little girl quickly denied it. I do not like gemstones at all. Adolf, who was still chatting animatedly with Helios, said, You would not let me meet your precious daughters. I was so sad, Duke Rabiang. Even so, I personally attended this party. Even if you hate me, everyone loves my son. Adolf continuously praised Fabian to the skies. The ladies all want to get close to my son. This really made Helios visibly uncomfortable. Not wanting to bore the young boy any longer, Adolf set him down and requested, Fabian, go talk to the 2 young ladies over there. Helios rejected this. No, my daughters are resting. Adolf ignored his obstruction and loudly said, My son personally attended this congratulatory party. How can you disregard that sincerity? Finally, Bless understood the reason why Helios hated golf so much. I understand why father dislikes him now. Noisy and arrogant. Lante stood by, wanting to stop Adolf. Duke, wait. When Fabian was set down, he immediately looked towards Bless. Then, he gave a bright, angelic smile. Making the other nobles there swoon, he smiled. Really, it seems, calling him the embodiment of the spirit is right. How can he be so beautiful? Seeing that gaze, the little girl doubted. Is he smiling at me? Helios ignored Adolf, and went to ask his 2 daughters. Aren't you tired, Bless, Helena? Bless's schedule today seemed to be packed. I came here to express my gratitude to those who attended, cut the cake, and open strange gifts with unwelcome guests. Today has indeed been tiring, but it is not over yet. He then looked in another direction. I was planning to tell you to go home and rest, but today, children of the same age came to celebrate Bless's birthday. Lady Lante thinks it would be good to seat the children together. Bless was surprised to hear this, classmates. Could this be preparation for a better social future? If so, even one more person supporting Rabiang would be good. The little girl, knowing that her father was worried, affirmed, I like it. I am fine, so do not worry, father. Helena added, I am fine too, father. Don't worry. Hearing this reassured Helios. All right. If anything happens, call me anytime. Don't wander off anywhere. The 2 sisters held hands and obeyed. Yes. As soon as Bless went to play with the children, they kept staring at her. It seems like they are quite curious. The little girl politely greeted them. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Bless of the Rabiang house. Helena also bowed. And I am Bless's older sister, the first daughter of Rabiang, Helena. As soon as she finished speaking, Bless gave a bright and friendly smile, welcoming them. Thank you for attending my birthday party. This smile really surprised the children. The kids also immediately introduced themselves to the 2 sisters. It is a pleasure to meet you, young ladies. I am, young lady. And I am. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Since this is a special invitation from the Emperor, being in the same space as people not of the same class feels really... These words made Bless helplessly. Ask for confirmation. Are you looking at me when you say that? The little girl annoyedly muttered. What are these brats saying? The 2 girls sneered. Oh my, it seems like she heard everything. But What they said was not wrong, was it? That girl pointed directly at Blessed and criticized. Anyway, because of you, I heard that Duke Gold prepared a lot of gifts, but you did not thank the young master. That is so rude. Isn't that right, young master? Bless quickly recognized Fabian. Fabian? Helena quickly asked. Today is my sister's birthday party. What do you mean by rude? The girl then spoke as if she had a point. Young lady, are you angry on behalf of your younger sister, looking at a young lady who does not have the ability to act indifferently like that? It seems that the Rabyang inheritance will go to another family. Helena could only remain silent after hearing this, unable to refute. The little girl was currently very annoyed, wanting to see what else that girl could say. Let me sit still and see what you people can say. You are going a bit too far. That appearance. You must be the young lady of the Marquez Balburn house. The Balburn house has also been said to have had contact with the Gold house for a long time, so why do you trust Fabian so much that you are acting like this? Even if Fabian is young and can't express his opinion, where do you get the qualification to represent Fabian? Bless clenched her fist in annoyance, thinking well of Fabian. But the young boy spoke up, admitting to it. Yes, it is her. Fabian pointed directly at the little girl and asked, bluntly, Isn't that right? You are a bastard child. The young boy recalled the word that Eliane had said before. At that time, Elaine spoke to me as if I were someone special. I was curious about what kind of person he was, but it turned out that he looked more ordinary than I thought, so I was a bit disappointed. Anyway, he changed Rabyang. In the end, I want to see what is different about her. If she is insulted in front of so many people like that, how will she react? I was wondering if she would cry and be ashamed like other people. But it seemed that Bless's expression was not as Fabian expected. What is that expression? Why is she looking at me with that expression? Looking at the little girl's disappointed face. Fabian could not understand. I did not say anything wrong, so why is she looking at me, young Master Gold, like that? That girl quickly advised Fabian, Don't bother, it seems like she does not even know what etiquette is to you, young master. Another girl also agreed, that is right. Unlike the young master who is blessed by the spirits, she can't even use her family's powers. The young boy became more and more unable to understand as he listened. She can't even use her power. But how can she act so confidently? If she is a bastard child without power, then is not she useless? That girl still arrogantly mocked and humiliated Bless. A bastard child who does not have any powers. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to attend the party hosted by His Majesty. You are really something. Fabian felt that this was very true after hearing it. If you are useless, you can't receive love. My father is always like that. That is why I receive everyone's affection. But it seems like she is a little different. The young boy could not understand. She is useless, but she still receives the affection of her family, and the royal family hosts a birthday party for her. How does she still receive affection? Elaine told me to observe and judge, so I came, but on the contrary, after seeing it with my own eyes, I understand even less. So I am curious about what is special about her. That girl was still loudly criticizing. Anyway, Rabyang's miracle reputation seems to have come to an end. Suddenly, Fabian stood out to stop her. Young Lady Belburn, stop now. But unexpectedly, Bless interrupted. That is enough. I won't tolerate another word of insult towards Rabyang. Helena stood by, worried. Bless. Then, the little girl began to criticize that girl. I do not know what you believe in that makes you insult Rabyang so casually. If you believe in the Gold House, where you have a long-term connection. The girl was at a loss for words after being said that. She could only smile awkwardly and stutter. You, young lady. Then Bless looked at Fabian again. Then the responsibility for that. You can just ask the Duke. The young boy still could not understand after being told this much. Why do I have to suth? Didn't we say anything wrong? What does this sentence mean? Bless criticized with a dark face. Young master and the young lady said those things, which is an insult that exceeds the limit not only for me personally but also for Rabyang. The little girl was really annoyed that Fabian was so clueless. What kind of environment did this kid grow up in? Bless quickly made a request, so you have to apologize. The young boy still tried to argue. What is wrong with telling the truth? The little girl tried to explain. Even so, impolite words are still wrong. Fabian did not know how wrong he was, and put on a look as if he was right. Until now, no one has said that to me, so is not it you who misunderstood? Seeing this face, Bless was really speechless. The little girl helplessly rubbed her forehead. I thought it was because Fabian was young, that he was influenced by that group of young ladies, but that is not it. It turns out that he himself does not realize that his actions are wrong. Because everyone around him says he is right. He does not realize his impoliteness. If so, I will take this opportunity to tell him exactly, so he does not act rudely towards me or other people. Thinking of this, Bless pointed directly at Fabian and said his mistake. Young master, just because no one has said anything all this time does not mean that young master's actions are right. The little girl explained clearly. They are ignoring your mistakes because they want to get something from you, young master of the Gold House. but I won't ignore your rudeness. Which is why I have no intention of getting close to you, young master. Fabian was really shocked after hearing this. What? You do not want to be close to me? The little girl turned away, admitting it. Yes, I do not want to play with impolite people. No one really thinks that they want to be by someone like that. If you want to be respected, then you have to respect other people from the beginning. After saying that, Bless was curious about the young boy's attitude. Will these words get through to Fabian? He only wants to hear good things. Seeing Fabian burst into tears like that surprised the little girl. He is crying. Were these words too harsh for someone like Fabian who has not heard them before? The little girl was a little helpless. Look at his expression. It is probably okay. It is just because he is still a child, so he is a little weak. Bless really could not have imagined that until now, no one has ever said such words to Fabian. Let us stop here. Then, the little girl began to search. I wish there were better adults around. At this moment, Bless spoke up again. Fabian von Gold, no one wants to be close to impolite people. So young master has realized his mistake. Helena burst out laughing after hearing this lesson. Haha, Bless, the little girl said frankly. If you sincerely apologize, I will gladly accept it. So think carefully about what you did wrong. Bless's words were very proper and serious, causing the young boy's eyes to light up with admiration. Fabian's commotion angered Duke Gold and took Fabian out. Heinrich, who was on the side, smirked smugly when he saw the two ducal families at odds. The matter ended inconclusively, and the main event, the gift exchange, was also over. So the party gradually ended, naturally in a chaotic atmosphere. The other children were currently very bored. We have to be here until this hour. I am tired, someone else advised. The royal party is almost over. Please endure a little longer. Bless was also looking forward to that. I also hope it ends soon. What kind of party is so tiring? I also feel relieved that the royal party ended like that. At this moment, a red-haired girl in the crowd sighed. This is a gathering of the generations of the family. Isn't it too noisy? In such an unexpected place, that little girl continued to say, even so, As soon as Bless saw that little girl, she was startled to recognize her. But Helena stood by and was confused when she saw the little girl standing still. Bless. The red-haired girl spoke up. I feel really good when I see her confident appearance. Currently, Bless had to face the female lead in the original work. After Bella said, I feel so good when I see her confident appearance, making the other children clamor. Are you telling the truth, young lady Bella? Bella stammered when asked. Oh, of course, it is just my personal thought. Bless seemed to have realized. Bella, if it is Bella, then could it be? Helena worried from behind. Bless. The little girl knew that Bella was the female lead of the original work, Bella von Rabi. I know that this party is a gathering of all the relationships related to Rabiang. If so, then that child is probably the original female lead Bella. If it is really Bella, then this meeting could be an opportunity. That child seems to want to get close to me. If that child is really the female lead in the original work, then building a relationship now will definitely be helpful. The little girl decided. Let us try to start a conversation first. Bless spoke gratefully because Bella had said what she thought. I was wondering if I was overdoing it, but thank you for thinking of me so well. Bella was a little stunned when she was suddenly noticed. Oh! Then, the little girl quickly wanted to get close. Can I ask for your name, young lady? Seeing that there was no one else beside Bella made Bless confused. Where have the other young ladies run off to in the meantime? There is probably no misunderstanding. But the only important thing to me is her, so I do not care about that. At this moment, Bella introduced herself. I am Bella. Bella von Rabi. As soon as Bless heard Bella's full name, she could not help but believe that this was not the female lead. Bella von Rabi, the full name is exactly the same. I did not expect that I would meet the female lead at my own birthday party. The little girl made a decision. I will take advantage of this opportunity. Well, thinking that, Bless approached and shook hands with Bella in a friendly manner. It is a pleasure, Bella, as you know. I am Bless von Rabiang. It seems like we are the same age, so let us just talk comfortably. Suddenly receiving the ultimate treatment made Bella stammer. Well, okay then, what should I do? The little girl affirmed, of course. Hearing this, Bella quickly opened her heart. Then please help me in the future, Bless. Bless pointed to the food and asked for her opinion. Bella, my sister and I are planning to go over there. Will you come with us? Bella quickly agreed. Okay. Recalling the original work, Bless had some thoughts. Actually, I do not have any deep thoughts about what Bella did in the first place. For me, protecting my family is the most important thing. But when faced with this kind of object, I do not feel very comfortable in my heart. I think it is because when I extended my hand to Bella, it was not really because of my needs. No matter the reason, it is true that I sincerely opened my heart to Bella in a good way. The two were eating cake together, but the little girl could not concentrate, and Bella wondered, what are you thinking about? Bless quickly denied. It is nothing. Did Bella come with anyone? Bella quickly replied, "With my father." Everyone was surprised when they received an invitation from the royal family. They said that everyone from Rabiang, including the branch families, was invited to the party, but I did not know that there were even distant branches like my family. Blessapu was really surprised after hearing it, so that is how it is. She had some thoughts. Everyone from Rabiang was invited. The little girl noticed, "No wonder I only see familiar faces. That is why I met Bella, whom I did not think I would meet here, because it is a birthday party with the family." At this moment, Bella suddenly revealed her feelings. "But you know, Bless, I am not a sociable person, so I was very worried today. So I am very happy that you talked to me like this. So if we meet again in the future, can I treat you like a friend?" Bless was really surprised after hearing it. Then she felt guilty. Bella is indeed the female lead. She is such a kind and emotional person. I feel guilty, so it is hard to look directly at her. Even so, the little girl still accepted. Of course, if it is next time, maybe it will be when we make our debut. At this moment, Bless remembered, oh, if it is the time of our debut, then it is when the original work begins. In other words, that is when possession starts to arise. Maybe it really is this meeting with Bella. It might be the last time we meet. The two were having fun when Bella's father called. Maybe I have to go home with my father now. At this moment, a feeling of unhappiness arose in the little girl's heart. I suddenly feel so sad. With a very sad expression, but she still showed a happy attitude and invited, "Bella, if we meet again next time, please come to my house. But only on the condition, if you still remember me when we meet again." Receiving that word of invite made Bella smile brightly. Bless hopes, at that time please come as a friend. At this moment, the carriages of each family had left. Adolphe walked out of the royal palace and scolded Fabian extremely annoyedly. "You useless thing, how could you let that bastard child refute you? Helios will look down on me even more later. I do not want to see your face, so take another carriage." Elaine came from somewhere to ask, "Young master, I heard that you met the second child of Rabiang at the party. How did you feel when you met a person that you were curious about?" The young boy quickly gave the answer, "It is strange." Seeing Eliane's expression of being unable to hold back her laughter made Fabian annoyed and gave her a sidelong glance. Elaine quickly restrained herself. "I am sorry." Then she asked the reason. "Why do you think it is strange? Did that child do anything impolite to you, young master?" Fabian denied it, remembering Bless. "No, I was the one who acted impolitely. I was curious about how he would react, so I said something rude. I really thought he would pay attention to me, whether it was with sadness or crying. On the contrary, he said that my actions were wrong. It is the first time I have met someone like that, so I feel really strange. And also this, he said he does not care about my abilities." These words really made Elaine even more curious. "So young master feels sad?" The young boy denied that. "No, absolutely not. On the contrary, I want to be closer. Everyone wants something from me, so they treat me well, but he does not. So I want to be closer. What if he hates me?" Fabian suddenly teared up. "You said earlier that if I apologize you would accept my forgiveness. What if he changed his mind?" Elaine could only helplessly call out at this face of the young boy, "Oh my God." But she still patiently said, "Young master, it will be different next time." Fabian seemed to still not believe it. How does Elaine know? Elaine hugged the young boy and asked about the matter. "Young master has already reflected on his mistakes, right?" Fabian affirmed, "Yes." Then Elaine began to explain. "People who honestly admit their mistakes, no one will hate someone like that." The young boy stopped crying with bright eyes after hearing this. "Really?" Elaine confirmed that. "Yes, so the young lady will accept young master's apology." Fabian still wanted to ask again, "Will it really be like that?" Elaine was extremely sure. Of course, Elaine is not lying to young master. Finally, the young boy was willing to believe, because it is Elaine's words, so I will try to believe it. Fabian sat on the carriage and decided, then, next time I see him, I will apologize for the bad words before, and if he accepts, I will suggest being friends with him. On this side, Helena seemed very tired after the party. But suddenly she was called back by Bless' sister. The little girl delicately gave her water. "You must be tired, and the party is almost over. Drink this and try a little harder." Helena was very touched when she saw this. Bless, she blamed herself. Those were the words that I should have said. She took the glass of water and did not forget to thank her sister. Helena sometimes feels that Bless is more like a sister than she is. She had to calmly deal with the dukes today alone. And even the mistakes of the children. She could not stand up even once. "I am the sister, I want to protect you." But unexpectedly, that glass of water was wine, causing Helena to be so drunk that she was not sober. "I am okay, father. I can walk." Helios held her in his arms and helplessly ordered Harold, prepare the carriage." Then he did not forget to ask Lante for help. "Please take care of Bless until I come back." She quickly agreed. "Yes, please go, Duke." Bless was very regretful and apologized from behind. I am sorry, I did not know it was champagne. Lante comforted the little girl. Let us eat the last dessert before the Duke comes back. Wait here. Bless felt guilty and replied yes. Suddenly, a loud argument rang out in the hall. Hey, what did you just say? You have to apologize since you are a servant. How dare you? Making Bless pay attention to it. What is that sound? The little girl intended to eavesdrop. I have to go and see. But she bumped into someone in front of her and fell hard on the ground. Ouch. At this moment, that person reached out to help the little girl up. I am sorry. Are you okay, young lady? Bless looked up and said, yes, I am okay. But suddenly, the little girl was startled. This is... Could it be the power of Ed? Looking into that guy's eyes made the little girl confused and muttered, why can I see the power of Ed? But in the end, she remembered Helios's order. Father said not to casually say what I see, and I do not know how to do it. But if I can feel the power of Ed, it means I am being poisoned by them. And if I just let it go, it is really uncomfortable. Becoming a target of Ed, something must have been born with resentment. The little girl kindly reminded, if you feel unwell recently, you should go see a doctor. I guess it is okay to just say this much, right? Then she quickly left. I have to go now. Bless thought as she walked. It turns out that everyone was invited to my birthday party. I really do not know what the emperor is thinking. I do not understand why the priests of Rabiang are also so chaotic. Lady Lante is waiting. Let me check quickly and go back. As soon as she arrived, Bless quickly asked, what is all the commotion about? As soon as those people saw the little girl, young Lady Bless, they immediately pointed and blamed. Well, this servant, Bless was confused. Servant. That person pointed out the servant's mistake. He bumped into me but did not apologize. But as soon as she saw that servant, it was Eladin, making Bless startled. Eh? Eladin gave a bright smile as if he was very happy to see her again. This made Bless startled. I did not expect that the missing Eladin would appear here. Bless turned away, not wanting to look. Because I thought I would not be attending today, I was careless. I did not expect to meet like this. The little girl looked at the young boy's clothes and was confused. Why is Eladin always dressed like that in the end? Even if he was not dressed like that, it would not be to the point of not recognizing him. But why can't he be recognized? Understanding what Bless wanted to ask, Eladin pointed to the 2 buttons on his shirt. Could it be because of that? The little girl quickly understood the art of disguise. Then she made a calculation. He is trying to move and pretend to disappear. The man in front of Bless quickly bowed his head and apologized. I am sorry. I did not see clearly in front of me, making the 2 kids panic. What? Eladin repeated. Didn't you want me to apologize? The kid was taken back. Well, that is so. But why suddenly? Another young boy quickly pulled him away. Hey, that is enough. He seems strange. So let us go. We will take our leave first. After seeing those 2 kids leave, the little girl began to realize, wait, if they leave first, then... Just as she was about to run away, he gave a bright and grateful smile. Thank you for helping a servant like me, young Lady Rabiang. Bless could only helplessly say after hearing this, really, so unlucky. Then he also humbly wanted to leave. It is nothing. This is my birthday party, so I am just doing what I need to do. Someone is waiting. So I will go first. But Eladin did not let the little girl go so easily. But, young Lady of Rabiang, are you using honorifics with a servant again? Bless knew that she had been caught, and she was annoyed. Really, so unlucky. Bless still tried to defend herself. At Rabiang, we are taught to always use honorifics, so that is why. He helplessly sighed. Why is your explanation so convoluted? The little girl was shocked when she was said straight to the point. What? Eladin leaned closer and reminded, it is too late to pretend you do not know now. Is not it? I showed you earlier, and you recognized that I was in disguise. Did not you? You also saw my true self. Bless could only manage a strained smile at that. She was a little incredulous. He knows who I am. The little girl started thinking. He said that he noticed that I recognized him, thanks to that. But she quickly denied it. No, if it is the Eladin I know, then the chance of being suspected from the start is very high. Even if I do not know what the reason is, it is like seeing an image of myself. I can see my true image. The truth about the fact that I know my identity. If so, then he came to check that. Why does he have to do that? What is he thinking? In the end, Bless gave up. Whatever. It does not matter anyway. Then he came closer to ask, by the way, how was my gift? Because the last time I gave you something too cheap, I sent another one of the same color. Are you satisfied? Bless thought after hearing that, it seems like he knows everything, so I won't talk about that anymore. Then she also went along with it. Yes, I received it. Eladin was a little confused, seeing the little girl talking cautiously like this. What is wrong with you? All of a sudden, last time we met, you were very arrogant. Bless quickly denied. Haha, when was I ever like that? The little girl was dejected inside. I thought you did not know I was Bless von Rabiang. He frankly said about the gift. It is okay to be honest. If you are not happy, I will prepare something else. These words made Bless wonder, why is Eladan being so friendly when he knows that I was Rabiang at that time? Is not the royal family not on good terms with Rabiang? He disguised himself from the start and disappeared. You could say that this is the third prince. Or does he want something from Rabiang? Bless kept thinking, I do not know how to answer, because I do not know Eladan's intentions, without hearing the constant calls, Bless. She looked back curiously when she was called father. Eladan smiled knowingly at this moment. It seems like you have a lot of questions. You can share that when we meet again soon. Bless wondered at this statement. What did you say? But unexpectedly, Eladan disappeared somehow. Making Bless surprised, Eladan. Did he disappear like that time again? At this moment, Helios also ran over and called out loudly, Bless, where are you going alone? As soon as Lante saw the little girl, she cried her eyes out with relief. Bless, I was really panicked. Bless felt a little guilty seeing her like that. Lady Lante, I am sorry. He hugged the little girl and instructed, It might be dangerous, so do not go alone next time. Bless obediently replied, Yes. Then Helios also took the little girl away. It is late, so let us go say hello, and go home. Even though Eladan had disappeared, Bless was still concerned. Eladan, you clearly said that we would meet again soon. It is as if we will meet again soon. What does it mean in the end? Finally, the suspicious meeting with Eladan also ended my birthday. After the birthday took place, Bless was eating cake. And she was really enjoying it. This is healing. After the arduous birthday party ended, Duke Rabiang also returned to a peaceful everyday life. There were many unexpected things that happened at the party, but I also gained a lot of things, which is, at this moment, Ladyth brought some invitation letters for Bless. Young lady, in front of you are the letters that arrived today. The little girl only gave a bright smile when she saw this. Because the truth is that my position has reached a positive place in the social world. After the party, many families started sending letters to me. That is no longer related to the fact that I am a bastard child. And it means that I have been recognized as the second young lady of the Duke Rabiang house. This also means that the scope of my activities has been expanded. Bless was reading the letters and had a question, so she asked Ladyth, But these invitations, will I be able to attend? What if my father does not allow it? She quickly replied, The letters that I gave to you, young lady, have all been selected by the master. So what you see will all be allowed. The little girl was really surprised after knowing this. There is so much. Really. Bless read each letter while enjoying it a little. I did not expect so many people to contact me. To be honest, they just want to build a close relationship through me, but that is okay too. While she was reading, she heard Helios call, Bless? As soon as she saw him appear, the little girl called out loudly, Father. Then she happily asked, You are done with your work already. Helios quickly sat down and explained, I had an appointment with you, so I rushed over. Knowing that he came for her, made Bless touched. Really, laddie, my father has arrived. Please take that out for me. Ladyth smiled bitterly after hearing this, but still did as she was told, yes. At this moment, a dessert was brought up. Recently, besides invitation cards, a lot of gifts have been sent. Among them is my favorite dessert. I do not want to receive expensive gifts, but this is too delicious, so is it okay if I keep receiving it? The little girl ate and enjoyed it while sighing. It is really as delicious as royal food. Both Lottie and her father did not say anything about this. The source seems reliable. Because it does not say who sent it, I can't say thank you. There is no sign of the family. Seeing Bless keep eating a dessert made Helios worried. Is it that dessert again? Ladyth confirmed yes. This made his head throb. The Emperor's voice rang out in the royal palace. You do not usually come even when I call you, but you are here yourself today. What is wrong, Helios von Rabiang? Helios politely bowed to the Emperor. Then he began to explain the reason. The Emperor sent this gift to my daughter privately, so I came to see it as a parent. He did not beat around the bush and asked directly, I won't beat around the bush. What do you want, your majesty? The Emperor only looked down in silence after hearing this. Then he rubbed his forehead and explained, If it is a gift, I send it to all the children who attended the birthday party, but seeing your sensitive reaction, I must have guessed correctly. The truth is that your child is the child of the prophecy, the transcendent. Helios was worried because the Emperor knew this fact. Then the Emperor also said frankly, Of course I predicted that I would find the enemy in the temple and the royal family. No one expected that the enemy from the evil side would come from Rabiang. Then the Emperor apologized, So I am really sorry that I used your daughter's birthday as an excuse. But I did that to gather Rabiang and find that child of the prophecy. So the person who disguised himself as the priest that day was the Emperor. He heard Bless's whispering voice. Why can I see the power of Ed? So he quickly determined, that daughter of yours can see energy. He affirmed one thing: only a transcendent can have the ability to see energy. What does this mean, Helios? After listening, Helios could only feel helpless. I tried not to get into the Emperor's eyes, but how did you find a way to contact Bless? He still wanted to ask again. Your Majesty said that my daughter is the child of the prophecy. The Emperor confirmed. That is right, so as a precaution, the royal family wants to directly raise her. It would be great if we could cooperate. Helios did not seem to agree with this. It is right to reciprocate and eliminate the demons that have descended with your Majesty. But Bless still won't understand the responsibility that she has been given. He clenched his fist, trying to prove one thing. Those eyes that can see energy still do not have the ability to purify themselves, so if you allow me. Under Rabiang's protection, I will take responsibility for raising Bless to be worthy of the position of a transcendent. If you allow me, then this Duke Rabiang swears to be with the royal family, forever. The Emperor had to rethink after listening. This is originally something that cannot be accepted, but remember that you gave that up. Finally, he made a decision. Helios von Rabiang. From now on, I will watch your steps. Helios reluctantly accepted. Yes. Finally, the Emperor let him go. All right, then, you can go. Back to the present, when Helios read the letter from the Emperor with the content, think of it as an investment for the future. He was confused. I thought I would be let go. I do not know what he is thinking. I am worried about getting involved with troublesome people. Even for a minute, while he was thinking, he stroked Bless's head, making the little girl surprised. Ah, father, what are you doing? At this moment, Bless noticed Helios's face. Thinking about it, father has looked more tired lately. What is wrong? Then she innocently asked, Father, do you want to eat too? Helios and Ladioth were startled by this question. Then he affirmed, I am okay. That night, the little girl observed that there was no one around, so she got out of bed. There is probably no one outside, right? Cloud then brought a letter. Bless. Here, what Bless needs. Bless received it and thanked her. Ah, Cloud. Receiving the letter, the little girl thought. After the party, the plan to protect Rabiang also has progress. That is, as soon as the piece of paper under her feet was torn, a magic circle immediately appeared, transporting to another place. At that moment, a sound rang out. Oh, you have arrived? You have arrived. A man came to greet her. Please come in, I have been waiting for you. Captain Bless. And the truth is that I have become a partner with the information team. The cooperation with the Information Guild began not long after the party ended. At that time, the guild saw Bless being greeted, appearing to be a noble young lady, and realized this was not a place for finding lost pets or missing dolls. Although the guild initially looked down on me, the girl did not mind and made a proposal. If I cooperated with her, she would save my younger brother. Immediately, the guild leader's brother appeared, surprised. How did she know about it? Bless did not say much. It was not important to him. In the original story, the guild had to save their youngest sibling, Guild 1, because he was deceived by Heinrich's lies. Bless took out a white vial, stating, This is the only medicine that can cure that disease. At that moment, I was sure that if I offered a treatment, they would side with me, since the guild's youngest sibling had a blood disease related to elves, which I knew from the original story. I proposed a trade with them using the medicine I obtained through Biela. Bless broke the bracelet on her wrist and made the offer. Becoming my partner is the only proposal. Compared to Ed, was not Rabiang of Miracles more trustworthy? The guild was genuinely taken aback. Due to the close connection, if I provided the treatment, I did it because I believed they would team up with me, but as soon as the guild appeared, they kept calling, Captain Bliss. Then, they cheerfully worried that she would be tired. Isn't coming today too tiring? I have another schedule in a bit, so I have to leave as soon as you arrive. What a pity. Bless was a little incredulous, not expecting to be called captain, and treated so enthusiastically. She turned around and denied it. It is not tiring at all. Besides, I told you not to call me captain anymore. I can come anytime, so do not cancel your schedule. Knowing this, Guild felt a little reluctant, making Bless helpless. Isn't he being too blindly devoted? Anyway, the security for Rabiang has been increased, so let us just endure it for a bit. Bless then brought up, last time I asked you to look into the circumstances of another ducal family. How did it go? Guild immediately replied, First of all, it is very difficult to get information on this idol, so I do not have much information to provide. Ed has not made any significant moves since the captain's birthday party. As for gold, it would be better to see it directly. That night, Guild led Bless to a certain place. As they walked, she wondered, This is a slum, is not it? Guild confirmed. Yes, especially in the slum, there are many children here. Until we built an orphanage as part of Gold's recent charity project, and brought the children here. Bless was a bit surprised that young Master Gold is doing charity. Duke Gold? I did not see him as such a person. Isn't he plotting something? Bless then expressed her discomfort. It would be fortunate if Duke Gold is genuinely helping children, but it is also unsettling. Guild understood, after all. His behavior has not been very good lately. And the truth is, I have been taking the children for charity work, but Rumors say that taking children away is a bit bad. Bless was confused. What is that about? Guild explained, there are slave traders lurking near the slums. People say that you can pay them to order them around, do anything, and take the children away. That is why the atmosphere here has been very harsh lately. After hearing this, Bless quickly made a decision. No, I will still take another look around. Guild worriedly stopped her. No, you can't. It is very dangerous here. But she did not listen and told Guild, Grace said you have a schedule later, hurry up and go. Guild was still uneasy, but Bless smiled confidently. I am really okay. She clenched her fist firmly. Do you think I came here without a solution? Don't worry. And thought to herself, it would be inconvenient if someone was here when I investigate with the cloud, so leave. Then Bless gave him a task, find out more about Duke Gold's charity project. Guild quickly responded, yes, I will prepare it for our next meeting, Captain. Bless was uncomfortable with that title. I told you not to call me that anymore. At this time, there were many poor and hungry people in the slum. As the cloud flew high above, sensing everything, Bless on the other side asked, is it the same as this side? She was impressed. Is that so? Thank you for checking for me. The cloud was genuinely happy to be recognized. Really, thank you very much. While hugging the cloud, Bless thought, I was worried that Grace would be by my side until the end. It is fortunate that he left more easily than I thought. After all, anyone else would be the same. It seems he was indeed forced to go somewhere. So he hurriedly left. Charity work. This is work officially conducted by a duke, though not illegal. Considering his image at the party and his reputation, Duke Gold probably is not the type to help others. I am also concerned about taking the children away so violently. Is he planning something indirectly? While suspecting this, a group of people suddenly appeared and ordered, catch him. Bless was startled by the shout. What is that? Suddenly, a hand reached out and covered Bless's mouth. Then, she was hidden to the side, confusing her. What is going on? She looked up at the person behind her and suspected, this child, could it be? The boy was very worried and gestured for Bless to be quiet. I am sorry, please be quiet for a moment, until those people leave. The group continued searching. He is injured, so he can't have gone far. Search everywhere. Don't forget, that kid's ability is the most valuable compared to the others. The group quickly complied. Yes, yes. They were visibly annoyed. Where could that rat have run off to? Bless peeked out to observe and was surprised. They can't see us now. Even the cloud was having trouble finding her. Where's Bless? Bless is here, but why can't I see her? She is in the shadows. Bless called to the cloud, stand back here. The group continued searching. Don't just stand there, search properly. There is a trail of blood here. He can't have gone far, so search carefully. The boy, hearing this, anxiously clutched his chest. Ah, no! Bless was gradually sensing that the ability was being nullified. She looked at the boy in front of her and made a decision. First, I have to save him right now. Then, Bless placed her hand on the boy's shoulder and comforted him. It is okay. Now you can rest easy. Suddenly receiving help in this situation moved the boy. Bless quickly reached out and called, Cloud. Then she requested, hide the bloodstains, and us. The cloud happily complied. I understand. Bless asked, and Cloud heard clearly. The cloud quickly erased the bloodstains on the ground. Confusing the group, where did the blood go? What trick did the kid use? Go to the opposite direction quickly. Yes. How strange. Was there a wall here before? Seeing them leave, she was secretly happy. Thank goodness they did not find us. While she was pleased, the boy behind her spoke up. Why? Why did you help me? Bless quickly explained, because I did not want to be caught either, then made a request, can you lower your head a little? He quickly lowered his head and immediately understood, it is clearer now. This child is a slave boy, capable of manipulating shadows, which the Emperor wants the third male lead in the original story. The collar on Arius's neck quickly cracked and shattered, surprising the boy. And upon seeing Arius's face, Bless could immediately confirm, it really is Arius von Giselle. Bless was a bit surprised to meet the third male lead so easily. Recently, I have been frequently meeting the main characters from the original story. I feel like the tension has disappeared compared to the first time. After all, I can't leave the boy being chased by slave traders here. Thinking this, Bless spoke up. I know you have many questions to ask. But first, let us go to my house and talk. She gave Arius a friendly smile, inviting him. Upon arriving at the Rebyang mansion, the boy was astonished. Here, Bless happily welcomed him. Welcome to the Rebyang mansion. Then she introduced herself. I was too rushed just now, so I did not get a chance to introduce myself. I am Bless von Rebyang, and you are... Hearing Rebyang, Arius realized. Rebyang, could it be one of the 4 great ducal houses? Seeing the look on the boy's face, Bless quickly understood what he was thinking. He is probably thinking that way. Then she succinctly gave his name, Arius. Seeing that Arius was uncomfortable, Bless worried. Arius, you seem to be thinking a lot. So many things have happened in a short time, so it is understandable. First, let us rest. I have to tell father that it will be tomorrow. Thinking this, Bless went to advise the boy. Okay, Arius, now you are safe, so rest assured. It is late, so let us talk about everything tomorrow. She reached out her hand but was quickly pushed away by the boy. Arius was still very suspicious of her kindness. Why are you helping me? There is no way a noble young lady would be kind to me for no reason. This obsession of the boy's might be due to the previous words of his captor. Why is it called shadow creation? It is a specialized ability for assassination. When will this product be released, Arius, recalling those words, was uneasy. Nobles can't help me without a reason. The situation was very tense just now, so I revealed my ability and followed her. Here, but if I see any suspicious signs, I have to take her down and run. Thinking this, the boy spoke up. If you want my ability that you saw just now, I am sorry. I do not know anything about the ability, so it is very difficult. Before the boy could finish, Bless explained, it is shadow creation. It is the first time I have seen it directly, but because it has a special aura, I looked into it thoroughly. The more Arius heard, the more suspicious he became. As expected, you know my power is shadow creation, so you brought me here. This power is very special for assassination. If you are a duke, you will have many enemies, so you will be greedy for it. Hearing these words, Bless could not help but feel sorry. Over the past time, the nobles have suffered in their passion for shadow creation, so he is wary of me. That is a reaction I can predict, but I do not care. Thinking this, Bless boldly declared, I did not bring you here to be an assassin. Even if there are many enemies, Rabiang has the power to deal with them honorably. I just could not ignore a child who was asking for help, so I brought you back. It is not your fault, because I do not want to see that painful image. In fact, Arius is the illegitimate child created by the Emperor to obtain shadow creation. His mother realized the Emperor's intentions, so she took him out of the imperial palace. The illegitimate child with power was treated badly. Arius is like my past lives, so I can't. Arius still did not believe it. Just for that reason, you brought me back with this terrifying ability. Suddenly, she denied it. Your ability at that time was not important. Arius looked very earnest. These words surprised the boy. Then Bless took Arius's hand and urged, go to sleep. Let us talk in more detail tomorrow. She put the boy in bed and tucked him in carefully. Finally, Arius fell asleep. The next day, Helios looked extremely uncomfortable upon hearing this news. Seeing that expression, Bless felt uneasy. I told Arius everything beforehand, but facing father is still too suffocating. Suddenly, he demanded, Bless von Rabiang, now you must explain everything that happened. Finally, Bless smiled awkwardly and introduced, well, this is a friend that father does not know. She was scared. Father's expression made me panic so much that I rambled unconsciously. Helios then spoke up, reminding her, listen carefully, Bless. Besides seeing it with your eyes, energy can also leave traces. She was confused when he suddenly mentioned this. Yes. Why suddenly mention energy? He then got to the main point. In the case of a trapped energy restriction orb, such as life being emitted due to a reaction. These words startled Arius. Then Helios stepped forward and used his magic, and normally tracking magic will follow those traces. Bless was shocked and could not believe it. Tracking magic, so that means Arius's location may have been. Although his previous words were a bit intimidating, he told Bless to rest assured. Of course, this magic can't affect the protection magic of the house, so you do not need to worry about that yet. Hearing this, she could not help but sigh in relief. Thank goodness. Helios then wondered, but Bless, why is your friend afflicted with tracking magic only used for slaves? The two of them did not know how to explain. Then he looked at Arius. I can overlook you sneaking out, but in this case, it is really dangerous to have a runaway slave by your side. Hearing this, she wondered, so father knows the whole time I sneak out. If he knows, he has been pretending not to know. I have to explain it properly later. First, I have to resolve Arius's problem now. If I think logically, it is extremely dangerous to harbor a runaway slave without knowing their identity. If this runaway is the Emperor's illegitimate child, it is even more dangerous. Even so, I can't let Arius go out again. If he lives in the West Mansion, he can avoid the Emperor's gaze. Finally, Bless made a decision. To do that, I have to convince father by any means. Then she looked at him and analyzed. From my experience so far, if father is resolute, he can't be persuaded, so there is only one way. Finally, Bless started to whine. I want to help this person, please do not chase him out of the mansion. Her eyes were extremely pleading. Bless knew that father was always weak against her Ayo, so this was the only way left. Then Bless quickly begged, if there is danger, father will protect Bless. Right. Although helpless, he still did not forget to remind her, the name Bless Rabiang carries a lot of weight, which means you have to be careful about everything you do. Because Rabiang has to take all the responsibility. Then Helios said again, HMPH. If you do not say it, it is okay. Bless, accepted, okay. Then he made a condition, only for a short time until he recovers, then go to the mansion in the east with the servants. Bless quickly corrected. No, it is the mansion in the west, and not servants, but escorted by knights. That way, they can be together to help each other. Helios seemed unwilling, Bless, but she rushed over and acted cute, father. Finally, he had no choice but to give in, and stroked her head. Okay, I give up, just do it that way. Bless, upon being accepted, praised him repeatedly. Wow, father is the best. Then Helios turned to ask Arius, You, what is your name? The boy hesitated to answer. It is Arius. Then he requested, Bless, I need to talk to Arius privately, so go out first. Bless was a bit worried. Talk to Arius privately, but in the end she still left so that Helios could talk to Arius. He spoke up. The reason I am meeting you separately is because I wrote this for you. Upon seeing it, the boy was surprised. A labor contract, Helios then explained. Anyway, you are going to live here soon, so there must be necessary procedures. The contract stated, This contract will retain money until you reach adulthood. Cooperate in controlling your ability and conceal yourself from external forces during your time at the mansion. After reading the contract, Arius was surprised. This contract. Then the boy quickly agreed to the contract. This contract is in line with my wishes. This means that he knew about me since last night, so why did he remain silent? Didn't he know I was a runaway slave? Helios explained. I could not do anything arbitrarily because Bless brought you here, and I was just waiting because I knew she would ask for my permission. If I hire you as an escort knight, everyone will be very surprised, but if my daughter wants to do it, it won't be difficult. Arius then raised his question. The terms state to conceal myself from external forces. So, did you know my identity? Helios admitted. Yes. Therefore, if you stay here, I can conceal you from the emperor, your father. In my position, that information can be known. No need to be so surprised. Adding further, I do not need to use you to connect with the emperor, so do not worry about that. I do not want to hand you over to the royal family, to be hated by Bless. Finally, Arius opened up. I am the person who controls shadow creation, the emperor's illegitimate child. Even knowing all this, you still allow me to stay here, just for the reason that the young lady wishes it. Helios admitted without hesitation. That is right. Arius, after hearing this, could not help but make an assessment. Indeed, a strange family. Although the daughter knows my ability, she still wants to help me without any compensation. The father says that because the daughter wants it, he will help me conceal myself from the emperor. Finally, the boy stammered to a decision. I want to stay here. I do not want to return to the royal family. Helios quickly approved. Okay, then I will protect you in Rabiang from now on. I hope you will obediently follow the terms of the contract, and I will try to manage your special ability while you are at the mansion. This is not just a matter of protection, but also a necessary part of concealing you. Arius was more surprised than ever. They are even planning to protect me in this way. I really thought they would not care so much. Helios began to lecture. The technique of shadow creation is based on emotions. If you do not properly manage your emotions, that power can hurt those around you. Therefore, if you can manage all of your abilities during your escort time, then I will ask again. It just so happens that there is a good teacher in the mansion who can teach you, so study hard. Helios quickly summoned Hexa. Hexa quickly replied, Yes, master. At this moment, Arius was a bit startled. Shadow creation. He raised a question. Can you help this boy manage his ability? Hexa quickly accepted the task. Leave it to me. Arius was truly surprised that there was someone who was like himself, also like me, a person with shadow creation. A few days later, Ladith asked Helios curiously, That child has been here for several days. Although training with Hexa is very difficult, he still persists and does quite well. He was a bit pleased after hearing this. That is really great. Then Helios instructed, After the Demon King awakens, tell Hexa that the more cards Bless has, the better she will use them. Ladith quickly replied, Yes, master. Then Ladith continued to report, The royal family has been quieter in that place. I thought you would take him away because he is a shadow creation mage, but Helios did not do so. The emperor only created the child to confront the Demon King, so as long as he can control his ability, it won't matter where he is. Going with a child who was prophesied to be the child of prophecy when he was young, thinking about it, things might go well. Ladith agreed. If it were the emperor, he would think that way. Is it because that child is the child of prophecy? Extraordinary children all revolve around the young lady, the third prince, then the information guild, now the shadow creation mage. Ladith looked a bit helpless. Among them is also the young master of the Gold family, who has been sending letters like this. This letter is an invitation from the Duke Gold's Charity Project Support Association. Young Master Fabian has directly invited the young lady. Helios took the letter, read it, and then made an assessment. Not satisfied with the rudeness at the birthday party, if I look at his apologetic appearance like this, He might be different from his father. Ladyeth, hearing that Helios rated Fabian this highly, was a bit unbelievable. Because you are not satisfied with Duke Gold, you unexpectedly gave such a generous assessment. Ladyeth laughed knowingly. It is just that you do not like anyone approaching your daughter. Helios was annoyed Ladyeth. Then he reminded, enough with the small talk. Now transfer the invitation to Bless. If it is that child, let Bless decide whether or not to go. On this side, Hexa was focused on teaching Arius. Do you know that the technique of shadow creation is based on the ability to process emotions? The power that you have used until now is a shadow, created from anger, hatred, and fear. But if you only use power based on emotions like that, then one day your mind will not be able to handle it, and will collapse. Arius on this side was still listening attentively to the lecture. Then she explained that a shadow that has lost its owner will attack those around it, and the young boy quickly looked over. Hexa continued, it is okay if you are targeting an assassin, but if you are protecting someone, you need to protect your spirit first. Arius obediently reached out his hand and said yes. Afterward, Hexa observed and instructed more intensely. Although it is now known as the ability of an assassin, the shadow creating technique was originally created as an ability to protect someone. So you have to use that power more, with positive emotions. So think about it later. Arius reached out his hand. Then he began to think about what Hexa had said. The shadow I create is to protect someone. That will be the first step in dealing with the shadow. The young boy fell into thought. The power to protect someone. From the beginning, compared to what I know now, I have suspected approaching it in a completely different way. But by following the instructions, I felt more comfortable dealing with the shadow than before. That positive emotion, maybe she is talking about what I feel in this house. Everyone treats this country well. But among them, while I was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Arius. At that moment, the young boy affirmed, I also realized that my feelings for that child have changed a little. Bless ran up with a bright smile. I am not sure yet, but I have been able to use my power reasonably. If I continue to the end, I will know, right? The table was full of desserts, which startled Arius. Is this prepared for me? Seeing the young boy using honorifics made her helpless, then she affirmed. Yes, I heard you have been training very hard, so I called you to eat my favorite dessert. She did not understand why he seemed so fired up. Then Bless changed the subject. I heard that my father has been training you. What do you think? Are you more comfortable using shadow creation? Hexa had reminded her earlier that the young lady knew he was receiving training, so she had to be more careful later. Remembering this, the young boy admitted, yes, thanks to the head of the family, I have become much more comfortable handling shadow creation. This made her worry. It seems like he needs a short break. Is he very tired? Then Arius became interested in exchanging ideas. There are still many things I do not know, but I will practice more diligently because I have been given the opportunity. The young girl was overjoyed to hear this. If I can be of help, that is great. Looking at the young boy's bright face made her think, Arius seems to have trained hard with father. Looking closely, he seems slimmer than when he first came here. Father is really too much. He is so weak. I suddenly feel guilty. Finally, Bless stood up and piled food for the young boy. This, that, eat a lot, Arius. Arius was a little helpless and confused. Thank you. She was really concerned about Arius's health. He was too worrying compared to other male leads. Elitan and Fabian were arrogant, strong, and unpredictable. Compared to those who knew how to control things in their hands, Arius was calm and gentle. Could it be that there will be scenes of competing for the female lead later? Looking at the girl's eyes made Arius' spine tingle. Arius, who was originally an assassin personally sought out by the emperor, appeared arrogant in front of Bella, obtained the Giselle family name and earldom. Now that I have brought him to Rabiang, I do not know what will happen. He must have a title to be compared to others. Thinking about hindering future love made me feel strange and a little guilty. I did not think about that when I brought him back. Arius, I will definitely help you succeed with Bella in the future. While thinking aimlessly, a voice called from behind, young Lady Bless. As soon as she saw Ladyeth, she happily ran out. She was a little embarrassed to apologize. I am sorry for intruding on your enjoyable tea time. But the young girl did not mind. It is okay. At this time, she handed over a letter. The head of the family wants to pass this to the young lady. Bless took the letter, wondering, this is an invitation to the Gold Charity event. Anyway, I received a report from Grace yesterday. The guild said that the Duke Gold family's charity work this time is being overseen by young Master Fabian. He said so. Then the young girl recalled, thinking back to the image at the party, I did not think Fabian would carry out a charity project like Duke Gold. Did Fabian's values change that day? Ladyeth did not want her to think too much, so she said, the head of the family said he will respect the young lady's decision. Bless was a little surprised to hear this. Really, that is unexpected. I thought father would not allow it, because the relationship with Duke Gold is not good. Taking this opportunity, I must directly confirm what Fabian is thinking. Then Bless quickly made a decision. Very well, please pass on the message that I will attend the Charity Sponsorship Council. The next day, at a charity event that was extremely luxurious and extravagant, which made Bless very dizzy, although this is an organization of Duke Gold. Does the Charity Sponsorship Council need to be so extravagant? If you just look around like this, there does not seem to be anything suspicious. Why did they bring the children to the slums so brutally? Of course, if it is just a rumor, it would be fortunate that the children are being properly supported, but if it is just a rumor, they should be brought home immediately. It is tiring. Seeing that the young girl seemed bored, Helios asked, "Why do you look so bored, Bless?" The young girl only replied casually, "A little bit, father." Then she hugged him and acted cute. "Father, let us fill our seats a little and go back right away." Helios was puzzled to hear this. "You are already tired. This is a sponsorship council, and you said you would participate." Then Helios began to explain. Normally, the sponsorship councils are organized by the staff of the organizing committee to publicly show where the prepared funds are being used. As you said, filling the appropriate seats also includes partying. The young girl became more and more bored as she listened. "It is probably longer than I thought." Then she felt a little regretful. "If only my sister were here, that would be great." Helena was absent at this time. "What to do, Bless? My sister has a prior engagement that day." Seeing that Bless was too bored, Helios told the young girl, "If not, since you are already here, making friends would not be bad either." The young girl was happy to hear this. "That is also good, then I will go say hello to everyone and come back. From the beginning, I demanded to come myself, so I can't ask for more." Then first, the organizer, Duke Gold. "I have not seen him from the beginning, so I skipped him. Being a duke makes me feel petty somehow. Or should I greet Fabian first? That is polite." Then Bliss started searching, "Where is he?" Finally, the young girl found him. "Ah, I found him." But at this time, Fabian was sobbing, which made the young girl confused. Why is his expression so gloomy? What is wrong? Finally, Bless took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, young Master Fabian." He was startled to see the young girl suddenly appear and greet him, "Young Lady Bless." Just as he was about to greet her, the Duke's voice rang out, "I want to thank everyone who has gathered here today." This made Fabian freeze, and the young girl turned back, wondering, it is already starting. Then the Duke continued, "Many people have sponsored our charity project. I feel that this kindness is very fulfilling." Bless could not help but praise after hearing this. He can say things that sound good. The Duke continued with his speech, with a sense of gratitude. "I want to directly show everyone how the valuable support funds are being used." At this time, the young girl also paid attention to the young boy's expression. Fabian's expression was getting worse and worse. "What is wrong?" The young master requested at this time, "Now, everyone, please come forward. Thanks to everyone's support, the children are becoming happier." At this time, the orphans were brought out on display, making them ashamed. Even Bless was surprised by this. Fabian looks extremely bad. The young girl could not understand. What kind of trick is he playing? Then the Duke requested the other children, "Now you children should also say hello." Bless was shocked to see from afar. What kind of trick is he playing? This is like displaying products on a shelf. Is treating children so badly charity? It is completely unbelievable. Clearly, I only heard that this charity project was the responsibility of Fabian. Thinking of this, the young girl turned to call out, "Young master." Duke Gold is boasting like this after forcibly collecting children from the slums. These words startled the young boy. Suddenly, the young girl was also surprised. What is with that expression?" Fabian burst into tears, sobbing. Then he ran away, causing Elaine to worry. "Young master, where are you going?" Fabian warned. "Don't follow me." The young girl still did not understand what was happening. What is suddenly wrong? Thinking back, Fabian's expression has not been good since just now. Is there another problem that I do not know? While pondering, Elaine approached and called, "Young lady, I have something to say." "Actually, our young master." Elaine recounted Fabian's growth process to Bless. The Duke always instilled in the young boy's mind that, "Fabian, you are the embodiment of the soul, different from those lowly children out there. Father is very proud of you for receiving the blessing of the soul. This time, thanks to you, Father has achieved great success." Then the Duke took the young boy to the slums. "Oh, our lovely Fabian, you are already thinking about doing charity at such a young age. So I never thought that Father would be different from me." After arriving at the place, the Duke requested, "Now, just hand everything over to Father. Father will do everything." The person I always relied on and put my faith in collapsed and shattered at that time. The words that the Duke said, such as, "Thanks to your support, the children will be happier," but all of that was not true. What I thought of was not these kinds of things. The young boy left while disbelieving. He said to only believe in him, so I trusted him and entrusted him. I do not want to turn those children into a joke. It is just, I want to become close to someone. I thought that Bless would look at me one more time, so I started the charity project. But when Father told the children to come out just now, Bless's expression was not very good. I was going to become a good child. I was going to be friends with him. But now Bless hates Duke Gold, right? So I do not know if he hates being friends with me. The young boy was feeling dejected when Bless appeared at this moment. So it is here, young Master Fabian. It is dangerous to be alone in places like this. The young boy heard this familiar voice, and his eyes welled up with tears. Then he was surprised by the appearance of the young girl. Young lady Bless, young lady. Bless smiled and reminded him, if you just run out like that, I can't help but care. The young boy stammered, no, it is not. Is it because of the young lady? She knew everything. Yes, I know. I heard everything Elaine told me over the past time. At that time, Elaine said all of the young boy's feelings. The young master was embarrassed to see the young lady, so he did not come to the seat. He wanted to make up for the bad image that you saw the first time, and now it is the opposite, even more hateful. Bless could not understand. The more she listened, what is that about? Elaine began to explain. The plan today was supposed to show that the young master is a good person, so that he can be friends with young lady Bless. The young girl was startled to hear this. Make friends. Elaine also knew that it was unbelievable, a little absurd, because that was the reason for a large-scale charity project, right? The young girl could only laugh, haha, sweating profusely, yes. Then Elaine wanted to explain further, as just an escort, so it might sound a little arrogant, but I hoped that the arrogant young master would find positive joy, although there was a personal purpose. But seeing the sincere smiles of everyone towards himself, he understood positive joy. I was also very happy and supported this change in the young master, although it was helping, but about the scale of the charity project is getting bigger and bigger, so there is no other way. The responsibility was handed over to the Duke. I did not expect to cause such a mess. The Duke is a person who is definitely only focused on what is beneficial to the family, so Fabian's own business has made the world better and more profitable, but the Duke intervened and distorted it. How could he turn his son's goodwill business into this? This really made Bless helpless. Then Elaine begged, saying this might be disrespectful to the young lady, but don't think badly of our young master anymore. After understanding, the young girl realized, it seems that young Master Fabian has a good person by his side. The young boy saw that the young girl was still talking to him and wondered. Then, you are not angry with me? Bless forced a smile after hearing this. Yes, I am sorry for getting angry without knowing anything. The more regrettable person is young Master Fabian. At this time, the young boy explained, the truth is that today's sponsorship council is where I will apologize to you. I sent letters of apology continuously but did not receive a reply. Perhaps apologizing through letters is not enough sincerity. The young girl was a little dumbfounded after hearing this. Letters? What are you talking about? Then the young boy began to approach. Elaine said that Bless likes friendly people. I thought that this charity would allow you to meet me. The young boy suddenly clenched his fist, then expressed his sincerity. Bless, I apologize for the harsh words back then. I will absolutely not say anything disrespectful again in the future. So please be friends with me, okay? These sincere words made the young girl see him in a different light. That arrogant Fabian actually stood up like this to hope to be friends with me. I really did not know how arrogant he used to be. Then Bless smiled and accepted. Okay, let us be friends, Fabian. Seeing the agreement and the happy smile on the young girl's face, Fabian immediately asked excitedly to confirm. Really? The young girl affirmed, yes, thank you for telling me in advance. And about the letters, it seems that they were delivered midway. I am sorry, you did such a big thing. Fabian quickly denied, no, you do not need to mind. I started a business to show Bless, but I am very happy to see someone happy because of me. But it made the people who used to smile at me feel ashamed. That is really my fault. Bless was getting more and more furious. Duke, kneel down and apologize to your son immediately. Finally, the young girl stood up to comfort him. Don't worry too much about the children. I switched to another seat while my father stood out to attract attention. At that time, Helios stood out to warn, I will not let you off, because I do not like that idea. The Duke's face turned pale. You dare? Fabian happily asked back. Really, that is really great. Finally, Bless quickly invited, so now let us go back to the party. The young boy quickly agreed. Suddenly May called out from somewhere, Bless. Then warned, dangerous, Bless. The young girl was startled, wondering, May? Bless was suddenly gagged. Then those guys warned, you better not be loud, little ones. Because of that person you guys follow us? The young girl was gradually losing consciousness. No consciousness. Hexa was teaching Arius. Then the young boy realized one thing. The training has been going on for more than 6 hours, and she is not tired. No matter how much she uses her ability, how can she handle an ability that consumes so much stamina for so long? Seeing that the young boy was not focused, Hexa asked, Arius, you are not focused on training today, are you? What is wrong? The young boy then asked his question. Hexa, you are so strong. After the young lady went out, you did not go with her. Not just you, but all the maids as well. Why? Hexa did not want to say much and attacked Arius. If you still have the mood to think about other things, then you must still have energy, right? If you have time to rest like that, then focus on training from the beginning. The Duke is with the young lady, so what is the problem? On this side, the Duke was startled when Fabian disappeared. Fabian can't be found. Elaine felt guilty. I am sorry, Your Grace. Helios is also looking for Bless. Bless's strength also suddenly disappeared, along with the young master. What is going on? The Duke angrily shouted, Elaine, how could you let such a dangerous thing happen? You useless thing. Because of this, I do not want to do anything for another guy like you. Helios then stepped in to stop him. You went out with Bless just now, right? Did you see anything different? Elaine quickly replied, that when the two of them were talking outside, I was waiting nearby. It was as if a faint layer blocked it, so I suddenly could not see them anymore. He seemed to have realized they must have used an artifact to block the presence of energy. Then he fell into thought. If it is magic strong enough to break the protective magic I created, it means that the person used a level 3 magic. If it is said to be a simple kidnapping drama to control the two dukes, it is not very normal. At this moment, Helios had a thought. If that is the case, then it could also be someone's prank when they know Bless is the child of prophecy. But in the end, he did not care anymore. No matter what, the reason is not important. Helios's expression became extremely serious. Wait a little bit, Bless. Elsewhere, it seemed that the young girl had woken up from her coma. My head. At this time, the young girl was startled, looking around and discovering this place. Around are mostly magic circles. Bless immediately recognized everything. My hands and feet are tied, so I have been kidnapped. Fabian has not woken up yet, but that is also good. That is a difficult thing for a child. The children of the two dukes have disappeared. Maybe they have sent people to search for them already. If that is the case, then this is a race against time, the young girl kept calling. May. But not feeling pain, she was surprised. Where's May? Where did she go? Bless was thinking when she suddenly realized. This sound. The voices of those guys came out. In the end, why are you doing work that is not required? I said the opposite. During that time, the young girl had controlled the hidden weapon. That sound kept echoing, blaming, at least struggle. Then how do you want to die with that person? Bless asked, after listening for a while. That person. The guy outside kept talking loudly. Have you ever thought that if you move around arbitrarily, you will catch that person's eye? Have you forgotten that that person cares a lot about the boy who overcame his own poison? The little girl was getting more and more confused. Poison? Could it be that the person they are talking about is Heinrich? Then a guy warned, keep it down, the little ones will wake up. The little girl guessed. It seems like they are heading this way. Then she lay down and pretended to be unconscious. As soon as that guy saw her, he felt uncomfortable. Tesk, why bring the Duke Goldchild here? Then he instructed, contact that person first. What if that person does not help us? What else? We will have to kill them and run away. Bless heard everything at this point. Then she made a decision. Waiting until Dad comes is too dangerous. It is better to leave here first. Then she quickly called, Fabian, 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 wake up quickly. When she saw the little boy just woke up, she asked, do you remember what happened just now, Fabian? Everyone is probably scattered looking for us, but the situation is not good. The little boy understood this too. Then Bless, afraid that the little boy would worry, kept comforting him. Even so, just trust me. You do not need to worry too much. Understand, Fabian? Fabian kept nodding in agreement. Yeah, I will trust you. The little girl was a little surprised to see this expression. He is more calm than I thought. I thought he would be panicked. Finally, Bless breathed a sigh of relief and controlled the hidden weapon. Good. First, I have to cut the ropes with this. Then they took turns cutting the ropes for each other. Finally, the ropes were cut. All right? At this time, the little boy pointed out one thing. If you want to get out of here, you have to break the magic first. The little girl suddenly stopped. Sister. Fabian pointed to one side. It seems like that is what is stopping us from escaping. The little girl looked around and quickly understood that is right. Then she did not forget to praise him, so we have to destroy that thing. Fabian is so smart. Suddenly being praised made the little boy embarrassed. It is nothing much. But Bless was still wondering. But, why do you call me sister? Fabian replied confused. Is not it because you are older than me? Finally, the little girl understood. That is right. But since we have decided to be friends, let us talk comfortably. Fabian affirmed, I am comfortable. These words made the little girl hesitate. Then, how? At this time, the little boy reminded. Anyway, this thing is very difficult to destroy. Bless knew that too. Yes, that is very difficult magic for an ordinary wizard. Moreover, this is quite high-level magic, so what should we do? We can't get out. The little girl immediately reassured him. No, it will be okay, just trust me. Then Bless began to analyze for the magic written in the ancient style. I have learned from Dad. In the quiet forest, the sound of searching echoed. They can't have gone far. Find them now. Bless and Fabian hid behind a bush, the little boy worriedly asked. Are you okay? The little girl affirmed. Just a little dizzy. Then she smiled, wanting Fabian to be at ease. Everyone will definitely come to find us, so do not worry. At this time, Bless looked back at the situation. I said that because I was afraid Fabian would worry. I did not expect things to be so messed up. I was very confident that I had learned that class from Dad. Back to an hour ago. A sound echoed. Bless, ancient magic must be handled delicately. If there is a small gap in the magic screen, then that magic can be destroyed. The little girl was a little happy to hear that. Can be destroyed. Then she continued. If you want to create a gap by gradually adding energy, you must concentrate your mind. This takes more energy than I thought. Alright. Bless wiped away the sweat. Really more tiring than I thought. Fabian was really worried about her. Are you okay? Bless turned back and affirmed. I am still okay. Now we can go out. The little boy stopped as soon as he looked. Then he worriedly reminded. You have a nosebleed. Seeing the nosebleed on her face surprised the little girl. Ah, really? Bless quickly wiped away the nosebleed and reassured him. It is just because I used too much energy, do not worry. Fabian felt guilty at this time. Suddenly I feel like, mentioning magic, you are working hard. Seeing this angelic face made the little girl feel guilty. No, I am really okay. Bless even reached out and put her hand on the little boy's shoulder and affirmed one thing. If we want to leave here, there is no other way but to break it. It is not your fault. Then she urged. Anyway, let us get out quickly. As soon as the door opened, something caught Bless's attention. That thing. The little girl recalled, as she saw at that time, the magic that blocked the energy. It seems like it was created here too. My dad was late because of that too. But that thing, if we can escape. Seeing the two children leaving hand in hand, a guy looked down from above and wondered, where are these kids going? There is definitely a barrier. How did they get out? The guy jumped down quickly, blocking their way. What? That is good. That person did not answer, so maybe they will abandon us. So you guys should just die here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to grab Bless. Taking advantage of that, the little girl controlled the hidden weapon beside her and attacked that guy. Then Bless pulled Fabian and ran away. Run now! That guy shouted loudly, informing his companions. They are running away, catch them quickly. Back to the present, the two were hiding in a bush, reassuring Fabian. What is with that expression? I am really okay. Although she said that, her face was very pale. Now, I do not have the strength to move. It seems the problem is due to breaking the magic, using too much energy. The reason we have been able to avoid being discovered until now is probably thanks to the power of Gold's luck. The little boy was still very worried. Are you really okay? Bless was asked the same question again and again, but that also has its limits. At this time, May's voice echoed from somewhere. Bless, May is here. The little girl was a little surprised to hear that. May, where have you been? May quickly replied. I have been brought here. Bless was confused. What are you talking about? How come? At this time, that guy had discovered them, found them. You are done for. The two were startled when they were discovered. Then the other guys also surrounded them. Give up quickly. The two hugged each other worriedly. We are surrounded. Bless did not want to die, so she closed her eyes tightly. No way. The little girl recalled the 2 lifetimes she had experienced and regretted. This year's birthday is useless. But then Bless suddenly opened her eyes. Surprised, what is this? A cry for help rang out. Help, help. An energy from somewhere struck those guys. Seeing the source of that energy, Bless knew. This energy. They screamed in fear. Duke Rabiang and Bless also recognized that the person who saved her was her father. Helios ran over with a worried expression, calling loudly Bless. He approached, wanting to ask, are you okay? Are you hurt? Then Helios hugged the little girl and was relieved. It is good that everything is still okay. Bless also hugged him and trusted him. I believe you would come, so I was not scared at all. Although she thought so. But Bless still revealed her weak side. Dad, I am scared. I am so scared. Helios comforted her after hearing that. All right, I am sorry for being late. Fabian on this side saw the 2 fathers and daughters hugging each other affectionately and did not come to join them. Suddenly a voice called from behind, Fabian. Adolf ran over anxiously. Oh Fabian, my son, you are safe and sound. Elaine was equally worried. Young master. As soon as he saw his father, the little boy also revealed a weak face. Dad, why are you so late? Adolf hugged the little boy and apologized. I am sorry, Fabian. Bless quickly realized. Fabian seemed to have endured fear all this time. Suddenly, Helios standing next to her spoke. Bless. He gave a bitter smile and said, now let us go home. Hearing that, Bless quickly replied, yes. So the council's funding for Duke Gold's charity project and our kidnapping ended hastily. The kidnappers at the scene are expected to be brought to trial by the emperor. The day before the trial, they committed suicide. Due to lack of evidence and witnesses, the trial was cancelled. Looking at my dad's expression, it is not good to the royal family. Because of this, it seems like things with the emperor did not go smoothly. Seeing that Bless seemed dissatisfied, Helios quickly fed the little girl a cake and asked, "You seem dissatisfied." The little girl quickly replied, "I am imitating your expression." He was stunned to hear that. "Am I like that?" Bless recalled the words she had heard before. "Have you forgotten that that person cares a lot about the boy who overcame his own poison?" Poison. The little girl fell into thought. Seeing the kidnappers say that that person cares about the poison, it seems like Heinrich is involved, so I feel uncomfortable ignoring this. Bless hesitated, or should I try to entrust it to Grace? At this time, Helios spoke. The royal family is also not satisfied. Duke Gold's reaction is not easy at all. The little girl was a little curious. After hearing that, in what way? Helios quickly explained. Not only did the well-prepared funding council turn out badly, but the kidnapping of the young master was too quiet. They said they would continue to maintain the charity. Hearing this made Bless pay attention. Thinking about it, there's something strange. If it is that person's personality, it is not strange to run around looking for the person behind the kidnapping. Besides, continuing this charity full of shame and no benefit. What is Duke Gold calculating? What are you thinking? At the Ed Manor, someone reported. I have received a promise from Duke Gold that he will not consider this matter a problem anymore. Heinrich understood the whole situation and ordered, I understand, you can leave. They moved too independently, so something unexpected happened, but the kidnapping has made everyone no longer pay attention to the children being supported. On the contrary, it is a very good thing, because we still need more sacrifice for that person. I hope that that person will cooperate with me until he is completely sober, Duke Gold. Back to Fabian, who was on the carriage happily. Elaine, are we still far? Elaine tried to calm the little boy down. Almost there, young master. Wait a moment, also. It is dangerous. Sit down. Fabian sat down and sighed in gratitude. It is so fortunate that Duke Rabiang allowed us to visit. Actually, I thought it would not be allowed. Elaine could only smile helplessly after hearing that. Haha, before that, the expression was not good. Immediately after the kidnapping, Fabian took the initiative to greet Helios. Duke Rabiang, thank you for saving me. Then the little boy wanted to say more. That, also, but he was interrupted. I only do what I have to do. Do you have anything to say? Fabian made a proposal. Duke, can I come to Rabiang Manor to play? Helios was startled to hear this. What? At this time, the little boy honestly repented. I have reflected on the rude things last time. I have apologized and decided to be friends with her, so... Can I come to play? Fabian's pleading eyes were like a real puppy that made people's hearts melt. Seeing this, he had no choice but to helplessly agree. Huz, all right. Then live in harmony with each other in the future. Finally, Fabian got what he wanted, then although it took time to convince his father. But because I wanted to go out often, I had to ask for permission. Before that, Elaine had affirmed one thing to the little boy. That thing, you said that I can be friends with the young lady, right? And that way is? Fabian was really dissatisfied. Does that include us having to get into trouble together? The little boy looked at Elaine with an unhappy face, making Elaine embarrassed to explain. No, that was not in my prediction. I am sorry. But because he had become friends with Bless, Fabian did not blame Elaine anymore. What? The result is that thanks to Elaine I became friends with her, so I will let it go. At this time, Elaine spoke. Young master, do you know that the Gold family always goes with the blessing of the soul? Fabian seemed to know this. So my father said that I was born with the essence of the soul? Suddenly mentioning this made the little boy wonder. But why suddenly? Elaine explained. Because the young master was born with the essence of the soul, I suddenly worried. As I have said many times, if you are born with the essence of the soul, you will have the ability to create that mark, and that mark will be the core of you, so you must always be careful. Fabian was tired of being told again and again, nagging again. Just in time to arrive at Rabiang Manor made the little boy excited. Look, Elaine, it is Duke Rabiang. Elaine was ignored like that and was really helpless. Young master. Did you hear what I said? What, young master? Finally, a scene appeared where 4 people sat together very awkwardly. Making Bless helpless, the atmosphere is more awkward than I thought. The little girl spoke first to make the atmosphere more harmonious, because there are people who are meeting for the first time, so I will introduce. At times like this, you have to change the atmosphere. Then Bless began to introduce each person. This is my sister, Helena von Rabiang. Helena was introduced and greeted. It is a pleasure to meet you. Helena is currently a little annoyed because she was interrupted from having tea with her sister. The little girl introduced the second person, and this is Arius, who just became my escort not long ago, although he is just an apprentice, but Arius also greeted awkwardly, please take care of me. The little boy is currently nervous in the unfamiliar situation. Blessifamai introduced the last person. Finally, this is Duke Fabian of the Gold family. Because this is the first time coming to Rabiang, please treat him well. Fabian, the youngest in the group, greeted very politely. I am Fabian von Gold. The little boy is currently disappointed because he is not just playing with Bless. After the introduction, the situation became even more awkward. Making Bless helpless, Helena also noticed this. So she started talking to Fabian first. The last time, young Master Fabian must have been very surprised. You were not hurt anywhere, right? The little boy cautiously replied after hearing that yes, because I was helped a lot by Sister Bless and Duke Rabiang, I am still okay. Then Fabian rubbed his hands a little remorsefully. That, young Lady Helena? I want to apologize for the last time for being rude to Rabiang. I have already apologized to Sister Bless, but I also want to apologize to you. Receiving an apology from the little boy made Helena happy. That matter is fine now. Thank you for apologizing from the young master. Helena continued to talk. I heard that after that incident, the charity work was taken over by young Master Fabian. Although you are young, you are great. Fabian also enthusiastically replied. Thank you, Elaine. My escort has also helped a lot. The atmosphere is less awkward now, so Bless is satisfied. Great. The atmosphere has eased a lot, and if it is Elaine, she is trustworthy. Then Bless noticed Arius. On the contrary, Arius did not participate in the conversation. I called him here because I wanted to change my mood. But Arius did not care much about the conversation. He just focused on drinking tea. The day after the kidnapping, Arius came to me with a worried face. At that time, Bless asked curiously, after hearing my news, you were very surprised, so you came. Right, Arius? The little girl did not forget to smile reassuringly. As you can see, I am normal now. This is really making you worry, Arius denied after hearing that. No. The little boy explained. It has been a long time. I have been worried about someone else like that, so I was also a little surprised. If the young lady was not injured at all, then that is great. At that time, he came to confirm that I was still safe, and then went back to the training ground. Bless is currently staring at Arius with a look of sympathy, asking herself, I am really worried about whether I can endure the male leads or not. Being looked at like that made the little boy confused. The little girl put down the teacup and asked, Arius, I heard that you have been intensifying training recently. Are you okay? Arius immediately replied, yes. Thanks to the young lady, I was able to solve the homework assigned to me, so I have been practicing more easily than before. Bless was confused after hearing that. Homework. While talking, Helena called back, Bless. She also wanted to join the conversation. What are you two talking about? That is so interesting. Fabian also wanted to hear this. Sister, I want to hear it too. Bless explained with an awkward smile, it is nothing special. I am just talking about the kidnapping. Arius was also worried about me about that. Being said like that made Arius embarrassed. Young lady, that... The little girl knew that trading with her father was a secret, so I had to quickly change the subject. Then Bless also said more, praising Fabian too. Arius had to act along to make the story smooth. Thinking about it, the young master was caught in a mess but was very mature. Being praised made the little boy proud. That is right. Fabian is very mature, so you also have an eye for it. Bless was surprised to see this scene. I did not expect these two people to be able to talk like that. It is really a strange combination. Suddenly, Helena came closer. Bless. Then she whispered, I do not know if it is because you have been lonely for a long time, because you do not have friends of the same age. Bless's face froze after being said that. Helena explained the reason why she thought like that. Even if it is just one person, Bless does everything herself, but seeing everyone gathered like this, I wonder if you wanted to play with friends of the same age. Moreover, a sister can't replace friends. Bless quickly denied that. It is not like that. The little girl firmly affirmed one thing. I only need you by my side. Later, even if I have more friends, you will still be the most important person to me. These words really moved Helena. Then Bless kept expressing, nothing can replace you. Hearing that made Helena happy. Ho ho, is that so? The other two boys heard this and were like aliens who did not understand anything. Helena was very grateful and hugged. Bless, thank you for saying that. I am very happy that Bless has such good friends. Everyone seems to be kind. The two sisters hugged each other and smiled. Then the little girl was flustered because of the new problem. I wish I could be close to those friends too. I do not have any friends either, but you, hearing this, Helena decided to indulge her. I will try to work hard. And the two sisters have few friends, also because Rabiang does not interact much outside. Bless seemed to be very satisfied with the scene in front of her. For the first time I decided to stay at Rabiang to protect the family. I never thought that I would see this scene. There are many things different from the original, so I am worried about the future, but it is not a bad thing either. Now I want to enjoy this happiness. In my everyday life it seems very peaceful. While it was peaceful, Bless had to face storms. Helios requested, greet them. Bless, Helena. He introduced, this is my disciple. Eladan also greeted happily. It is a pleasure to meet you, young ladies. I am Diane. Seeing his appearance made Bless unable to understand. No way. Why is the missing third prince at Rabiang? Eladan smiled and asked for help. Please take care of me in the future. Bless was very annoyed because the most troublesome guy had appeared. After leaving Helios's room, the little girl seemed very dissatisfied. Diane, what? I do not know if it is a thought to hide his identity, so is not it Diane? Bless could not understand. I know Elidan is not missing, but the reason for pretending to be missing is to enter Rabiang. I did not expect the combination with Elidan to be to this extent. Bless was very worried. Dad can't not recognize Elidan. That means Dad deliberately brought that guy here. What is the reason? A father who does not care about royal politics. What reason is there to get involved with the royal family? The little girl wondered, is it because we are not? My dad does not know I know Diane's identity, so I can't ask. Even if Dad knows the truth, he won't tell me. But if I do not hear the reason from Dad, there is no other way. At this time, Elidan came out and saw that the little girl was still here, and was curious. What are you doing here? Are you waiting for me, young lady Bless? Bless quickly made a decision. There is no other way but to hear the answer directly from the person involved. Elidan, what are you plotting? That night, Helios came inside. There are people who chase the prince all the way to the manor. I said not to bring assassins when you come. Elidan was also helpless with that. It would be good to skip that part, Duke. Then he smiled as if nothing had happened, even if it is me. Distracting them is too much. The pursuers, although few, have already entered. He could only accept it. After hearing that, ha! Then Helios realized. It seems like the great prince has not given up yet. Elidan also recognized that. My brother will follow my trail until the pillar of light appears, and the successor is confirmed. He showed an unhappy attitude. With the position of having to take care of him for a while, this is really unwelcome news. Seeing this expression, he helplessly requested, can you control your expression? Helios quickly agreed after hearing that, okay, then he asked about Bless's situation, so have you checked Bless's condition yet? As soon as he mentioned the little girl, Elidan could not help but smile brightly. Recalling when Bless asked about the situation, Your Highness, why did you enter Rabiang? At that time, he did not go straight to the main issue but distracted her. Disguising with art, but you still recognized me. It is amazing. Bless was annoyed. What disguise besides the earring? Please answer my question first. Finally, he had to comply. Okay, however, I have something to say. First, I introduced myself just now. Anyway, when I am here, I plan to live as an ordinary disciple of the Master. My name is Diane. Lower your voice. Do not let others hear. Then he carefully reminded. Even if you find out my identity, it is not good for the Master, so I hope to cooperate. Hearing that it would have a bad impact on Helios, Bless immediately obeyed. I know. I know. Then the little girl began to wonder. Diane, looking back at what you said last time, when you were a palace servant in the palace, you said that, you must be very curious. That, not long after, when we meet again, we can share it. Finally, Bless realized, it seems like you told my dad about coming to Rabiang a long time ago. Could it be that you have grasped my dad's weakness? Elidan quickly denied that. What weakness? Can't you call it a transaction? This made Bless unbelievable. What? Although he had told her apart, he did not want to reveal everything. He had no intention of saying what the deal was. Bless could only helplessly accept. He started asking about her health. Instead, because of the big incident before, her master was very worried about whether she was okay. Hearing the question, she hesitated. Well, it is, as you saw. Although smiling outwardly, Elidan harbored wickedness. According to the information, the young master and young lady who were kidnapped had removed the magic and escaped. It had been publicly revealed that the Gold family's young master knew nothing about magic. Maybe it was because this child removed the magic. That is what I thought then, but this child is truly becoming more and more miraculous as she learns more. In the future, she will have something of value, worth continuing to watch. For personal reasons, I came to Rabiang. Elidan reached out, wanting to be friendly with Bless. From now on, let us live harmoniously together. Seeing his initiative made her hesitate. But she quickly agreed with a reluctant expression, okay? Elidan, after recalling, commented, that child seems more cautious than necessary. Is it the Duke's influence? Helios quickly explained. Your Highness, no nobles are comfortable with the exalted royal family. He tried to feign ignorance. Seems natural to me. Finally, Elidan concluded. Whatever it is, I am sure the dragon blood in me is still effective on that child. You can see my true image through the influence, and vice versa. Only one thing is worrying. Before, Bless's family power could be soothed by my blood. But that now seems to be the limit. Hearing this, he took note of those words. Elidan did not hesitate to analyze. That means that child's power will surpass the dragon blood. If so, the power of that child's family will soon skyrocket. And that child's body will be overwhelmed when it takes on the power. Although that child's mother is Duke Ed, even with Heinrich, that power cannot be underestimated. It is the power that we can consider as Ed's heir. You have a good daughter. After talking for a while, he smiled and revealed his true intentions. So what about this? That child is using another power that she has. That extraordinary ability is called purification, so it can soothe the powers of the two families. Helios did not seem too surprised by the information Elidan had obtained. Did you already know that information? He quickly reminded him. It is a mistake to underestimate my information. It is just the right time that your majesty said he would raise that child to fight the Demon King. Until now, the conflict regarding the dragon's tiring abilities can still be prevented. Take this opportunity to learn how to purify. After finishing, Eladan quickly proposed, I will cooperate in exchange for concealing my identity in Rabiang. Although unwilling, Helios still expressed gratitude. Thank you for your words. After talking about Bless's matters, they focused on their own issues, so we have finished talking about Bless's matters. From now on, let us also check how many magic swords the prince can handle. At this time, Eladan drew the sealed sword. With an attitude lacking confidence, he still said boldly, I hope the master will be satisfied. Helios did not hesitate and rushed forward, directly confronting Eladan, causing him to be pushed back strongly. But Eladan still tried to defend, being a good magician and also having secret swordsmanship is cheating too much. Hearing these words, he did not think he was going too far. It seems, your majesty has not unleashed his true skills yet. Suddenly the magic sword in his hand was knocked away under Helios's guidance. That is a side effect that the magic sword does not realize, causing it to move slower. Therefore, your highness, stay here with the mission of making the spirit sword recognize its master. Even if you have to try your best, please take care of your health. Because if you do that much, and you do not become the crown prince, it would be very unfair. Saying that, he quickly left. Let us stop here today. Eladan sat on the ground, helplessly sighing. The teacher-student relationship is just a formality, but I do not understand why the Duke speaks as if he is a real master. Eladan rubbed his shoulder, wondering why. Is this change in Duke Rabiang, thanks to Bless? He then looked at the magic sword. Because I have a purpose. That is why I came to Rabiang. But it seems life here is not so bad after all. Thinking of this, Eladan showed a happy smile, full of satisfaction. The next day, Bless was very surprised. Then she wondered about Eladan's appearance. What are you doing? Seeing her so distant made him sad. Don't be so cold. Bless still could not calm down and shouted, pointing at the window. No way! The door was fine from the start. Why did you come in through the window? Eladan quickly explained. I had no choice because the main door was blocked by the young lady's loyal escorts. Before that, Arius had resolutely refused to let him in. Without a prior appointment, entry was not allowed. Hearing this, Bless understood. Then Eladan began to talk about the main issue. And the reason I came to the young lady today is to get closer to the young lady so that my life in Rabiang can go smoothly. Hearing this, the little girl looked puzzled. Huh? At this time, Eladan was very surprised and asked for confirmation. Really, I am bringing a fairy tale passed down in my family. And you do not need it, Bless confirmed. That is right, because I have an appointment later. Looking at the fairy tale book in his hand made Bless suspicious. Even preparing a fairy tale to get closer to me, what is he planning to do? Of course I am interested in the royal fairy tale, but the book was titled The Demon King and the Five Guardians. As soon as she saw the title, the little girl became interested. Demon King? Eladan was happy to see that. That is right, are you more interested now? This title really made Bless panic. It was also a story related to the Demon King. This was a topic I had never read here before. Before reading, Eladan affirmed one thing. Although it is just a fairy tale, it is worth watching. Finally, because of her curiosity, the little girl stayed to watch. It is not appointment time yet. Curiosity has won. I am too curious about the content. Although because of her curiosity, Bless gave a reason as if she was very upright. Diane has also prepared to help me, so I will listen. Before reading the story, he quickly affirmed, I am sure the story won't disappoint you. And the story quickly began. Once upon a time, people were living very happily. Then one day, the Demon King was jealous of those happy people, so he began to awaken the darkness in people's hearts. After that, people's minds began to fill with negative emotions. From some time, the whole world was immersed in a sea of tears. At that time, a warrior appeared and felt sorry for them, so he and his comrades faced the Demon King. But despite the attacks of the warriors, they still could not defeat the Demon King, who had turned the whole world into darkness. So the warriors tried to combine all their remaining strength and left a prophecy. Although we have to stop at sinking into darkness, one day there will be a child who can handle the Demon King. To prepare for that day, we will leave our strength to the next generation. So let us build a country together and wait for that child to come. Thus, the warriors called that child the Child of Prophecy. After finishing reading the story, Eladan said, in fact, this is not just a simple fairy tale. This is the story about the early days of the empire that has been passed down to the royal family and the temple. He asked Bless for her opinion. What do you think? Is the story I told good or not? The little girl did not seem to pay attention to Eladan's question, but just focused on pondering. Demon King and the Child of Prophecy, does this content appear in the original work? Thinking back, there was a very suspicious point in the past. My father's expression was not good. If the Demon King really exists in this worldview, is what happened at that time related to the Demon King? At this time, Eladin suddenly spoke. If this story is true, then the characteristic powers of the royal family and the Duke mean handling the Demon King. Bless felt that was right. Maybe. At this time he began to say strange words. The inheritance of power does not guarantee personal qualities, so this habit must be removed one day. Therefore, I hope this fairy tale is true, so that I can handle both the Demon King and the Child of Prophecy as soon as possible. Because I want to rule such a country. These words made Bless stunned. The little girl began to look at Eladin and think, the royal palace is the fiercest place in the succession battle. Because Eladin survived there, he said. While the two were talking, a voice came from outside. Young lady. Arius worriedly followed young Master Fabian, but Fabian went in calmly, continuously calling, Sister. Then the boy started talking nonsense. Sister, have you been well, recently? Bless was a little confused when asked that. We just met a few days ago. At this time, Arius noticed Eladin and was surprised. And how did you get in here? He quickly pointed to the window next to him and explained, because you did not let me in, I went through the window. Arius wanted to curse after hearing that, anyway. But he had to helplessly say, just go through the main door. Eladin was overjoyed to receive permission. Now you allow me, thanks. Fabian, who was talking to Bless, also noticed Eladin. But sister, who is that person? The little girl did not know how to explain after hearing that person. Finally, he stood up to introduce himself. I am Diane, a disciple of the Duke. The boy was immediately confused. Does Duke Rabiang have disciples? Seeing the 3 male leads of the original work gather made Bless helpless. In the end, the male leads have all met at my house. Fabian wondered, what does that mean? So are you a magician? Suddenly Bless reminded, in the future we will often meet in Rabiang, so please live harmoniously with each other, Fabian. The boy was startled when reminded and agreed. If you say so, then there is no other way, huh? Finally, Eladin also intended to leave. Then, my work is done. But Helena suddenly appeared. Seeing that everyone had gathered, oh my, everyone's gathered here. As soon as she saw her, Bless acted spoiledly and wanted to hug her. Sister. Helena quickly urged everyone. They said they have prepared tea party in the garden. Let us go quickly. And finally, the 4 people who often gathered after the first tea party. Helena turned to see Eladin and quickly suggested, there is still a little time before Diane's training, right? Then let us go together before you go to practice. Hearing this, he was grateful. Yes, okay, thank you for the young lady's kindness. Seeing everyone was like that, the little girl was helpless. First father, then sister. Seeing Bless's expression was not good made her worried. What is wrong, Bless? The little girl mechanically replied. It is nothing, sister. Let us go eat together. It is great if everyone goes together. Eladin also realized this in the back. It seems she does not like me filling up the seat. Bless, walking behind everyone, thought of the original work. The downfall of Rabiang is when my sister fell for Eladin, and that was the opportunity to torment Bella. So, although it will be a little uneasy when the two are close, but this situation has been created, so I have to observe carefully, when in Rabiang. Thinking that, Bless also sighed helplessly. Evening came. When the little girl was sleeping, the voice of May kept calling. Bless. Bless. Seeing May so noisy made the little girl slowly open her eyes. May. May quickly announced the situation she had just sensed. Bless, there is a scary guy. Hearing this, Bless was startled and alert. What? Where? The little girl left the blanket with the thought. Surely not who is invading. Because not everyone can break my father's protective barrier. Who on earth could it be? Bless quickly requested. May, lead the way for me. As soon as she arrived at the training ground, the little girl was confused. That is the training ground. Everything is so chaotic, and this energy, somewhere. Bless quickly realized, over there. The person emitting that terrifying energy was Eladin. As soon as he saw the little girl, he suddenly disappeared, then appeared right above Bless's head. Slicing down made May panic. Danger, Bless. But luckily, May had created a protective shield for the little girl. Eladin was bounced back by that shield. Seeing that she was okay, the little girl was very grateful. Thank you, May. As soon as she opened her eyes, Bless recognized. That is, looking at the magic sword in Eladin's hand. Immediately, he seemed to be controlled. Made Bless wonder, is that Eladin? Bless was very worried. Although I do not fully understand Eladin. But him hiding in Rabiang, he is not stupid enough to attack a young lady like me. Is something coming back? May at this time alluded to the magic sword in his hand. Bless, that is the scary guy. Hearing that, Bless immediately paid attention to the energy emitted from the sword. Thinking about it, I see that the energy of that sword is covering Eladin, as if it is controlling Eladin. Wait, if the sword can control its owner, could it be that sword? The demon sword. The demon sword brings very strong power to its owner. but it has an independent spirit, and is a sword that will drive its owner crazy if it does not recognize himself. It is also the sword that turned Eladon, who was weak in the original work, into a prince. According to the original work, Eladon used the sword freely, but why did it suddenly break like this? Could it be that before being recognized as the master? Before the little girl could finish thinking, Eladon rushed to attack. Ugh, here it comes again. Bless quickly snapped her fingers. This situation is more dangerous than I thought. Immediately a shield appeared to protect both of them from that slash. The little girl stood inside analyzing. This magic, could it be? As soon as she saw Helios, Bless was surprised, father. As soon as he arrived, he requested, Bless, you go over there. The little girl quickly obeyed. Yes, yes. After that, Bless was still very worried about Eladon. But father, Diane now. Helios quickly explained. That is right, as you see, His Highness's ego has affected the sword. But if you control them with your energy, everything will immediately return to normal. The little girl was a little confused after hearing that, thanks to May. He affirmed that is right, the superpower will have a special power to purify the predetermined power. And the shape of the energy is how that power is expressed. Hearing this, Bless realized the importance of May. May plays such a role. Saying that, Helios made a request. Therefore, try it once. The little girl analyzed the attitude on his face. Although the demon sword is stirring up trouble, father's attitude is very calm. As if father knew this would happen. Thinking that, Bless immediately asked directly, Did you know Diane would become like this? Helios admitted it. That is right, His Highness detonated the demon sword artificially to practice. The more Bless listened, the more unbelievable she became. Yes, why would he do that? Looking at Eladon, he said, It is like he is living in Rabian completely, so do not worry too much. Now focus on expanding your abilities. Bless seemed to have been persuaded by Helios's words. I do not know how the two of you communicate with each other through energy. This is a great opportunity to awaken May's power. Thinking that, the little girl quickly asked May for her opinion. Can you do it, May? May strongly affirmed. Although I am a little scared, but if Bless wants, May will do it. After both were ready, the little girl spoke. Father, I am ready. Hearing that, Helios could not help but praise. Very good. The shape of this energy will also be based on the shape of your energy. It will start from finding the energy inside you, like inside May. It is the first time, so it will require a lot of mental strength. I will support you, so just approach calmly. Bless closed her eyes and began to feel, yes. The energy inside me, the same energy as May, I still can't see it. Focus a little more. At this time, May flew over and happily called, Bless, here, it is here. Finally, the two found each other. Found it, May. Seeing May flying to one side made the little girl hesitate. Is that signaling to follow? May kept guiding. It is here. Just put your hand on it and wake it up. Bless still asked again, to be sure, when she put her hand on it. Like this, May affirmed. Seeing that, the little girl felt it was a bit simple. Okay, easier than I thought. At this time, a door appeared in front of Bless. What is that? Like a door? As soon as the door opened, a stream of magic power rushed in, causing Bless to use her hands to shield herself. Finally, the magic power on the magic sword subsided, and Eladon was no longer controlled by the sword. The color of his eyes gradually returned to their original color. Then he had a headache and collapsed. Helios worriedly asked, Bless, are you okay? The little girl also responded loudly, Yes. Although she said that, Bless was very tired. Using it once is more tiring than I imagined, even though father supported me anyway. It seems it has been purified properly. When Eladon regained his senses, he could not help but smile and praise, compared to the first time it opened. It is excellent. Saying that, he immediately staggered, causing Bless to worriedly run back. Eladon. Helios supported Eladon, checked the situation, and made a judgment. It is just a brief fainting. Bless was still very worried. Could it be because he has not adjusted yet? Helios immediately denied that. It is not your fault, although people say that the power has been released reluctantly. Completely losing one's ego is because the demon sword does not recognize its owner. His Highness will handle the entire sword through his training. You do not need to care. Until now, I have not thought carefully about Eladon's position. That is because for me, Eladon will be the one to destroy Rabiang. But in this form, the more I know about Eladon, the more uncomfortable I feel in my heart. At this time, he turned back to look at Bless and said, Anyway, it is the first time you have tried it, and you have already been excellent, Bless. Helios revealed a proud expression. Although you have a very wonderful innate power, the sensibility to handle it is entirely your responsibility. And I think you do not have to follow in the footsteps of previous generations to get into trouble with the royal family. You have to build relationships together to create the next era. Receiving recognition from him made Bless feel warm. I think so too, you are right, father. Now I know Eladon is not a bad guy. In the future, his ability to confront Rabiang will decrease, right? Bless smiled brightly. then affirmed one thing: I will practice hard with Diane. The next day, Helios was looking at documents in his room, while thinking about Bless's ability. The power of the superpower has been opened, so all that is left is to master it. Training with the prince will help a lot. While thinking, Helena suddenly came in. Father, it is me. Seeing her sudden appearance made him confused. Helena. Then he left his desk and went to ask, It is so late, what is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Being told by Helios as if she was a child made Helena a little unhappy and pouted. Father, really? How old do you think I am? Seeing this expression, he could not help but laugh. Haha, to me, you are still a child. Suddenly she hesitated, wanting to say something, Father. Then Helena asked sincerely, Is Bless the heir to the power of Rabiang? She recounted the story of last night, that she had witnessed. Actually, I saw Bless in the training area just now. Along with Diane fainting, there was an unknown light. Are they practicing using some kind of power? Hearing this made Helios not know how to answer. Helena, that matter. Before he could finish speaking, she spoke her mind. Suppose Bless's power is not from Rabiang. I also know I can't inherit the power of Rabiang. Because before that, at the party, a kid said that if you are the heir of Rabiang, you can of course use healing magic, so from that time she understood, if the power of the family is not shown by this age, it can be considered hopeless. But even so, Helena made a decision. Father, I also want to become the head of Rabiang. Because I want to become a fence that can protect both you and Bless. Anyway, I came to find you today to say that even if I do not inherit the power, it is okay, so you do not need to worry. Besides, you also said I have enough qualities of a magician, unlike... Before Helena could finish speaking, Helios suddenly interrupted. Helena. He crossed his arms and explained frankly. The next generation of Rabiang will not be determined by power or not. These words made her widen her eyes in surprise. Because coldness will make bold decisions for the family, fame can lead the elderly, and eyes can also read records to help the family stand firm. Helios admitted one thing. There are many other important things besides the power of the family to lead a family like this. Although Bless clearly inherited the power of Rabiang, you truly have the qualities of a family head. I want to give you every opportunity, whatever you want. I will always stand by you, so do not give up. These words quickly touched Helena. How can father always say what I want to hear like this? When I admitted that I did not inherit the power, my mother and the housekeeper, who now do not remember anything, tormented me. If I did not inherit the power of the family, I would become a useless child in Rabiang. If I grew up according to the teachings of my mother and housekeeper, I would definitely resent you and Bless. Just imagining it is terrible. It is so lucky, because I got to know you and Bless. Thinking of this, Helena's eyes began to turn red with deep gratitude. She immediately made a decision. I want to continue to protect this precious and sweet Rabiang. Thinking that, Helena spoke. Thank you, Father. She smiled sweetly, affirming firmly, I will try even harder for Rabiang in the future. On Rasol's side, he and Heinrich were talking to each other. He held a teacup in his hand, certain of one thing, Eladan is still alive. Because that is evidence that the Pillar of Light has not appeared yet. I am also worried about the fact that where that guy lost his trail seems to be Rabiang territory. Assuming the worst case scenario, if Eladan decides to join hands with Duke Rabiang to increase his power, I think we can't overcome the Duke's protection and deal with him. Therefore, before that guy returns to the royal palace, there is no other way but to give him the power of succession. What do you think, Duke Ed? Hearing this, he immediately smiled. Then he answered. It is useless to interfere with poisoning His Majesty. I remember telling you to take the time to wait for it. And it is not time yet. There is another way to get Helios out. Rasol wondered, how's that preparation going? Heinrich calmly replied. Very smoothly. Later, if we can give him more power, then my expectation is. A stage will also be set up to consolidate His Highness's position. He exclaimed after hearing that. Sounds great. Finally, both with villainous faces looked forward to the upcoming plan. I will wait a little longer and wait until that time, as you said. On Bless's side, the little girl was being taught by Lante, but the lesson had reached its end. We will stop here today. Then she began to explain. Because Bless asked, and so I was a little worried. But Arius did a great job. Receiving praise made him grateful, thank you. And finally, Arius joined the class with Bless. Suddenly, Arius became self-conscious. On the contrary, I do not know if I should enjoy this or not. Hearing this, Bless was startled and quickly reassured him, don't worry about that, Arius. If it is the young lady, this is just the level of repayment. The little girl was extremely worried. Training Arius is also hard, but because he escorted me, I can do this much more, and also, it is my selfishness. I hope that Arius choosing Rabiang won't cause any disadvantages. Hearing Bless's concern made Arius smile brightly with gratitude. Yes, I know. Lante, witnessing the two being so close, smiled and teased. It is good to see the two of you being close. I am also very much looking forward to Arius's growth. Hearing these words made him shy. Thank you. I will work very hard. Finally, it was time for Lante to leave. Then I will go first. Bless politely said goodbye. Thank you, goodbye, madam. As soon as she opened the door, she encountered Eladan. What is this, Diane? Currently, with his disguise art, he does not look like the third prince in the eyes of others. So he politely asked, has the lesson ended? Seeing that the lesson had ended, Eladan stepped in and requested, I have something to say. Seeing Arius with a worried expression, Bless immediately reassured him. My father has allowed me to meet Diane, so you do not need to worry. Finally, he compromised and left. Then I will wait outside. Then the little girl went to ask Eladan. I heard you have decided to start training again from today. Are you okay now? He affirmed that he was very healthy. It is not to the point where the young lady has to worry. I was unconscious longer than I thought, but there is nothing abnormal about my body. Although she knew that, when Bless looked at the magic sword on Eladan's waist, she was still very worried. Outside, it is probably like that. The dominance of the demon sword makes the spirit feel risky. In fact, my father thinks that Eladan has not fully recovered. Since that time, we can't train together even once. I do not know if that is true or just pretending to be normal in front of me. Without mentioning the sword, Eladan switched to the topic about Arius. That kid outside, I heard he is studying with the young lady, right? The little girl confirmed. That is right, it has not been long. As soon as he heard this, Eladan quickly revealed his contempt, studying with a commoner. I think you sometimes forget that you are a young lady. This made Bless noticeably uncomfortable. Don't interfere unnecessarily. Finally, the little girl still explained. He is training hard for me, that is just a repayment of gratitude. It is not a bad thing to build a good relationship. Eladan only smiled for a long time after hearing that. Then, dejectedly, he criticized, If you have said so, I only intended to say hello, but it has already made you uncomfortable. Bliss was startled when she heard that. What? Suddenly, Eladan asked again, Young lady, do you have time tonight? Asking while getting closer made Bless a little awkward. On that night, the little girl was brought by him to a beautiful place, UWOA. Bless looked at the scenery and was curious. Where is this? It is really beautiful. Seeing the little girl's enjoyment made Eladan satisfied. I am glad if you like it. Then he revealed, This is my secret location. It is quite far from Rabiang, huh? Seeing Eladan talking without distinguishing levels, Bless asked directly, As soon as we leave Rabiang, you talk informally. Hearing this, he wondered, is using honorifics more comfortable? Finally, Bless had to accept, okay, just as you please. After talking about the honorifics issue, Eladan sat down and said, It feels really strange to hear voices here. This is the first time I have come here with someone else. Bless was confused. First time? The little girl shouted confusedly. Then, why did you bring me here? He refuted, based on Bless's previous words. You said it. Building a good relationship is not a bad thing. Maybe you heard from the Duke, we will be training together from now on. To consolidate my position, I must take that magic sword. I am confident that I will receive the recognition of the demon sword. I know that this time is not easy at all. Eladan said that at that time, I could not hear anything but the voice of the demon sword. At first I only said that I would help you, but it turned out to be the opposite. He expressed gratitude in his words, Bless, I really need your help. I hope you can cooperate and help me so that I can get the recognition of the demon sword. The wind at this time followed the hair and lingered in Bless's mind. Eladan has asked me for help. After asking for help, Eladan was still very considerate and took out a bribe. Therefore, this can be seen as a bribe, but please think of it as my own repayment. This place is predetermined to be a teleportation point through this object. If you want to reuse it, you have to wait until the energy is fully charged. This is a drawback. Then Eladan also said, This is the last gift my mother gave me, whom I do not remember anymore. Please understand. Bless took the gift, feeling a little heavy-hearted. How can I receive this, you idiot? This place is really beautiful, but without signs of anyone, it will be very quiet and lonely. Just like the end of the world. Eladan does not have a backer, so he had to work hard since he was young, described as growing up very early. When he was too tired of enduring in the royal palace, did he come here? Thinking that, the little girl quickly refused, I can't receive this. Seeing Bless refusing like that made Eladan confused. Why? Don't feel pressured. I do not use it much now. Bless smiled and made a suggestion. No, when you want to come, take me with you, that is all I need. These words brought a vigilance in his heart that was hard to describe, but also showed an attitude of agreeing, okay then let us go. Looking at his current expression made Bless surprised. I can't imagine this image of Eladan. Finally, she made a decision. Maybe I should lower my vigilance towards Eladan. Then the two started chatting with each other, Bless said. Anyway, I can teleport myself. Eladan heard this and said back. You also know that you can't use magic for that. Or skipping school. Bless was caught off guard and startled. You, how much do you know? Always being tense, now being comfortable, feels unfamiliar. The little girl asked herself, have I been too bound to the original work? Even though many things have strayed far from the original work, no. Later, The relationship with Eladan will change a lot more if I think about it. From the beginning, the character Bless has deviated a lot. With that change, I have met people who are important to me, and those are the relationships that last until now. Currently, I no longer have to be bound by the original work. Thinking of this, Bless could not help but show a bright smile. Then made a decision: I will write my own life as Rabyang von Bless. The next day, Bless started cooking herself, but was advised, "Bless, I understand your heart, but please leave these things to the maids." But the little girl insisted on doing it herself. "No, sister. The welcome party for Eladan. This time was proposed by me. So I also want to help." Helena was helpless after hearing that, Bless. And this obstruction is for a good reason, because Bless is not skilled at all. After that, Eladan recovered safely and started official training. The training method to enhance strength makes the shape of the demon sword seem eroded. Thinking about it, it feels a bit stupid. But I believe in enhancing my abilities. Eladan just needs to try really quickly. And after I decided to live my own life, I no longer need to be vigilant towards Eladan. And be closer to these children. I have prepared a special tea party. At the banquet table, Eladan expressed gratitude through words. "When you said you would prepare a welcome party for me, I was very happy that the young lady saw me in a good light." But looking at the prepared food made him helpless. But on the contrary, this is like hating me. Bless did not care and urged, "First, try eating it and then talk." Arius also wanted Eladan to understand the little girl's heart. "It is all the young lady thinking of you and making it for you. Do not hold back anymore. Eat it." Hearing these words, he smiled and exclaimed, "Indeed, a loyal escort knight. If that is the meaning, then I will also share it with you." After finishing speaking, Eladan handed the food cooked by Bless himself to Arius. Finally, when both had to eat what Bless cooked, they were dejected and speechless. The expression of the two made the little girl furious. "It is not to the point where you can't eat anything." Fabian was spared but insisted on jumping in. "Diane, I am also curious about sister's cooking ability." These words really made Eladan feel helpless. "Young master, are not you curious if it will cause harm?" Really? Finally, everyone ate the food that Bless cooked together. While eating, the little girl asked Arius a few questions. "How's the training going recently, Arius?" He smiled and answered when asked, "Currently, I have learned almost everything I need to learn. What is left is endurance, and the ability to recognize the flow. I am having difficulty with this issue, because it is difficult to access." Bless thought after hearing that. That is right, those are the things that are easily damaged in actual combat. Then Arius added, "So the family head said that he will pay attention to outdoor training." The little girl was excited after hearing that. "Really, that is great. Father has really paid attention to this." Eladan also spoke about another story. Thinking about it, "I heard that young lady Helena has opened Class 5. Although she is the daughter of the family head, she is still too amazing." Suddenly being praised made Helena happy. Hearing those words from father's disciple feels really strange. "Thank you for the praise, Diane." Bless was also very proud of that. "If it is Class 5, then it is equivalent to a current magician. My sister is really good, huh?" Seeing the little girl showing an arrogant face as if she did it herself made Eladan confused. Why is young lady Bless so complacent? Everyone was talking lively with each other. But Fabian did not say a word, so Bless paid attention. The little girl cared and asked the boy, "Fabian, what is wrong? Is the food not to your taste?" Fabian hesitated when asked. It is not like that." Finally, Eladan started teasing again. Young Master Fabian is better than his peers, but he is picky about food. Turns out the young master is still just a child. Suddenly being called a child made Fabian uncomfortable and retorted, "What are you saying, Diane?" Bless immediately stood up to stop the argument. "You two, stop it." "Fabian, how's the orphanage doing?" the boy affirmed when asked. "Of course it is still doing well." Then, with bright eyes, he confidently answered, "Have you forgotten who I am? I am Fabian, who brings luck to the Gold family." The boy was also very arrogant. "There are a lot of supporters, and many children have been adopted thanks to me." Bless could only smile awkwardly in praise after hearing that. "As expected, you are amazing, Fabian." Fabian continued to tell more. "Every time I go, they send me letters. If I gather all that I have received, it would probably be a box full now." Bless was surprised, really. Finally, the two sisters looked at each other and smiled happily with this party. Bless at this time did not care about the original work anymore. What is wrong with being different from the original work? Everyone is so happy. I hope that peace will continue like this in the future, including the current Eladan, Arius in the future, Bless and Fabian as well. And Helena also quickly grows up more. Before I knew it, 3 years had passed. When Bless was tired and fell asleep on the table, she saw a bloody scene. In the middle, a magic circle appeared, making the little girl confused. "Here, where is this?" Suddenly, a question rang out from within. "Is it the sacrifice?" Heinrich affirmed from within. "That is right." Then he said to the Demon King, "Supreme One, it won't be long before I meet you. At that time, please lend your power to this humble servant." "Bless, witnessing this scene, could not understand. What is he doing? The Demon King, seeing himself about to escape, could not help but praise. Great. He continued to be excited. Power. I can feel the great power has come. Although the sound could be heard, the little girl did not seem to hear any words. I can't hear clearly what Heinrich is saying. At that time, Heinrich's eyes became vicious. Helios will soon trample on your Rabiang. I will show you a satisfied face. Wait. While she was immersed in her dream, a sound quickly woke. Bless, young lady, bless. It is time to wake up. The little girl just woke up and rubbed her eyes. Wanting to remember, I seem to have seen something strange while I was asleep. Eladon came in front of Bless and reported, Young Master Fabian has arrived. If we are late this time, he will probably cry his eyes out. Shouldn't we hurry up? The little girl walked and was confused, came early again. It is long before the appointment time. Eladon quickly explained. He is still young, so he always has plenty of time. These words really made Bless speechless. Fabian is still young. Is that too much pressure? And we have been going together for 3 years. Elidan has been recognized by the demon sword in the past. And I have become proficient in operating superpower. May from the back flew over and asked with concern, Bless, did you have a nightmare? The little girl immediately answered vaguely, it seems like Fabian has signed a contract with a lower level spirit. Arius officially became my escort knight. And my sister has become a magician with an official name in magic. Seeing that everyone has gradually completed their wishes made Bless happy. When I think that these changes are all thanks to living with Bless, I feel really refreshed. Seeing the little girl's expression, Elidan immediately teased. You are making a strange expression again. Currently, Elidan has completely treated me like his younger sister. The little girl uncomfortably ordered, shut up. Even so, he smiles more than before. Can I think, well, he quickly explained. I am just kidding. Bless wanted to remember the dream just now. What was the dream just now? There is something very uncomfortable, but I can't remember it. I wish I could have recognized it as a prophetic dream at that time, then I would have tried to remember it somehow. As time passed, I kept hesitating because I could not remember the dream at that time. If I knew the future in advance to prepare, would it be okay? Like, it is clearly a farewell that I did not prepare, for, honestly, it left me with a little bitterness. After all 5 people played together, the sky gradually turned color. Young Master Gold, the carriage has been prepared. Elaine came to call, Master Fabian. Elaine? As soon as he saw Elaine, Fabian wondered, what is it? Why is everything prepared? Elaine smiled helplessly. I thought I had to delay as long as possible. Before sending Fabian away, Bless quickly apologized. Sorry, Fabian. Only we came to see you off. My sister and Arius have things to do. But the boy did not seem to care, and rushed to hug the little girl. No, it is okay. Then Fabian honestly revealed his heart. Don't you know yet? I only need you. And finally Elidan stood beside him as just a third person, blocking the way. Looking at the departing car. Bless watched and was happy. Thinking about it, Fabian seems to have grown quite a bit. In the past 3 years, many things have changed, especially unlike the internal Duke Rabiang, the outside is very chaotic, not like before. This caused the monster war in the east to break out. When the war became more serious, my father joined the war a few months ago as a duke. I do not remember how many times I cried when I received the order from the royal palace. Father, will you be safe and sound? Bless hoped, surely nothing will happen, right? But suddenly the door opened. Elidan suddenly called, Young lady. As soon as she saw him appear, she asked confusedly, Elidan, what are you doing here? Elidan quickly replied, I looked into the master's room because I saw light leaking out. Why is the young lady not returning to her room and doing this here? Bless said after hearing that, it is just that. I am worried if my father is okay. He did not know what to say at this time, but slowly approached, then smiled and affirmed, the master will return safely. He is the Empire's top-ranked magician. It will be nothing compared to the monster war. Receiving Elidan's concern, she was surprised and grateful. Thank you for saying that. What is this? Can you comfort me like this? After comforting her, Elidan added a few words that others did not want to hear. But having too much power sometimes becomes toxic. What happens if the Duke is not capable enough? He kept analyzing. If so, even if he is summoned, he does not have to shoulder a heavy responsibility. With the current situation, it may take 1 year or 10 years. Bless quickly stopped him. Wait, are not you comforting me? Elidan turned to smile. I'm just saying what is available. Bless was completely helpless before these words. What? Even so, people are in turmoil. She was uncomfortable in her heart. If it is according to the original work, is not it the time to leave Rabiang already? You also have to go to the battlefield to help my father. At this time, Elidan expressed his feelings. I have clearly felt through this war. Made Bless pay attention, huh? He looked at her and smiled deeply. Then concluded from the experiences in the past 3 years, if I want to protect my people, I need to have strength. If I had the power to decide this war, then I would not let the master go to the battlefield. The more Bless listened, the more surprised she became. Then thought, thinking about it, Diane entered Rabiang to tame the magic sword. But I do not think he said this just for training. Besides training, there is also the matter of relying on father. While talking, Eladin looked at Bless again. Then that with the only purpose of himself, but you also know, my purpose is to inherit the throne. These words made Bless heavy-hearted. Looking at him saying it so plainly means wanting to say it under the name of Eladin. Saying that, Eladin smiled. Wanting to make a suggestion? So I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? She seemed to be a little interested. Okay. If you want to say it, I will listen. Before speaking, Eladin did not forget to remind. It is not an impulsive word. Do not misunderstand, and just listen. Choosing Rabiang to tame the magic sword was an excellent choice, thanks to which I later met the people I wanted to be by my side. So it is also as good as now in the future. It would be great if I could be with Rabiang, so my meaning is, do you want to get engaged to me? These words were like punching Bless's ears, making her bewildered. Now, what are you saying? What did he say again? A few days later, at the Rabiang training ground. Seeing Arius training, Helena quickly commented, the ending is neater now. The shadow creation technique easily leaves traces, so handling it is very important, so do not be complacent because you have done well now. Suddenly receiving such serious comments from her startled Arius, I understand. Helena announced one more thing at this time, and also, from now on I will not teach anything more. Arius left the training ground but still remembered the words Helena had said. From now on I will not teach anything more. What I mean is you also have to train yourself later. These words made him uncomfortable. TCH, those words also means that you can leave Rabiang at any time. At this time, Bless's voice called out, Arius. She happily ran to ask. Now the training session today has ended, right? Bless kept urging. Everyone is waiting. Arius heard but did not say anything, making her worried. What is wrong? Arius immediately denied, no, it is nothing. Then let us go. At this time, Arius used magic to create a path. In a moment, both arrived at another place, making Bless surprised, so the shadow creation technique can also be used this way. From afar, Helena's voice called out, Bless, Arius. She waved, it is here. Bless happily ran over sister, but suddenly stopped. When seeing Eladin's appearance, she sat down helplessly, thinking about it. Of course, Diane is there. After the engagement proposal last time, I feel shy looking at his face now, so I have been avoiding it for a while. Seeing that everyone was present, but Fabian had not appeared yet, she was curious. Now young Master Gold is coming. What is the matter that he is late? Helena also saw this. Oh my, that is right. He always comes early. This made Bless worried. Thinking about it, this is the first time Fabian has been late like this. Could something have happened? At the same time, the Gold Duke's house. Fabian was now peeking inside. After all, the atmosphere was unusual. Seeing Adolf talking uncomfortably with Elaine made the little boy curious. What were they talking about? Moreover, why such an attitude? During the day, after finishing speaking, Adolf gave an order. Understood. Don't come to Rabiang today. Fabian was horrified. Why would you do that? Adolf did not say much, but simply forbade it. If I say no, then it is no. Today is dangerous. No, no way. Anyway, just obediently, go back to your room. The little boy became more and more confused. Dangerous, what is? Father and Elaine are not telling me exactly, but it is certain. Something bad will happen in Rabiang today, so it is me. I will protect her. Thinking this, the little boy ran to find Bless at the Radiang mansion. Helena was disappointed that Fabian had not come. In the end, young Master Fabian still did not come. Bless was also very bored. Yeah, so I feel a bit uneasy. It is the first time Fabian has not contacted me or come at all. We have to contact him. While talking, Helena suddenly sensed something. What is this feeling? I can feel the faint aura of outsiders in this house, which should not be possible due to the barrier. Only people from Rabiang, and those who are allowed, can enter. Then she stood up and decided, I have to go. Seeing Helena suddenly stand up, Bless asked in confusion, Sister, what is wrong? She forced a smile and replied, Anyway, we are worried about young Master Fabian, so let us contact the Gold family. I will go quickly and come back. Bless, stay here. Although Bless did not understand, she still obeyed. Okay? Helena did this because I do not want to make Bless and the children uneasy for nothing. It is probably nothing special. Running to the main mansion of Radiang, Helena kept following that feeling and tracing the trail. It is clear that this is the first time I have felt this sign here. As soon as she arrived, her face quickly turned pale. When a butler with a strange aura appeared in front of her, she was confused. Butler. At this time, that man also noticed Helena. Back on this side, May had sensed something and called out, "Bless. Bless, something big has happened." Seeing May so flustered made her confused. "May, what is it?" "What is wrong? What happened?" May urgently replied. "Something's wrong." As soon as they heard this, all three quickly realized something. Elidan became confused and thought, an intruder in this Rabiang mansion. Bless could not understand what was happening around her. What is going on? Elidan quickly made a plan. It is difficult to accurately grasp the source of the sound. Then he instructed Arius, "I will go check around, so please watch over the young lady." Arius quickly obeyed. "I know." May seemed very scared and whispered, "Bless, I am so scared. I feel like there is only evil aura." Bless also felt an unspeakable uneasiness after hearing this. Seeing May so uneasy, she was sure that something had happened. At this time, a sound came from somewhere. This sound. The two ran towards the sound. "This way." I heard the sound behind the annex. As soon as she arrived, Bless was shocked when she saw Helena collapsed on the ground. "Sister." At this time, that butler wanted to explain. "This young lady." He kept showing an attitude of contempt. "I can't believe you received help just because of these things. What a shameful thing. Have you forgotten the devotion I gave you? Or is it that the things I taught became useless that way?" Helena became annoyed after hearing this. "What are you saying?" Then she bluntly retorted, "What did I receive from you? If there was anything, it was just a wound from childhood. The fact that I was able to get here was not thanks to you. My father and Bless showed me the path I had to take as Rabiang." The butler sneered contemptuously after hearing this. Then he repeatedly expressed, "I have dedicated myself to you for so long, and yet you only remember that cruel father and that vile younger sister." Bless could not understand this conversation at all. What exactly is going on? Why is this person appearing in Rabiang? I heard the butler was just released from prison. Why would someone who just escaped from Rabiang come back? How could he pass through father's barrier? Bless suddenly remembered the original story. Wait, if according to the original story, Helena was close to Heinrich under the influence of the Duchess, which means that there was someone who connected Helena to Heinrich when she was young. If the butler played that role in the original story, then Heinrich is probably behind this incident. Just then, two dogs rushed in, accompanied by a loud call, "Young lady. Young lady, watch out." But fortunately, Arius protected her. "Oh my god, now no matter what the reason, we have to go back. Safety is the most important thing in this situation. First, we have to avoid them, as Arius said, and bring the knights here." May on this side was also crying and calling out, "Bless, over here." "It is Arius." Seeing the situation before her made her panic. The butler loudly sneered. "Anyway, it seems like it is still too early to deal with me." Arius's neck was tightened. Like that. Then he fell unconscious. Bless quickly ran over in concern. Arius. She could not understand this situation. Even Arius could not overcome it. What to do? If I run away with both of them, it is impossible, so I have to think of a way to suppress them. Just as she thought this, Helios's voice rang in her ears. Overmind has a special power to eliminate the power that has withered, and the characteristic of the energy is the expression of that power. At that time, Father clearly said that, and the monsters that I am facing now, can't we eliminate them with the power of Overmind? As soon as she thought of that, Bless quickly told May, "May, help me, I need your power." "I will release all the power and overwhelm the butler." May was a little surprised after hearing this. All of it, is that okay? She did not care about that anymore. There is no other way now. "Please help me." May accepted after hearing this. "Okay, it will be okay. I can do it." Bless closed her eyes tightly with determination. "I will save everyone." Suddenly, her entire body floated in the air. It emitted a light that confused the butler. "I am surprised that you still have the strength to show off some tricks. Although this is an energy source that I have never felt until now, even so, it is not a special ability, so calm down." The power of the two dogs gradually weakened, which made him panic. The monsters are weakening. Could it be this power? Finally, the butler fainted. When that ended, Bless was delighted. "I feel the evil aura disappear, but it must be because I used too much strength. I am so sleepy." May saw that she had lost her strength and collapsed, and was extremely worried. Bless. May kept calling non-stop, "Bless." On Elidan's side, he seemed to have destroyed all of them. These are monsters that were forcibly summoned. I can't see the summoner, so I will go back to the children. But at this time, a maid appeared. Elidan was surprised to recognize her. This is Bless's maid. I thought she was different from the others. It turns out she can be so calm in this situation. He called out in confusion, "You." But Lady did not say much but only requested, "Please follow me. I will lead you to the young lady's place." To the main mansion of Rabiang. At this time, Fabian had also arrived. As soon as he entered, he worriedly called out, "Sister Bless," seeing it was Fabian. Helena was a little surprised. Young Master Fabian. The little boy ran over and asked with concern, "Is everyone okay? What exactly happened?" Helena still wanted to ask, "Why did young Master?" But before she could finish speaking, both of them immediately froze. Because the two remaining dogs still rushed to attack. The remnants. Fabian was very confused at this time. I do not know what happened. But he still reached out to help. Now I know what I have to do. Immediately, one dog was tightly bound by a magic circle. Then it immediately vanished. Fabian was startled. My soul power can't do that. This won't do. I can't save her like this. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Eladon took action and swung his sword. He stabbed down hard, causing the two dogs to disappear, making Fabian surprised. Then 6 eyes looked at each other. Then he looked at Eladon returning to his true form and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" He did not say much, but only replied vaguely, "I was wondering why you were not coming today." "It turns out you were late, young Master Gold." Arius, who was unconscious, seemed to have woken up. Helena knew Eladon's identity after hearing this. "Is that you, Diane?" Fabian exclaimed in horror. "Huh." Looking at the current Eladon made the little boy disbelieve. This guy is Diane, although I can clearly feel that it is the same aura, but the Diane I know is an enemy with red hair. And always wears weird earrings. Could it be that those earrings are disguise items? Eladon stepped forward and questioned Arius. "What exactly is this?" "A guard has to protect his master, but instead he received protection. Young Master Gold is also very lucky not to be injured." Fabian quickly explained, "That is because I just arrived." At this time, Eladon revealed his doubts. "Let us see, is it a coincidence that I did not encounter any monsters on the way here?" From the beginning, why were you late to Rabiang? The little boy did not know how to explain this. Finally, Fabian understood everything. So that is it. Father knew it would turn out like this. So that means Gold is also involved in this. The little boy clenched his fists uncomfortably. I did not realize this truth, so the important people were injured. At this time, Eladon sat down next to Bless and checked. If that is the case, then these people also know what they have to do. Anyway, working too hard like this, still not handling the power of Overmind skillfully, Ladith also came forward from a distance. Checked on Bless's condition. After a while, Eladon quickly asked, "How is Bless's condition?" Ladith confirmed, "She is fine. She may just be too tired from suddenly using too much power. Other than that, there is nothing else unusual." He sighed in relief after hearing this. That is a relief. Although there is still nothing suspicious. Before that, Eladon was very suspicious of Ladith's request. Why did she go so far? She could have stopped the situation from the beginning. At that time, she could not explain it clearly in just a few words. "My actions won't be convincing. I know you are suspicious, but if the Duke was here, it is clear that he would have respected my decision." Eladon also noticed the maids who were worried about Arius. The Duke directly left that maid by Bless's side. What she said is true, and taking this opportunity, I knew for sure. For Bless's safety, Duke Helios is needed. The next day, Ladith ordered Perry, temporarily close the workshop. "We have to prevent what happened yesterday from leaking out." Perry quickly obeyed. Then she asked about the condition of the others. "How are the injured people?" Perry quickly reported the situation. "The wounds of young Lady Helena and Arius are not too deep. I also confirmed that young Master Gold has returned safely." Ladith was very satisfied after hearing this. "Okay, there are no problems." Then she could not help but sigh. That is a relief. Time flies so fast when I opened my eyes. A month had passed since the attack on Rabiang. Bless seemed to have grown up a lot. She looked at the butterflies flying on her hand. Suddenly disappeared. At this time, Helena suddenly called out, "Ah, that is right, Bless. What I mean is the pattern that occasionally appears on the back of your hand and disappears. That is called a soul imprint, left by young Master Gold." Bless was confused. Imprint? She did not hide it, but explained. "Okay, through that imprint, no matter how far apart you are, I heard you can receive the soul power of the young master." Until she went to study far away, Bless still had not woken up, so he was very worried. Bless understood after hearing this. So that is it. And when I opened my eyes, after everyone had left Rabiang, Eladon had returned to the palace under the witness of the nobles. The third prince is still alive. Finally, the princes are also participating in the war. In addition, Arius also firmly declared before leaving, "I will come back and be strong enough to protect the young lady." And finally, Fabian also spoke frankly with Adolf, "If this continues, then I am just father's lucky charm." In the end, everyone is finding their own path, according to the original story. I do not feel worried about it following the original story. Unlike the original story, I have memories that I have accumulated with them. I am just a little sad that they left without saying goodbye while I was sleeping. While pondering, a maid came in to announce, "Excuse me, young Lady Bless." This made her confused. The maid reported again, "Right now outside." The master has returned. As soon as she heard this news, both sisters quickly ran out to greet him. Ah! The three fathers and daughters embraced each other affectionately after months of separation. Father. But Helena also remembered the main issue and asked, Father, what happened? The war is still not. Helios smiled and said, That is right. It is more stable than before. But it is not over. Then he told his two daughters the current situation. This time, the two princes personally participated in the war. They were appointed as excellent generals. The military force has stabilized, and His Majesty has allowed the family heads to return to their families. It is also thanks to the words of the third prince. Hearing that it was Eladan made Bless surprised. Eladan? Don't tell me he helped father return to Rabyang, so he let the family heads return. Eladan on this side looked outside and felt relieved. This will help Rabyang save a big worry. His eyes looked at the sky and showed a moved, longing smile. Then he prayed, You must be well, Bless, until I return. And time passed again. Until 7 years later. The war with the eastern monsters finally ended. The people were very excited to cheer for Eladan. The war ended so quickly, all thanks to the third prince. Not only in the name of the royal family, but also sacrificing for the empire like this. But according to what I heard, compared to the third prince, the first prince, at this time, Bless von Rabyang was 18 years old. She was walking outside and everyone was talking about Eladan. Wherever you go, you hear stories about Eladan's active activities. But thinking about it, she thought it was true, because today is the day of the victory parade of the army, and it is not an exaggeration to say that this victory is thanks to Eladan. 7 years ago, Eladan participated in the war, started to eliminate monsters at a rapid pace, and the war ended 2 years faster than in the original story. I do not know why Eladan wanted to end the war quickly. Thanks to him, I feel more at ease when I hear the news. Compared to him, I have not heard any news from the others, so I am very worried. Bless muttered and blamed everyone. Aren't you all too much? Leaving without saying a word, and not writing letters either. At this time, she noticed the gossip of a citizen. The mercenary's son was worried that as time passed, the monsters would be different from before, but fortunately, the war has ended. Different? That is right, I heard that someone controlled the monsters to appear. Bless became more and more interested. Different from the monsters until now. Suddenly something quickly caught Bless's attention. What is this? At this moment, the sound of trumpets and parade announcements rang in the street, the victory parade. Bless squeezed into the crowd and looked towards the parade. I deliberately appeared when I heard that he would participate in the victory parade. Seeing Eladan return healthy made her feel at ease. It is good to see him healthy, Eladan. Time has passed for a very long time. And the person standing in front of Eladan is Risole. As soon as Bless saw Risole, she could not understand. How did Risole to survive and return? If according to the original story, Risole should have died in the Eastern Monster War. The war ending 2 years early also made me suspicious, but compared to Risole surviving and returning, I decided not to be bound by the original story anymore. But this is a different matter. The prince who should have died survived, so there may be a throne war that adversely affects Rabyang, like being in a completely different world from the original story. Thinking of this, Bless quickly denied. No, anyway, from the first time, maybe the content of the novel has changed its meaning. From the beginning, Bless has powers that I did not know about. Throughout the past 7 years, through the training of father, the first doors I saw when using power. This is the room containing the power of Ed and Rabyang that I have. I realized the power of eliminating the only thing that can be used to put pressure on the body. I was very surprised to know that Bless is just a side character who has this power. It is a pity that I can only handle the power of elimination. But now I am grateful that the number of people who can protect Rabyang has increased, no matter what variables there are. I will use the cards I have to have a happy ending. The background has changed since the beginning. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly there was a sound of someone calling back. Princess! As soon as she heard this sound, Bless turned around. Oh, this voice is... Finally, she recognized it as Elaine. As soon as Elaine saw Bless, she was delighted. As expected, it is the princess. She also came forward and greeted enthusiastically. It has been so long. Elaine has not changed at all. Elaine teased after hearing this. Is that so? I thought I had to be more perceptive. Seeing Elaine's presence made Bless also have to remember Fabian. Elaine is here like this. Fabian also... But quickly calmed herself. No, calm down, otherwise, it is like someone who keeps waiting for someone who is left without saying goodbye, just pretending to be cool and sitting still. Elaine still wanted to say more. When I meet the princess, I have a lot to explain, but... Seeing Elaine keep hesitating and not speaking made Bless confused. Huh. Explain what? Suddenly Elaine cleared her throat. First, I have to talk to my sister. Bless was confused, sister. Then Elaine suddenly mentioned, Princess, do you know Elf Biella? This made her panic. Why suddenly Biella? Then she asked, Elaine also knows Biella. Elaine smiled and wanted to tell the truth. Ah, yes, actually. That person is my sister. Bless was shocked after hearing this. What did he just say? Elaine was grateful at this time. I heard the princess gave me a clue to meet my sister. Before that, she gave Biella the information. The blue village in the red mountains, next to the vine. Go there, and there will be clues about the person Biella is looking for. After hearing these words, Bless finally understood the whole situation. That is right, so the younger sibling that Biella is looking for. Elaine winked and confirmed. Yes, that person is me. Elaine. So this is a half-elf. She was really shocked, huh? But just looking at Elaine and remembering Biella, Bless also saw that both were very similar. Wait, thinking about it, these two people really look alike. Elaine smiled and said, I left a trace that I would go to Gold Street in that place. My sister found me by that trace. It was just right that I and the young master were walking around in the elven forest. There was a rumor among the elves that my whereabouts were easily found. Bless immediately praised, very good, Elaine. And currently Elaine just wanted to thank the princess. The more she talked, the more she realized. But what is the elven forest? Isn't Fabian studying far away? Elaine hurriedly explained. Although it is said that he is studying far away to graduate from Gold Street. But in fact, the young master's purpose is to strengthen his soul power. It is possible to find the forest of purebred elves. We came there with the help of my sister. And the young master trained there alone. Bless was really surprised and wondered. So Fabian has been in the elven forest for 7 years. Elaine forced a smile and replied, yes, that is right. Also from now on is the main part, princess. But before Elaine could finish speaking, Fabian's voice came from behind. Sister, let me explain the rest. Bless turned around and wanted to confirm the owner of that voice. There is only one person who calls me Stinky Sister. Could it be? Fabian had grown into a handsome young man, but still greeted politely. Long time no see, sister. She suddenly came forward. Huh. It is clear that it is very similar to Fabian, but I still can't confirm through the eyes, so she asked again. Is it, Fabian? After hearing this, Bless was shocked. Huh. Time has passed like that. Fabian smiled brightly and teased. So now I am older than you. Bless quickly showed a look of disbelief. But in the end, she did not accept it. No matter what, acting like that is too reckless. What if there is a problem during the growth process? Fabian felt that it was not so concerning. It is not just simply passing through time. The body and mind grew together, so it is okay. Of course, no one, including the spirits in the forest, understood my choice. She was confused when he mentioned the spirits. Finally, Bless was able to understand a little more about Fabian. Even if it was not like that, the book about humans is too short, so he made an incomprehensible choice. But from that, he also confirmed one thing. But I do not regret it, because now I can protect someone. Then he showed a pitiful appearance again. Is it possible that you do not like me because I am not small and cute anymore? Bless hurriedly denied. What? That is not it at all. Fabian was overjoyed after hearing this and grinned. That is a relief. Then he kept asking, but sister, how do you look at me? Am I cool? Bless did not know what to say at this time but only smiled gently. I really can't stop it. The body is big, but Fabian is still Fabian. At this moment, he suddenly stood up and asked, but sister, it seems like I am the first person you met, right? She admitted, it seems like it. Fabian was happy after hearing this. So that is it. Then, he suddenly took Bless's hand. Then he made a request. I want to receive that award. I want to be the first person to dance with you at the victory party. After the two sisters finished talking, Fabian wondered, are you really okay if you do not need me to take you back to the Duke's house? Bless confirmed. I am okay. I do not need a guard when I go out, so I want to go back quietly. He did not insist after hearing this and agreed, then there is no other way. But then he did not forget to remind her of the promise he made with her. Instead, do not forget the promise you made with me before. You have to dance the first dance with me, remember? Bless also agreed very happily. Okay, I will definitely not forget. Suddenly, Fabian leaned in and touched Bless's forehead, as if to satisfy his longing. Then I will wait. After getting in the car, he did not forget to turn back and say goodbye. Be careful on your way. After Fabian left for a while, Bless realized, because of his actions just now, startled, huh? While walking, she scolded inwardly. Fabian, you have become a cunning brat over the years. As soon as she got home, she was confused. Who was in front of the door? But as soon as she saw that person, Bless immediately recognized that appearance. Could it be, is it, Ari? While looking, suddenly a gust of wind blew, making Bless uncomfortable and closing her eyes tightly. But when she looked again, Arius had disappeared. Disappeared. Bless could not understand. Although he was wearing a mask, it was clearly Arius. Why did he leave? Finally, I met Fabian and Arius again, but there are many changes that confuse me. A week later, on the day of the victory party, Helena kept asking, Bless, are you okay? Do you need me to help you? But she hurriedly refused. I do not need it, sister. Let us go now. As soon as she finished preparing, Bless quickly ran out and apologized. I am sorry for being a little late. But Helios did not blame her and comforted her instead. It is okay. There is still plenty of time. And I decided to ask Father to be the escort for this party. My sister is always worried about me, but Helena greeted the prince next to her and asked for help. Please help me today. He was happy to hear this and replied, Yes, princess, I am very honored. And this is also a way to comfort my worried father. Helios was very uncomfortable at this time. His Majesty said that he will choose a princess at this party. It makes me concerned anyway. The third prince also suggested something the other day. Bless could only laugh it off helplessly. Haha, no wonder my father has been so worried. On the evening of the victory party, Eladan visited Rabiang. As soon as he arrived, Eladan greeted with a smile. Long time no see, Bless. Bless had just seen him after a long time, but in a different position, and did not know how to greet him. I do not know what to say. What should I have said first? Should I use honorifics now? While thinking, Eladan's finger suddenly touched her cheek, making her flinch. Then she shyly questioned, Why are you doing that all of a sudden? Eladan quickly explained, Seeing you so stiff, I did that to relieve the tension. Bless immediately denied, No, I am not tense at all. Suddenly, he expressed his feelings. It must be because I missed these little things when I was on the battlefield. These words made Bless feel sorry, Eladan, but still did not forget the main thing. Don't make a fuss about it. Eladan was a little embarrassed after hearing this, haha, caught in the act. She said again, I just think there is no way you would remember things like that. Eladan still pretended to be serious. I still remember those conversations. The two kept going back and forth. Eladan affirmed, I was always in a state of tension in that place. These words made Bless feel sorry. Eladan must have gone through many difficulties in the past 7 years. So I am trying to confirm that it is okay to joke like this normally. Finally, she warmly welcomed, You have worked hard, welcome back. These words really surprised him. But it was also a warmth that made him falter. And replied, I am back. Finally, Eladan and Helios sat at the table and talked to each other. Your Highness, if you had told us in advance about the visit, we would not have welcomed you so poorly. What is the matter that you are in such a hurry? Eladan gave an answer. I want to hear the answer as soon as possible. 7 years ago, I proposed to the second princess. These words really shocked Helios and Helena. Bless looked at Eladan with an uncomfortable look. What should I do? If you talk about that now, Father will be confused. Seeing that he did not know anything surprised him even more. Well, it seems you do not know about my proposal. She also thought, I never thought that the proposal was sincere from the beginning. Helios wanted to give a refusal. Your Highness, I thought 7 years ago was too early to talk about the proposal. Eladan did not care much after hearing this. Actually, I wanted to hear the answer from 7 years ago, but I came here for another reason. He wondered, what is the other reason? At this time, he mentioned something. I heard that His Majesty will find a princess at this victory party, so I tried to get engaged to Miss Bless, who has the same aspirations as me. Helios became more and more confused after hearing this, same aspirations. Finally, Eladan said it straight. Like Bless, I also want Rabiang to be safe, because I need Rabiang to control Rizal and Ed. So for the common good, I hope you can make a wise decision. Through the conversation with Eladan, at the party today, Eladan plans to propose to me. After thinking about this, Bless felt a little unable to adapt. First of all, it is because I agreed with Eladan's words that this happened. I really do not know if this is the right choice. While thinking, suddenly the announcement rang out. His Majesty's representative is entering. Bless looked up in confusion. Representative, not seeing the appearance of the Emperor, made her even more curious. His Majesty can't attend this important victory party. What happened? At this time, a person entered and announced to all the nobles. Hello, I am taking on the role of the Emperor's representative. I am Count Arius von Giselle. On behalf of His Majesty, announced the start of the party. As soon as she saw Bless, she recognized Arius. The other nobles were also talking. That person is Count Giselle in the rumor. How could he get into the Emperor's eyes in such a short time? Bless really could not understand. It seems like he is living very well, so I am relieved, but why does not he come to see me? What exactly is the reason? While pondering, Fabian suddenly appeared and also recognized. Isn't that Count Arius? As soon as she saw him, she unconsciously called out, Fabian. He bowed down with a smile and greeted, Hello, sister. I am here to receive the promise. Looking at the atmosphere, it seems like I came at the right time. As soon as he finished speaking, the two began to hold hands. Then danced the first dance. While dancing, Fabian talked about Bless's concerns. You are wondering why he deliberately did not appear, but I do not know why either. She also replied, I do not know about that either. I am worried if it is some kind of embarrassing situation. Fabian made a decision after hearing this. If you are worried, I will investigate separately. Bless hurriedly refused. I have only accepted your heart for a long time, and I am back to gold, so I guess there is a lot to do. But he did not seem to care much for you to that extent. While talking to each other, suddenly there were compliments. Oh my, that is the young master of the Gold family, right? Why is he still as beautiful as a jewel? But I heard that young Master Gold is still not of age. Looking at the appearance, it does not seem like that age. Duke Gold became like that, and may also want to look more mature to lead the family. Fabian showed an uncomfortable expression after hearing those gossips. He quickly issued a warning to Bless. Yes, sister. Duke Gold should be more careful. Bless was confused. What are you saying? You are Gold. Fabian smiled and said, after hearing this, of course, except for me, Elaine is also okay. At this time, Fabian began to explain. As you know, my family is also related to the incident 7 years ago with Rabiang. It seems like father has joined hands with bad forces. Recently, I do not know if it is because of that or not, but I am addicted to drugs, so I can't go out. In this situation, I am worried that that force will harm my sister through Gold. Bless became more and more worried after hearing this. Wait, Duke Gold is in a state, poisoned. She could not help but ask, Fabian, are you? Although Fabian was sad, he still kept a happy expression on his face, affirming, I am okay. After dancing, the two turned their attention to another place. Finally, the main characters of today have started. Immediately the announcement rang out. First Prince Rizole Shino Riaz, third Prince Eladin Shino Raiz. Miss Rabiang enters. As soon as Bless saw the two, she became nervous in her heart. Finally, this moment has come, suddenly feeling too nervous. The voices of the nobles quickly rang out. Who is the young lady accompanying the first prince? Could it be the soon-to-be wife? Hearing these words, she quickly noticed, Rizole's fiancé. I know that there is no family yet, but talking about marriage like this. Bless seemed to recognize that person. Wait, that little girl. She quickly remembered and affirmed, it is Bella. At this time, Rizole brought Bella to introduce to Bless. Let me introduce you. This is my soon-to-be fiancé, Bella von Ravi. The other nobles quickly recognized Bella's identity. The daughter of Count Ravi is the first prince's fiancé. Then the rumors about the successor princess. Bless could not understand this situation. The two of them are engaged. How? Suddenly, Bless was shocked and realized something. Wait, what is next to Bella? Looks like a human. Although it is a bit dangerous, it gives a familiar feeling. Where have I seen it before? While thinking, Eladin came from somewhere and sighed. I did not know that someone was promised to you. If I had known in advance, I would have sent you a gift. When I saw the two of you entering together, I suddenly felt regret. I should have entered with my lover too. Rizal was confused after hearing this. What? He tried to ask again. Eladin. What do you mean by lover? Seeing Eladin's eyes, Bless understood. Is he planning to go in that direction? Finally, she quickly stepped forward. Then the two held hands. Eladin began to introduce his fiancée to everyone. Let me introduce my cute lover to everyone, the second daughter of the Duke of Rabiang. Bless von Rabiang. This shocking news surprised Rizal and Bella. The other nobles also could not have expected. This time it is the Duke of Rabiang's daughter. But is there any relationship that makes the two become lovers? It is not clear. The two of them also rarely appear in social activities. But the surprising thing is that it is not the eldest daughter, Helena. Helena stood below and observed Bless and asked Helios, my role is to support Bless, right? He did not know what to say, Helena. Actually, she understands everything. In reality, she is not mature and has a husband-to-be. Moreover, I am worried that the person she is facing is His Highness the Prince. But if this is what Bless wants to do, then I am willing to support her. Helios stood beside and admitted that, yes, that is right. I, as a father, also see it that way. Therefore, I have been monitoring this matter for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark and uncomfortable aura radiated from his body, making Helena standing beside helpless father. Although it was uncomfortable, Helios still had to grit his teeth and endure. If Bless shows that she does not like it, then she will be immediately taken out. Helena laughed after hearing this. As expected, father does not like this engagement either. When the two walked side by side, there was praise from below. Oh my god, silver hair and green hair, they look so good together. Being praised made Fabian excited. Did you hear that? They said we look good together. Bless only stammered in response at this time. Oh yes. Eladin suddenly expressed his gratitude to her. Bless. Thank you. Suddenly receiving such thanks made Bless's face freeze. He clearly stated the reason why he wanted to thank Bless. Although I acted suddenly, you accepted it. You were very surprised. Right? I did not intend to do that at first. She also understood for him, because there is no other way. Later I found out that Rizal was very angry that day. Had cleverly used Bella to make a rumor about the successor princess, so he was able to enter with his lover but tried to create public opinion that he was with his lover. And there was still one question that had not been answered. Why is Bella engaged to Rizal? A few days later, at the palace, Bless's carriage entered, and was greeted by the maid. Miss Bless, we are waiting for you. After the victory party, Both I and Bella officially became the wives of the princes. That was how I became Eladin's wife, and gained the qualification to enter the palace. At that time, Eladin took care of Bless wholeheartedly. Even when I am not here, you can still enter the library, so if there is a book you want to read, you can come anytime. This made her happy. This sounds good. Then he went straight to the main topic. I called you here today because there is something I want to show you. Bless looked confused. Something you want to show me? Eladin handed out a book and asked, Yes, have you ever seen this book before? After reading it, she was able to understand the content that the book mentioned. It seems like it is a record about the establishment of the empire. Eladin said in more detail, to be more precise, it records the sealing of the Demon King. The Rise Empire was established when the Demon King was sealed. It is said that the Demon King is not an entity, so a person had to be used as a substitute in order to seal it. And it is also said that someone is waiting to completely destroy the Demon King, with the power to cleanse the Demon King and the monsters. That is the Child of Prophecy. Bless could not understand when she was confirmed to be the Child of Prophecy. Now, is he saying that I am the Child of Prophecy? Moreover, the story that can cleanse the Demon King. It is like he believes in the existence of the Demon King. She still did not want to believe it. Wait, do you mean I am the Child of Prophecy and have to fight the Demon King? Eladin confirmed for sure. Yes, you have understood correctly. Even if she still did not know if the existence of the Demon King was real, yes. And finally Eladin told her, First of all, I have let Emperor His Majesty and the Master know. Bless was even more shocked after hearing this. What father already knows? Seeing that Bless looked very uneasy, Eladin comforted, Don't worry, I am not asking you to defeat the Demon King right away. Although she did not want to, she still smiled with gratitude. Ha ha ha, if that is the case, then, I thank you. Then Eladin went straight to the point. Now, let us get to the problem. Eladin pointed to a spot on the book and requested, Here, please look at this part. This is a record about Duke Asadel. It is a little strange. Suddenly his close contact made Bless shy. What? Is not it too close? The more she read, the more surprised she became. Does this really explain about Duke Asadel? Eladin affirmed. Yes, if it is true, you can also understand why you have not seen Duke Asadel for many generations. Duke Asadel is passed down through the generations. Through the matriarchal line, females take over the silver hair and red eyes, creating generations of Duke Asadel with the same appearance. It is like someone is maintaining it. Then Eladin asked, Who can you think of? Returning to the Rabiang mansion. As soon as she returned, Bless summoned Ladith. She came over confused. Miss Bless, you summoned me. She turned around and wanted to say something, Ladith. Then said, Today I went to the storage room of the palace. Ladith only replied indifferently after hearing this. Is that so? Finally, Bless said bluntly. But, according to the book there, maybe I am the Child of Prophecy. She did not know what to say after hearing this. Then Bless asked a frank question. Laddie, is this the first time you have heard about this? Could this unchanging appearance be related to Asadel? Ladith knew that Bless had understood everything after hearing this, so she asked, Was that written in the book of the palace? I remember the name a little. It is not confirmed that Ladith is a person of the Duke, so it is confusing. Is that all? Finally, Ladith expressed, Yes, I have known about it for some time. I have also been waiting for the Child of Prophecy to be born. So I am very happy when Miss Bless was born. When the Child of Prophecy is born, then I can meet the person I have been waiting for a long time. Bless was very confused after hearing this. The person waiting is Ladith. After speaking for a while, Ladith still had many things that she could not reveal. Now there are many things I still can't say. But she hoped, Please trust and wait for me, Miss Bless. Bless really could not understand. Why can't you say it now? While pondering, suddenly Hexa called her back. Miss Bless. Bless was confused. What is the matter, Hexa? Hexa quickly suggested. Can you come down to the living room for a moment now? There is a guest who has arrived. Bless was walking in the hallway at this time. Constantly curious, who is the guest? There is no one worth visiting today. As soon as she arrived, she saw that the guest was sitting quietly on the chair. Then turned around and looked at made a sound. Then greeted, Bless. Miss Bless. As soon as she saw that it was Arius, she was stunned. Arius. After a period of time passed. Then Bless understood everything. So now, you are receiving the title of Count, and are in the Royal Secret Knight Order. So that is it. Bless really could not believe it. I did not expect to meet Arius. So suddenly, this is why Hexa's expression was so bright just now. Suddenly, Arius spoke and asked for help. Actually, the reason I came here today is to ask for Mrs. Help. Suddenly being asked for help like this surprised her. Arius wants to ask me for help. Arius's eyes darkened and said the contents of the request. To be exact, I want to connect with the information guild that Miss is close to. If it is those people, they may know the clues I need. Bless was even more shocked after hearing this. He even knows that I have an information guild behind me. Then she wondered, what information do you need? Being asked, Arius suddenly clenched his fists as if blaming himself. Then he recalled the events of 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Do you remember the attack on Rabiang? The power we faced that day was a very special power. That was my experience, so I remember it very clearly. But I witnessed a similar source of energy in this Eastern War. Bless was very surprised after hearing this. The feeling is like that time. Arius admitted, yes. I heard that the attack on Rabiang that day was related to Duke Ed, so I feel it is necessary to investigate the steps of the Ed family again. Please give me more strength. Hearing these words made Bless pay attention. Thinking about it, I also heard a similar story in the village before. That person also said it was like the monsters were being controlled. Could it be that Duke Ed is planning something? Arius did not ask for much, just need Miss to provide information. She was stunned and still did not understand. Yes, but how? He said this because he was worried. Maybe you will get into trouble, so I will continue to investigate behind. So do not worry about anything. Receiving Arius's coldness made her heart ache. Suddenly, Bless's eyes filled with tears, making Arius panic. Oh, Miss Bless. But suddenly she felt a little wronged. Then Arius. If there was no purpose of getting information, you would not have come to see me. Seeing that expression of hers surprised Arius. He hurriedly denied, that is not how it is. Arius tried to explain, I always hope you are safe. I am really sorry for leaving you without saying a word. That day, I could not forgive myself for not being able to completely protect Miss. Without the master's order, I also could not get close to Miss. However, until now, I still do not know that the position of escort knight is still vacant. Bless heard this and made a sound. Then realized, so the words now, because you feel guilty, you are avoiding me. She quickly wanted to make Arius understand one thing. That is not it, Arius. Sorry for making you feel embarrassed. Bless, after resolving the misunderstanding with him, kept rambling on. Yesterday you received the words of the Earl, so you can't become my escort knight, but can we live in harmony as before? Receiving these words from the girl he likes made Arius shy. Yes, of course. Finally, Bless stood up. Okay, then let us go. Seeing her sudden action made Arius confused. Yes, go where? Bless did not say much, but only smiled brightly and opened her arms to him. Then said, now we have to go to Ed Street to check the truth. According to the information that Grace heard recently, the servants of Duke Ed have been constantly changing. The change of servants may also happen, but the problem is that it is completely impossible to know the whereabouts of those people later. If those sea-eyed people are victims of an event, wanting to quickly save people, she hurriedly went to Ed Street. On the way by carriage, she told Arius the information she knew. In addition, information about the record of the Demon King was also included. Lair should enter with his lover. At first it seemed very unbelievable, but that was the appearance of accepting immediately. Arius, after hearing the information about the Demon King's resurrection, could not help but panic. Demon King, I do not know if it will be revived or not. Bless got off the carriage and also sympathized with Arius's attitude at that time. That is right, I also found it hard to believe at first. And went to Agar's place. A group of monster soldiers blocking the road appeared in front of Bless, surprising Bless. Oh my god, I did not expect it to appear so blatantly, these soldiers. It is not an object, but clearly something is being controlled by the power of the devil. What is this voice? Clearly somewhere before. Arius quickly stepped forward to protect Bless. That is dangerous, miss. Please step back. With this sign, she does not need to argue about identity and evidence anymore. Now I will immediately call the Royal Knight Order. Returning to the Rabiang mansion. Helena was stunned when a sound called her back. Miss Helena. Helena knew she was impolite, so she quickly apologized. Oh my, I am sorry, I was stunned for a moment. That young lady did not mind much. It is okay. Thank you for coming today. Then see you next time. Please go carefully. Helena also greeted politely. Yes, please rest, miss. Arriving at the carriage, Helena started to ponder again. Lately, every time I go to tea parties or social gatherings, I often meet the daughter of Count Ravi. Being abandoned as the fiancée of the first prince, so it is not strange to be present at social gatherings. Only something is uncomfortable. The images I saw when I was young are completely gone. Maybe I am thinking too much. But, can people change like that? Lately, if I keep meeting Miss Ravi, it is like... On this side, Arius immediately summoned the knights in the royal palace. The investigation was carried out quickly. And in reality, the Ed family there was more cruel than expected. A knight requested, Captain, please come here. Then announced the situation. What I mean is, the people who died here. Very similar to the images of the people who have disappeared. The bodies have been blackened and strangely cold. It is a trace of experiments using poison on the human body. Finally, the knights found Heinrich, Duke Heinrich von Ed. Because the evidence was so clear, it did not take long to arrest Heinrich. He did not resist when he was arrested. Risole on this side was playing chess when he was suddenly surprised by this information. What? Heinrich has been arrested. He quickly showed disappointment, tch. In the end, he still does not know how to handle the work. Returning to the mansion of Rabiang, Eladan's carriage has arrived. As soon as he got off, Helios directly welcomed him. You have arrived. Prince Eladan. Let us go. I will guide you to the children's room, he asked with concern. How is it, Duke? Is there anything else after the Ed incident? Helios replied, Yes, there is nothing special in Rabiang. Also, Your Highness. It turns out you have told Bless everything about the child of prophecy. Eladan affirmed, Yes, I know what the Duke wants to say. But on the contrary, I can't understand why Bless does not know that. He did not know what to say after hearing this. Then he said uncomfortably, When that child grows up, I will let her know everything. Eladan knew that he had crossed the line after hearing this, so that is it. Even so, he did not forget to remind, but now is not the time to do that. The Demon King may have been revived. As soon as she saw Helios enter, Bless turned around and called, Father. Then he came forward and asked with concern, Bless, is your body still okay? She affirmed, Yes, that is right, there are no problems anymore. Following Eladan was also delighted after hearing this. Is that so? That is a relief. Ah, let me tell you, when it is just us, we can talk comfortably as before. Bless no longer seemed to pay attention to those honorifics. Even if you do not say it, I was already planning to do that. Eladan teased. Oh, is that so? Arius on the side seemed a little jealous, seeing the two talking so intimately. At this time, Helios cleared his throat and wanted to announce something to everyone. Now everyone has gathered here. Then, with a displeased expression, he requested, Bless, now, could you tell me in more detail about what happened yesterday? Please, Helena, seeing this, felt helpless. Father, Bless could only obey, yes. After a while, the whole story was told. That is what happened. Arius has called the knights to investigate. What do you think it could be? Helios quickly offered his opinion. Well, it is definitely not just simple dark magic. Hearing this, Helena immediately suspected. So, could it really be the Demon King's power? Helios agreed. Unfortunately, the chances are high. Bless worried. If that is the case, then maybe the voice I heard back then. She hesitated. Actually, when I went to Duke Ed's mansion, I heard someone's voice. If that energy really is the Demon King's power, then I think that voice was also the Demon King's. Could it be that only I can hear it, because I am the child of prophecy and his enemy? Helios seemed unable to know either. I do not know. It is very difficult to give a definite answer. Rabiang has not only enemies of the Demon King, but also those who made a pact with the Demon King. Helena was even more surprised as she listened. A pact maker. He began to explain. That is right, not sealing the Demon King's power, but summoning the Demon King into this world and using his power. Bless is of Rabiang blood, so we can't ignore the possibility that she may have the qualities of a pact maker. Helena suddenly had a question. If that is the case, then is not it strange? Duke Ed is not from the Rabiang lineage. How could he summon the Demon King finally? Eladan was able to voice his suspicion. Bella von Ravi. She suddenly became the first prince's fiancée. If she colluded with Ed, it would be completely logical. Isn't Count Ravi a plan of Duke Rabiang? Isn't it impossible to meet the basic conditions? Rizal used strange power in the Eastern War, which is also suspicious. Of course, with these words, we can't be sure of their alliance. Arius on this side denied it. No, it is clear that Rizal obtained that power. It is a sensitive matter, so I am only gathering evidence and not reporting it to the royal family, but I clearly saw it at Ed's house. A knight escorting Prince Rizal was lying in the middle of a pile of corpses. Eladan connected everything together. It is all as predicted. Using such great power, that ferocious power is the Demon King's. It seems the Demon King has awakened and is acting. Suddenly, Helena comforted. It will be all right, Bless. There is no need to be afraid. Bless felt warmth from the comfort sister. Helena took her hand and affirmed firmly, because I will always be by your side. I will absolutely not let my sister get hurt. Arius also spoke in agreement. I will too. Even if the opponent is the Demon King, I will definitely protect you this time. Helios thought so too, so he assured. That is right, Bless. Everyone here thinks the same way. We will absolutely not leave you alone. No matter what happens, we will fight together. Receiving protection from everyone made her grateful. Yes, Father. Thank you, everyone. At this point, Bless had a determined will. All right, no matter how heavy my destiny is, there is nothing to be afraid of, because I have friends and family fighting together. May also enthusiastically raised her hand. Me too, Bless. Ah, May. While they were happily talking, a voice rang out from outside the door. Excuse me, head of the household. May I come in? That voice made. Bless puzzled. At this time, Helios came forward to ask, Ladyth, what is wrong? Ladyth quickly reported, yes, well the thing is. Bless also came closer to listen. Why is Laddie, who is always calm, being so sudden? Lady's face suddenly turned pale. I just received news from Duke Gold. Bless was surprised. Duke Gold, could something have happened to Fabian? A shocking news quickly arrived. Adolf von Gold. Duke Gold has passed away. Someone's thoughts echoed. He was a child who was overly greedy and had long overstepped his boundaries. I knew that, but I did not expect it to be to this extent. All right, it is my fault. Although Duke Gold had been poisoned and could not go out, his death was still a question mark for everyone. Bless also came to the funeral at this time. Fabian. As soon as he saw her, Fabian gave a bitter smile. You came. Then he could not help but shed tears. Seeing his very heartbroken appearance made Bless have to open her arms. Fabian, you are very sad, are not you? She touched him and comforted. It is okay. It will be all right. Bless also empathized with his sadness. The sadness of suddenly losing parents. How can I comfort him? He had not even reconciled with the Duke until the end, but now the last chance to talk had disappeared, making his mood even more complicated. Bless hugged Fabian and comforted. We will be by your side. At the place where the funeral was held, a flower for mourning was placed on Adolf's grave. Fabian helplessly reproached. He really was not a good father. Bless could not refute anything after hearing that. He admitted he was a person who was too greedy. Most of the time, he saw me, a child, as a tool, so from a young age, I was never like any other parent-child relationship. At this time, the third prince and Count Giselle also arrived. Looking at those two people, Fabian had to admit that. I do not hate them that much, but the truth is, I do not have any feelings for them. But he was still my father. After listening, Bless could not help but think to herself, I will never forgive those who made my father like that. This death is not just a random coincidence, but is using this time to kill the Duke, and the culprit is clearly Heinrich. Then she also told him the real culprit, Fabian. This is Duke Ed's game. Hearing this, he was really surprised. What Bless did not hide it and told Fabian the truth 7 years ago, when it was still only suspected as an accident. So I checked the documents. The two Duke's houses cooperated with Duke Ed. Duke Gold joined hands with Duke Ed 7 years ago, so he killed him to mislead others. Due to the funeral, the investigation into Duke Ed's allegations has been postponed indefinitely. Fabian could not believe it. Just for that reason, then. Currently, Duke Ed is planning more things by using his evil power. Finally, Bless said, I will fight to stop it. She thought, honestly, I need Fabian's help, but that would be a burden for a child carrying sadness. I only told you because I thought you needed to know. After listening, he immediately made a decision. Sister, I want to fight together too. Although it is also to take revenge, but I want to protect and help you. I do not want to lose my people to them. These words shocked Bless. She gave a grateful smile. Yeah, thank you, Fabian. She really did not expect that. Even in this moment, he still wanted to help others. Fabian was truly a strong child. I have to try my best to do my part too. At this time, both of them returned to the main hall where the funeral was. As soon as she saw the two of them arrive, Helena quickly called out, Bless, young Master Gold. Seeing everyone appear to send off his father made Fabian very grateful. Thank you everyone for coming. Duke Rabiang, Miss Helena. Helios also mourned and offered his condolences. All right. I am very sorry about your father. If you need help, please tell me. Bless looked at the main hall of the funeral and observed, I guess it is probably because this is the funeral of the fourth Duke. All the nobles of the Empire have gathered. While everything was peaceful, a sudden attack occurred, causing everyone present to panic and scream. The dead knights seemed to have been controlled and rushed in, making everyone extremely confused. Why are they soldiers? As soon as Bless saw them, she recognized. These soldiers? I feel the same source of power as those I met at Duke Ed's house. Arius quickly stepped forward to protect. Bless, miss, it is dangerous. Please step back. Seeing Arius stand up for her surprised Bless, Arius, Helios on this side created magic to attack the zombie knights. Finally, Helios realized what she was talking about. Perhaps this is the power of Duke Ed that Bless mentioned. That has been imprisoned until now. Elidan wondered, so is Rousseau the one using this power? Fabian at this time was still very confused because he did not understand the whole story. What exactly is going on? Why are these soldiers? Helios was shocked and understood everything. So, that is how it happened. Then he turned to request. Bless, first you go to the royal palace with His Highness. She was a little confused by this sudden request. Yes, father, that Helios explained the situation. This is a trap to tie us together. Right now, it is highly likely that His Majesty is in danger. Elidan was a little shocked after hearing this. Then the two of them quickly went to the royal palace. On the corridor at this time, there was a bloody footprint. Rousseau brought a bloody sword to the emperor's room. Gradually approaching, the emperor heard this sound and immediately realized, You have come. It is a strange thing indeed. He also smiled and replied, "Yes, your majesty, I have come, not your beloved third son. But this is the vicious firstborn. I have endured all the humiliation for this moment. The power I have obtained by bowing to the mediocre Duke Ed, now the throne is mine." Ladyth at the Rabyang mansion looked out and gave a confirmation. "The time has come. A long time has passed. We have also waited a long time." Ladyth's eyes looked up as if she had been waiting for this for a long time. Then she said to the three maids, "It is time to face the ending." At the royal palace, when Bless and Eladan arrived, they did not hear any sound, this strange silence. She looked around confused. Why is there no one here? After observing, Eladan was able to make a slight judgment. Then he said, "It may be too late, but first I will go to His Majesty." "I hope it is not too late," this news really worried Bless. As soon as he arrived in front of the Emperor's room, he gave a feeling. "I do not feel any magic at all." Then he said, "Go in." She also followed. When the door of the room opened, Bless was shocked, "Your Majesty," looking at the Emperor with a purplish face lying on the bed. She kept calling, Your Majesty, please wake up. Can you hear what I am saying?" Looking at the dark color on the Emperor's skin made Bless unable to understand what are these signs that look like poisoning. Eladan witnessed this and could only remain silent. Then he could not understand. What exactly is going on? Bless looked back worriedly. Eladan asked directly what happened to the butler. The first person to be poisoned was the butler. Was it Risola? The Emperor, although poisoned, was still conscious and smiled mockingly. "Are you really asking because you do not know?" Bless was worried and wanted to burst into tears. "If it continues like this, I really do not know if I will ascend to the throne." She clenched her hands and could not understand. Why does Eladan only say cold words in this situation? Not good. With that purification power, His Majesty. The Emperor knew what she was thinking and comforted. "All right. Do not put your strength into useless things anymore." Bless shed tears of sorrow, "Your Majesty." At this time, the Emperor said, "I have to speak quickly, before it is too late." Finally, he made an admission. "You are the next emperor of this empire. The Emperor continues the next generation, and the child of Rabyang can help the empire." As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor fell into eternal sleep. Made Bless heartbroken. Shouted loudly, "Your Majesty!" Eladan did not seem to be a person without a heart. He was in pain but could not show it. He could only listen to Bless's heart-wrenching cry of grief, "Emperor, Your Majesty." After a while, Fabian's spirit flew over. As soon as Eladan saw it, he recognized, "Is that young Master Gold's spirit?" She confirmed, "Ah, yeah." Bless seemed to still want something warm to be by the Emperor's side. The spirits will be by His Majesty's side. If I do this, even if the royal palace collapses, His Majesty will still be safe. He only coldly replied, "I see." Then he was very grateful. "Thank you, Bless. Thanks to you, I feel more at ease. Now I have to do what I have to do." As soon as he finished speaking, a large surge of energy quickly radiated from around Eladan, shooting straight into the sky made Bless confused. That thing. Could it be the pillar of light? Everyone who saw that light quickly judged. A huge light appears when the power of the royal family is inherited. Helios was worried. If it appears now, then. At this point, he quickly understood, it seems. His Majesty has passed away. Helena could not believe what she heard. She looked towards the royal palace with pity. "Emperor, Your Majesty." Then she worried about Bless. What exactly is happening in the royal palace? Will Bless be safe? Risola on this side was walking in the dungeon with displeasure. Missed a great opportunity to deal with Eladan. Must prepare another way, before he can counterattack. To do that, I must first go to that person. Finally, he arrived at the place where Heinrich was imprisoned. As soon as he saw him, he was happy, as if he knew in advance. "You have come, Prince, Your Highness. I have been waiting for a long time." Risola held a sword in his hand and contemptuously said, "You idiot. Do you still think we are in the same boat? If you do not have that power, you are useless now. That power has also killed you, and now I just need to absorb it." As soon as he thought of this, he vomited blood. "I do not understand what is happening. What is this about?" Heinrich calmly walked out of the jail and reminded, "Your Highness, do not complain too much. After all, everything has already been decided. Prince Your Highness will die right here." These words shocked Risola. What, he was unwilling? No, it can't be like this. I must become the emperor of this empire. Heinrich looked at him like this and contemptuously said, "What a child. How could you imagine that power would be yours? Don't you know you will be eaten by the darkness?" After speaking, he looked over triumphantly. "You have come? You missed an interesting scene, my daughter." Returning to the royal palace, after the pillar of light disappeared, Eladan quickly grasped the situation. How did it become so indebted? Bless was surprised. When the emperor has ascended to the throne, then there is no Risola left. She ran over worriedly and asked, Eladan, are you okay? He quickly confirmed, it is okay, there is no problem. Eladan clenched his fist determinedly, because the work to be done remains unchanged. Thinking this, he said, let us go, Bless. She also obeyed, yeah. Must find Rizal first. Seeing that there was not a single person in the royal palace made Bless uneasy and worried. The royal palace is too quiet, so I feel a bit uneasy anyway. I think we should not prolong the time. Thinking of this, she wondered, Eladan, have you guessed where he is yet? He quickly put himself in Rizal's thinking. In this situation, if it was Rizal then... no, whoever it is, if they seize control of the royal palace, then I think the last place to go can only be here. As soon as she looked inside, Bless could not help but be surprised. This is the audience chamber of the Emperor, Your Majesty. Looking at Rizal silently sitting in the chair made Eladan confused. Rizal? He must have seen us coming in, but why is there no reaction? Bless called out from behind, Eladan. He came forward to touch Rizal, and quickly realized, as expected, he is already dead. Bless was terrified after hearing that. She can't understand. It seems that Rizal did not end it himself. If so, then who exactly? As soon as Bless turned around, she was startled. What? The soldiers from when? At this time, Heinrich entered and confirmed, I am the one who brought Prince Your Highness here. Then requested, please reconsider. The last wish has finally come true. As soon as he saw him, Eladan could not restrain himself, and took out his sword. Bless, step back. He pointed the sword at Rizal and questioned, you killed Rizal, did not you? He laughed loudly and explained when he was told that, haha, do not be too angry, it is just my self-defense. Prince Your Highness was going to kill me first. These words made her judge. As expected, the two of them joined hands to take advantage of each other. Anyway, we will be at a disadvantage, must prolong the time by all means until there is help. Thinking this, Bless spoke up and asked, what benefits did you get by joining hands with Rizal? Heinrich did not want to answer much when asked. Let me see. I do not want to answer your questions much, this kid. I do not like you at all. No, on the contrary, I hate you even more. These words made her uncomfortable in her heart. Why does this sudden feeling of being overwhelmed? Is this about... Heinrich looked down at her and showed his disgust in his eyes. Really, see, extremely disgusted. Because you will eventually have the same unfortunate fate as your mother. Bless was immersed in the constant discomfort. The power is so great that it is completely different than before. As expected, Heinrich made a commitment to the Demon King. He kept mocking. The miracle of Rabiang. A name too much for a girl outside the beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Eladan could not bear it anymore and rushed to attack Heinrich. Also, do not forget to threaten. That mouth? It is better to be careful, Duke, sir. Heinrich only laughed contemptuously when he heard that, ha. Bless on this side also took the opportunity to use her own power. Eladan's attack has reduced the pressure. Must help Eladan right now. Realizing that she was going to help him, he quickly stopped. Bless, if you are tired, you do not have to try too hard. But Bless did not listen, as a member of the Duke's Rabiang family. I also have a responsibility to protect the Empire from danger, now I know. The zombie knights retreated before her power. Eladan also took the opportunity to attack the other zombie knights. After solving the problem, he wondered, why did the Duke join hands with my brother? These words made Heinrich exclaim in surprise. What? Eladan began to release words of ridicule and contempt. It is really the same, that dirty feeling of inferiority. These words seemed to have touched his self-esteem. What are you saying? He did not keep quiet and continued. And in reality, there is nothing special at all. At this time, Heinrich looked around and realized that the zombie knights had all been destroyed. The soldiers from when had... If being pushed to this point, then it seems there is no other way, can only call that person out. Then he spoke out to summon. Let everyone see it. As soon as he saw the shadow appear behind Heinrich, Bless was startled. The overwhelming feeling is different from before. She suspected. Could it be that he has summoned the Demon King? Then Bless began to link things together. Then the person with Bella is the Demon King. But how could the Demon King show the image of the first generation Rabiang? I do not know why it has a face similar to the first generation Rabian, but dealing with the situation at this time is a priority. If it is power that has the Demon King, then until now it will be no different from what has been purified. If it is purification power, then it will definitely pass through. But after a while, the purification had no effect, making her even more panicked. How can it be? Heinrich, after seeing that the Demon King could not be done anything by Bless, began to be arrogant. From now on, those shallow tricks. But do not worry too much. I won't do anything that affects your lives right away. Alright, now can't be killed. Because right now you are, instead of being fake bowls, but become the bowls that contain the power of the Demon King. Those words shocked Bless. I become the vessel for the Demon King's power. Eladan quickly reassured. You do not have to listen to the Baron's words, Bless. Suddenly being reassured made her surprised. Elidan, he warned, it is very dangerous, so step back behind me. He loudly said, the Demon King is not far from here anymore. Heinrich laughed with relish. Now the bowl is ready. You open all the power. Bless saw this scene and she herself was useless, so she did not know what to do. What should I do now? If I do not kill me, then it is not really to let me live completely. Like those soldiers, will be robbed of their souls, and then occupy the body that is right. How can I face the Demon King here? The purification power can resist monsters. She became more and more confused about the answer. But why can't it resist the Demon King? Heinrich's energy is still being blocked. Finally, Bless decided, must find a way before the Demon King's power is fully awakened. Calmly think, maybe I still have not used the purification power correctly. While thinking of a way to deal with it, suddenly the Demon King spoke, you. Turns out to be the child of Rabiang. As soon as she heard this familiar voice, she quickly recognized, that is the voice I have been hearing all this time. Bless's eyes seemed to be controlled. She seemed to be hypnotized and followed the urge of the Demon King. This way, go this way. Eladin quickly stopped. Bless. But was blocked by the Demon King's magic. This? Heinrich laughed when he saw this scene. Ah ha ha. Now it is over if you touch the complete bowl. Then in the end, but from where did a magical power come from? Made Eladin unexpectedly recognize. This magic is. Helios at this time made a definite statement. It won't happen as you wish. As soon as he saw him, Eladin blurted out, Duke Rabiang. Heinrich immediately put on an uncomfortable appearance. Then Helios requested, Helena, take Bless as far away as possible. Helena also quickly complied, yes, father. As soon as she came to shake her, Bless woke up. Oh, it is sister, Helena worriedly asked. Bless, are you awake? Then she reassured. Bless, now you can rest assured. Arius and young Master Gold have all come. We are rescuing and protecting the people in the royal palace. The remaining soldiers have also been dealt with, so the inside of the royal palace is safe. During that time, everyone wanted to come to Bless, so I was scolded for trying to stop them, so am I still trustworthy? Bless could not help but be surprised after hearing that. Arius, Fabian. Finally, Helena looked towards Heinrich and warned, Duke Ed, also do not worry. Because my father said he will stop it himself. Seeing Helios start using magic made his face darken. Helios. Then, feeling ridiculous, he waved his hand to create magic. It seems the prediction of the situation is not very correct, is not it? Heinrich confirmed. Now it is different than before. Now you can't beat me. He seemed to be under pressure from the Demon King's power that he possessed. Heinrich gave a sinister smile. It will be done. The difference in power is very clear. I will win. But it seemed that Helios would not give in easily. I am Helios. Let us see. Then he said words of contempt. I do not know what is so different, even if you have obtained that power. It is not like changing positions with me. These words really shocked Heinrich. Helios also frankly judged, you were not destined to become a duke from the beginning. Did you think I would never find out? I sensed the power of the family heading towards my sister. I know you would kill Shesha. Because of that inferiority complex and ambition, snatching the position of my sister like that was not enough. Now you have even killed His Majesty and threatened the Empire. After knowing the reason, I can't forgive you. All of this, if it were not for your evil ambition. Helios clenched his fists in resentment as he said this. Then that could not have happened. Of course, in the end I still can't believe it, Shisha, so I definitely will. Being humiliated like this drove Heinrich crazy. The difference in power is clear, yet you still dare to be arrogant. He did not bother hiding it anymore, and called out, Bella. Bella, are you there? Everyone was surprised when they heard Heinrich call Bella. Bella. As soon as she was called, Bella quickly appeared and replied, Yes, Duke, you called for me. I have been by your side, all the time, until you called. As soon as he saw her, he was overjoyed. All right, so, you have come. Come here quickly. Suddenly, Bella wondered, if I do that, how can I help the Duke? Heinrich affirmed, of course you can, of course. Bless wanted to step forward to stop her. Ah, no. The Demon King's power is growing. If the power expands even more right here. While worried, suddenly a long streak of blood shot out. Helios on this side was no less surprised. When Heinrich vomited blood from his mouth, making him extremely confused. What is this? He immediately collapsed. Then kept calling, Bella. Why, you, Bella looked down and reminded. Duke abandoned me first. Then she quickly narrated what she knew. I heard everything you said earlier. You said I was not a real bull. You have always said I am a special child. Because I believed those words, I did what was asked, but in the end, I was the one who was abandoned. Bella clenched her fists uncomfortably. She could not understand. You said you needed me. You said you would take care of me like a child. But the one you need is Bless. Bless von Rabiang, what exactly is that child? Bella shed tears and laughed sadly. I am now, everything has been arranged, right? She frankly said, I do not need the Duke anymore either. Now I will do as I please. Just die, like that. At this time, Bella looked at Bless. As soon as she saw her eyes, she could not understand. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Am I scary to you? Bella laughed loudly, not caring anymore. What is that? Then now I will officially introduce myself. I am Bella von Ravi, the official pact maker of the Demon King. As soon as she finished speaking, she released a stream of dark magic and attacked. But Helios immediately resisted under Helena's worry. Father. He turned back and instructed, Helena, do not rush out. I will deal with the Demon King's power. You protect Bless. When Bella saw that everyone was doing their best to protect Bless, she could not understand why. How is that child so loved? It would have been better not to know the truth. The day I became a pact maker with the Demon King, I saw the future of another timeline. In that place I was a child loved by everyone. But how did that fate change? After resisting the Demon King's magic for a while, Eladin's magic gradually ran out. Now it is the limit. Awareness is gradually fading. Bless worried from behind Eladin. He quickly reassured, it is okay. Bless, do not worry. I am just doing it my way. Eladin began to urge himself. All right, do not be weak. I have made up my mind. I will take a different path than the Emperor. So I must protect my people. Eladin firmly said, I will definitely protect you as my person. Whether it is the power of darkness or the Demon King, I won't let them touch you. These words seemed to have touched Bless's heart. Eladin. Bella mocked after seeing her weakness. Sounds pathetic. Miss Bless. Then began to provoke again. Just keep hiding behind others. The child of prophecy and the power of transcendence, just act as if you have gained great abilities, right? But at the really important moment, things do not go as expected. Just like this, then it has to end. Looking at the power that Bella had unleashed so far had made Bless panic. The power is not comparable to the power that she has released so far. She asked herself, can it be stopped, just with our power? But suddenly, a spirit appeared from somewhere, causing Bless to pay attention. At this time, Aries stepped up from the darkness and repeated, I have said it before. Even if the opponent is the Demon King, I will still watch over you. Fabian also quickly appeared. I am here, sister. As soon as he saw the two of them, Elidan showed his displeasure. I have worked hard, but the beautiful scenes have come. Aries quickly explained. Anyway, with just your power, you can't stop it. Fabian also quickly admitted, that is right. That is right. Elidan was puzzled after being told that, is there something wrong with me? Aries quickly showed a hostile attitude. Even now you are still thinking about monopolizing the miss. Then it is a bit lacking. Fabian also hugged Bless in his arms and said, that is why. Then he turned to ask, after Bless, are you okay, sister? Luckily it is not too late. I have said it before. I will fight with you until the end. These words touched Bless's heart, Fabian. Then she quickly expressed her gratitude. Fabian, thank you both so much. Seeing them like that, Helios and Helena on this side also looked at each other and smiled happily. Seeing more and more people surrounding Bless like that made Bella not understand how can it be? Why is it always just her? She gritted her teeth and could not understand. Can't do anything, even do not know how to use her own power correctly. But right at this moment, Ladyeth appeared and smiled to inform that the power of the Transcendent is used in its own way. These words made Bella startled and look over. Ladyeth quickly stepped forward happily. It is really lucky that you are okay, Miss Bless. Thank you, Helios. Please protect the miss as promised. As soon as he saw her, Helios called out, Ladyeth. Ladyeth smiled. Finally, it seems that everything is ready. At this time, Ladyeth came forward, then gave a greeting and introduced Duke Acidel. Ladyeth, please send greetings to the new son of the Empire. Hearing this, Eladin quickly verified his previous guess. As expected, you are Duke Acidel. She smiled and admitted, yes, as you guessed, I am Duke Acidel, once the first emperor of the Rise Empire. Sealed the Demon King and established this empire. My knights and many people have been waiting for this moment. Bless was surprised after hearing that. Even more surprised, Ladyeth is the first emperor. That is why the library in the royal palace still has writings about Ladyeth. Ah. After talking about her identity, Ladyeth also said how to solve it. The power of the Transcendent can seal the Demon King, but still needs a special condition. That is surviving in the power that the one who made a pact with the Demon King unfolds. Ladyeth looked at Bella with an unfriendly gaze, making her embarrassed. That is the power that everyone is trying to open. Ladyeth urged, so just keep doing what you intend to do. If Miss Bless can't endure, then that will be your victory. Bella was uncomfortable in her heart. Now she is looking down on me. She shouted angrily. All right, let us try to endure once. In the end, the last person must be me. Ladyth currently felt guilty. Bless, I am sorry for letting you go through this test. But suddenly Bless comforted back from behind. Don't worry, lady. She asked a question. This is the reason why I have the power, right? This is the thing that can convey Ladyth's long-held wish. My own war that no one can replace. Bless smiled confidently at everyone. Trust me, I will be back. If this is something that can protect my people, then I will definitely be able to do it. At this time, a urging sound kept ringing in Bless's ears. Bless, bless. Miss Bless. Everything, that is the mission of those who live together in the present. Just the after-image of the past. We do not directly participate in this war. Everyone makes their own pact and vows to end this war. Those memory fragments passed through, and Bless quickly woke up. Then suddenly woke up in the desolate room with confusion. Where is this? Just now I was still in the royal palace. At this time, she looked out confused. Then heard a familiar voice ringing. Really, I said, I do not understand this voice. That voice ordered. What are you doing? Quickly stand up and catch it. This shout really startled. Bless, why did she shout at me like that? At this time, an invitation was delivered to Bless. This is the third prince's birthday invitation. His Highness has sent an invitation, so you can't not go. Helena instructed, be quiet for a bit, then go back. Understood. Listen to me. As soon as she saw that Helena, Bless knew, although that person has the same appearance as my sister, that is not the sister I know. What is going on? Suddenly a voice rang out and asked, how do you feel? Bless, are you suffering? This is the world that I have specially prepared for you. No one will like you here. Bless was surprised, Bella. She gave a challenge. If you do not collapse there, then I will acknowledge your victory. So try to endure it once. On the way to the royal palace, Bless knew, if this is the virtual world created by Bella, then clearly everyone's main characters love you. If so, then Helena's actions are understandable. In the original work, Helena hates her sister. However, if there is a difference from what I know, then the Helena of the original work cannot use magic. I feel a huge magical power of Helena, like my sister. She began to doubt, could it be? Did the others also have their memories erased and been pulled here? Today, I must check their condition. While walking, Helena turned back and reminded, do you remember what I said? Shut your mouth and sit still, then go back. And if you talk to me today, then I won't let you off. Bless could not understand. Why are you talking to me like that? She remembered her warm sister and was heartbroken. I know this is a world that was created, but I am still too sad. Suddenly someone called, Sister, causing Bless to pay attention. She just looked up and was immediately startled. Because Fabian kept asking Bella, Sister Bella, today you won't forget the first dance with me, right? She smiled brightly and affirmed, of course. At this time, Arius reminded, Young Master Gold, please do not bother the miss. Fabian did not admit, when did I do that? While in the meantime, Bella turned back to look at Bless, then gave a complacent smile. Now you know, my mood when I was robbed of everything. Can you endure how long to receive love? Bless clenched her skirt and did not believe, no, there is some misunderstanding. I also did not easily go to be able to get to now, so these nonsense things are nothing. At this time, an announcement rang, the third prince is entering. Hearing this, Bless was startled. Eladan. Seeing Eladan gradually appear made her wonder, here, Eladan also likes Bella, right? All the feelings for me now. Bless stood there painfully. Then did not dare to interrupt them. I am not confident enough to see why. Anyway, they won't care about me, just need to be able to overcome this situation. It is not necessary to see things you do not want to see, that is right, so it is. Was about to leave when suddenly she was called back by Eladan. Wait, you over there? Being called like this made Bless happy and turned back, Eladan. As soon as Eladan saw her, he seemed to be captivated. This is a face I have seen for the first time. Can you tell me your name? Can you tell me your name? Standing in front of this situation, Bless could not understand. Why does Eladan care about me? Everyone here forgot my existence. Bella just silently observed the situation. She also looked at Helena with an uncomfortable mood. Even my sister hates me. Helena at this time was dazed. Why is the prince treating me like this? Seeing that Bless did not answer, Eladan called out again, Miss. Then she introduced herself. I am Bless von Rabiang. As soon as he heard that name, he quickly repeated, Bless von Rabiang. Then he realized he was a bit rude. I am sorry, you are a bit panicked, right? Although today is the first time we have met, but I just have a very familiar feeling. These words really warmed Bless's heart, could it be? He recognized me subconsciously. During this time, Bella also came closer and asked, what interesting things are you talking about? Can you let me listen together? Yes, Prince Your Highness. Seeing her interrupt made Bless uncomfortable. Bella. Then she clenched her fists and said to herself, all right, do not expect uselessly. The fact that Eladan is talking to me is not because he remembers me, but just because of curiosity. This is the world that Bella created in that way. But then Eladan began to warn, talking like that is that the etiquette of Ravi Ah. I remember we are not so close that we can let go of this rudeness. Before this situation, Bless could not understand. What happened? Why does Eladan have such an attitude towards Bella? She wanted to explain, wait Prince Your Highness, but Eladan only paid attention to her, Miss Rabiang. Anyway, there may be obstacles. Let us move to another location, shall we? Finally, the two of them moved together to another location to talk. As soon as she saw the scenery here, Bless immediately recognized, this place I came to with Eladan last time. Eladan spoke up and said, this is my secret place. When I want to be alone, I come here. I do not like places that have many people. Hearing this, Bless had a feeling of deja vu. Eladan. She wondered about this situation. The attitude towards me has not changed. Bella's power has not been transmitted. Ah. Then asked, you are the main character of the party. Ah, is it okay to be absent like this? Eladan comforted, don't worry, just need to see the face until the end. Bless was impressed after listening, so that is it. At this time, she quickly remembered the time the two of them were together. The time with Eladan, with only the two of us like this, is a bit awkward, but not inconvenient. On the contrary. If I see Eladan as the only one who has not changed in a place where everyone must change, I feel so strangely comfortable even though nothing is resolved. Suddenly, he pointed to a flower and compared, look, this flower is exactly the same color as the Mrs. Hair. Bless also admitted, oh, it is really true. Eladan affirmed, this color is not a common color, it is also very magical. After seeing it, she felt it was very right. It is really exactly the same. Then he continued to ask, but is this the first time the Miss has attended a royal party? Blessed replied, yes. Eladan began to say his own question. Then what exactly did we meet each other? But I felt so familiar. Ah. She only knew how to smile it off. Haha, I do not know. While admiring the beautiful flowers, but it was time. Oh, it is time to go back. What a pity. The scenery here will be even more beautiful when the night falls. Bless wanted to say, it is okay, I have seen it before, but could only say, in her heart. Then, suddenly, Bless stroked her hair and shyly replied, then, if there is a chance, then please call me again. Ah. Even if this situation is accidental or not, even if it is just Eladan, then it is lucky, because there is still some goodwill with me. If everyone hates me, everything will be very difficult. But then Bless became relieved. No, to be honest, I feel lucky because it is Eladan. When I heard that Eladan would enter the party hall, strangely, my body froze. I thought I could endure like the previous things. Finally, she immediately realized, I have some special feelings for Eladan. Ah. At this time, a gust of wind passed through, causing non-officials to be disrupted. What is this space? Then Bless quickly appeared again in the party room. With surprise, went back to the party room already. Ah. Bella at this time appeared and smiled. That is right. That is right. Finally, all three people stood on her side. Arius kept looking at Bella and said, only you are the one who saved me, Bella. Even Fabian shyly said, I always only have you, Sister Bella. Eladan as if being controlled, I will always be by your side to protect you, Bella. It seemed that the words he said did not have any emotion. This made Bless determined. I must eliminate that brainwashing. Then asked herself, if so, then what must I do? The outside also does not work. Will the transcendent power work in the world that Bella created or not? Before anything had happened, Bella was already arrogant. Anyway, I have already won, Bless. But Bless did not accept that. Let us see, what exactly is it? As soon as she finished speaking, the red air on her body quickly dissipated, making her panic. What is this? What the hell? Eladan standing next to her also woke up. Now I understand. The strange feelings that I have never known. Bella was tied up and did not believe impossible. How exactly? Eladan's magic sword was at Bella's neck, making her scared to the extreme, then announced, your puppet show ends here, Bella von Ravi. She did not accept that. No, there is no way that is possible. Why? How exactly? Using both the power of the Demon King and with much difficulty receiving back what was robbed. Why is the world that I created not as I wanted? Bella's resentment had reached its peak. Bless, standing outside, realized Bella's power is being amplified. If it continues like this, Eladan will become dangerous. Suddenly, Eladan called out loudly, Bless. I will hold her back, so let us deal with her together. Bless, after hearing this, could not understand Eladan. What are you saying foolishly? She became extremely worried. How to protect Eladan and stop Bella at the same time? There is absolutely no way. At this moment, May also appeared. The Demon King's power is hindering me. It is hard to meet you. May quickly requested, "Bless, purification power. If so, then Elidan won't be hurt." As soon as she saw May, she was surprised. May then pondered blankly, "Purification power. Ah, what I must do in this world." It turns out it is not just enduring the challenges that Bella creates. What I really must do is purify the power of the Demon King. The power of the Demon King takes the dark souls of people as the foundation. And this place is the world created from that power. Because this place is full of the power of the Demon King, all those things must be purified. May quickly prepared. "Bless, I am done preparing." Bless also quickly created magic on her hand, not forgetting to praise, "Very good, May. I am relying on you all." The power on her hand gradually gathered, then radiated everywhere. Bless determinedly decided, "We will destroy this false world in return. Go to the place where we were supposed to go." The magic on Bella's body gradually dissipated, making her unable to accept, no. The world that I built." Bless waited in anticipation. "It is gone, now is it over?" May quickly came closer happily. "Bless, it is a success. That power is gradually disappearing." She was also happy to see that power disappear, and did not forget to thank May. Thank you, thanks to you." Suddenly May praised, "Bless has done it." Although that power had disappeared, Bless looked around and did not see anyone, also worried. But what about Elidan and the others? May did not care much and said, "First return to the original world. Bless, let us go together." But at this time, Bless noticed Bella, who was collapsing on the ground. She looked down, only saw her constantly hanging her face. Seeing Bless not leaving but coming closer to Bella made May worried. Bless. But she still came forward, then spoke up and said, "Let us go back, Bella. If you continue to stay here, then you will disappear, along with the collapsing world, so." After hearing this, she gave a sarcastic smile, then laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." Bella seemed to be helpless. "Please stop it, do not be so kind anymore. Bless von Rabiang. I have hated that attitude of yours for a long time. As if looking down on others, who are you to forgive me?" Bless immediately denied, "No, I did not say I forgive you. I hate you, but it is just that I do not think it is good to die." The more she heard, the more she felt ridiculous. "Ha ha ha, that is why I hate you so much, you idiot." That image really did not change anything. "All right. By facing you so closely like this, I have understood. Through the power of the Demon King, I was in another world, not me, but they are exactly like you, Bless. Although I am talking in my voice, but it feels like a different person. Actually, I vaguely knew, but I pretended not to know. I am not lucky. Unlike you, I was not even loved by my parents. No matter what, I also need an object to hate. Why do you have my appearance in that place, Bless? Who exactly are you?" Bless, after hearing it, immediately replied, "I am a role player, and originally I would roleplay into the main character of the story, which is Bella. But I do not know why the Bella of the world that you saw looks like me. Maybe this world calls those with similar souls." She was stunned with this new information. A role player. Bless explained further, "What I mean is, the soul of another person is entering this body. It is hard to believe these words." But Bella still refused to listen. On the contrary, if it is not like that, then it has even less meaning. She quickly stopped. "Bella, wait." But unexpectedly, she wanted to die. "All right, from the beginning this place was not mine. I do not like having to accept that like a fool. But I am still jealous of you because you have everything. If only I did not see such a welcome, then would I have cultivated my life without coveting what belongs to others." Bless rushed to pull Bella away. "There is no time now, so let us go out." But she pushed her away, then smiled in relief. "Now it is all right. Thanks to that, I feel relieved. But I won't go back. I want to end with this world. Goodbye, Bless von Rabiang." Returning to the present, Ladyth was stunned. The others were the same. Ladyth could not restrain herself and shed tears of joy. "All right, it seems the Miss has done it. Miss Bless, you have worked hard during this time." Ladyth expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much, Miss Bless." A few days later, the royal family of the Rise Empire, after receiving the documents, Elidan said, "All right, you have worked hard, just leave it there." Lamore had something to say. "Yes, but there is something. Your Majesty, it seems you are working too hard, so please rest." He did not care. It is not to that extent, and if so, then there is no time to rest. There are too many things to solve. The events that happened during the past time must be known by the whole empire. The nobles can't hide the chaos. The first prince, who died in a chaos, is a story related to Duke Ed, who was trying to break the seal of the Demon King, so that was a natural reaction. Duke Asadel has disappeared, and Ed has also been cut off from succession. Those 4 great dukes can't be called the 4 great dukes anymore. No, that is not related anymore. Right after Bless successfully purified the Demon King, the power of the family gate also disappeared. At that time, Ladyth told Elidan, "Don't worry about our disappearance. We are just people who died a long time ago, so it was just a preordained thing, and now it is time for us to leave. The inherent power of the royal family, and the Duke will also disappear. When they disappear, then that power also disappears along. He still had many questions. I can't erase the thought that from the beginning they were playing with a bet that they had planned in advance, losing all strength, even though the fact that the 4 great dukes had worked for the empire does not change. The 2 Duke Rabiang and Gold families still hold this position. Duke Gold has succeeded after the death of the late Duke. He is officially conferred as Duke Gold. In addition, the secret knight squad that Arius led. He was appointed as the official knight of the Emperor. That is right, that is a good thing. If it is those 2 people, then they can be trusted. Press hard, please. After passing through some documents, he ordered Lemur, transfer the completed documents and help me. Ah, yes. Immediately after, Lemur quickly left, then I will take my leave. Eladon looked outside and remembered, bless, I have safely ascended to the throne like this. I am experiencing busy days for the stability of the Empire. I also want to run to your side right now, but currently I, as the Emperor, must complete the assigned task. One day, when you wake up after your deep sleep, I will show you a stable empire. Who knows, maybe this is just an excuse. When I see you, the one who does not know when she will wake up, maybe I won't be able to do anything and just want to be by your side. But Eladon knew one thing. But that is not the image you want, right? Ah. He decided, I will hold this position firmly and wait for you. So please wake up and come back to me, Bless. Bless on this side seemed to be immersed in another space. So beautiful. But where exactly is this? Seeing the scenery here, Bless seemed to feel, I do not want to leave this place. Suddenly, a call rang out in this space, Miss. Ladyeth came forward with a man and called, Miss Bless. As soon as she saw it was Ladyeth, Bless could not hold back her tears, making Ladyeth heartbroken. Oh dear, why is our Miss crying? Maybe you are sad and angry with us. Ah, she shook her head continuously and denied. No, I am not angry at all, Ladyeth only smiled after hearing that. When Bless was still immersed in thought, maybe I have known the reason why I can't leave this place. If I wake up here, then I will know that is the end. Ladyeth, Hexa, Perry, Lillian, now, these people, forever after. Suddenly, Ladyeth confided, I always feel grateful and guilty to the Miss. I know how hard the Miss lived in the past life. However, in that situation, you still did not lose your sweet and pure heart. Because you were like that, you were chosen as the soul that would use the purification power. Because of ambition, I did not tell you in advance. I tried everything to eliminate the Demon King. I wanted to eliminate the maximum possible variables for that purpose. No one knows what will happen until the last minute. But despite that, the Miss has deeply fulfilled our wishes. At this time, Bless noticed the man next to Ladyeth. That person is. The Demon King also spoke gratefully. Thank you for helping us rest in peace. Finally, Bless realized the power of the Demon King has been purified and returned to its original state. The Demon King really felt very guilty, and I apologize for making you bear such a great responsibility. Bless did not expect the Demon King to be a person with such a gentle expression. Finally, the Demon King said again, It is a pity that I can only say such a short thank you. Now it is time to go back. Isn't there someone eagerly waiting for you? Ah, Bless clenched her fists and knew that is right, I know I must also go back, but... While thinking, there was a voice ringing from behind again. Miss Bless, she turned back to confirm. This voice is... Perry came forward and asked, Miss, is your body still okay? As soon as she saw the 3 people, Bless could not hold back her tears once again. Perry, Hexa, Lillian. I thought I could not meet each other, and had to leave. Lillian was heartbroken. Don't cry, Miss Bless. Hexa was surprised. Is the Miss waiting for us? Ah. At this time, Ladyeth and the Demon King looked at each other and smiled. Then the 2 of them held hands and said, Maybe now it is really time to go. The flow of time here is different from outside. If we do not cross the starting point now, then it will be too late. Seeing them about to disappear, Bless shouted loudly, Ladyeth, wait. I still have not been able to convey the most important words. I still have something I must say. Ladyeth was surprised after hearing that. Bless said emotionally, I am still there, lady. I was very happy. Although there were times when I was tired, even so I did not resent everyone. In all my lives, this is the life that I feel the happiest. Thank you for choosing me. The more Ladyeth heard, the more grateful she became. Really, our Miss always has such a pure and gentle heart. That is right. That is why you were chosen, my Miss, Bless von Rabiang. I sincerely wish you will always be happy in the future. Finally, Bless opened her eyes and woke up, making Helios surprised. Bless, you are awake. Ah. Helena was moved and called, Bless. The 3 of them embraced each other warmly. Ladyeth's words of gratitude still echoed in her ears. Thank you so much, Miss Bless. Not long after I woke up, the Duke of Garovia had to face a major dispute. My sister was the one who was inherited the throne of Rabiang. Today is the day of Helena's temporary succession ceremony. Helena stepped out to welcome the guests who came to attend. Welcome, madam. Thank you for coming to attend. As soon as that madam got out of the car and saw her, she happily exclaimed, "Oh, Miss Bless, it is lucky you are still okay." Bless was also very happy about this. It is lucky my body recovered quickly. I almost had to ask someone else to play an important role in welcoming guests. Anyway, almost all the guests who sent invitations have arrived. At this time, a carriage arrived. That person quickly warned, "Be careful." Then hugged Bless tightly. She also recognized Fabian. Fabian was extremely worried for Bless. "If you are even clumsier than me, then what can I do?" She quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Fabian." He, although worried, still loved and scolded. "If I did not see you, then what would have happened?" At this time, Bless noticed Fabian's way of speaking. But why are you suddenly using honorifics? He was happy when he saw her recognize. As expected, it is still a bit awkward, right? Bless also felt that way. Anyway, it is really like that, right? At this time, Fabian explained. That thing can be said to be practicing. I mean, so that I can act as a duke, at any time, anywhere. I am not a young master anymore, because I have become a duke to lead the family. Bless could not help but feel sorry. After hearing that, I heard that while I was unconscious, he had inherited the title. If so, then these honorifics are Fabian's own efforts. Then she also patiently gave a comment. Listening to you, it seems you need to practice. Fabian was happy. Right. That is the way I chose while thinking a lot. Although it is not like that anymore. But the first time I saw him grow up, I realized that I can't be a child forever. I feel sad for no reason. Then Bless also respected Fabian's decision. Just do as you please, that does not mean our relationship will change, right? Hearing this made him feel better than ever. That is right. After talking for a while, Bless realized that the work she was doing was still unfinished. Oh my god, Fabian, the remaining things for later. Fabian, after hearing that, replied, I know. Then I will go in first. Thank you, see you later. The day you woke up, although the marks I carved on you were broken, but my heart still goes to you. Your heart, I know, is at least not the same as me, so I want to cherish this heart alone. Bless von Rabiang. Thanks to you, my world has expanded. So I want to thank my first love. I hope you are always happy. At the party hall, Bless was a little worried. She did not understand why the person organizing the succession ceremony was my sister. But why do I feel more nervous? At this moment, Arius's voice rang and called. Miss Bless. As soon as she heard it, Bless quickly recognized. This voice is Arius. He reached out his hand and suggested, Let us go, miss. I will escort you to the succession ceremony. The Duke asked me to do so. Blessahas was surprised. After hearing that, Father asked Arius, thinking about it, it seems I have visited the Knights of Rabiang a few times recently. At this time, she was a little curious. How is Arius's new escort test going? Finally, Arius gave the answer yes, but no one is qualified to escort the miss. Bless could not help but laugh after hearing that. Not many soldiers passed Arius. Arius confidently affirmed. Now I am a knight of Her Majesty. I only regret that I can't directly escort the miss. We are not Rabiang like before. Suddenly, he knelt down. But in my heart, I always want to be by your side. Then he thought to himself, I know there is already someone else in your heart. Seeing him being so sudden made Bless surprised. Arius promised, even now, if the miss is in danger, then I will throw everything away and run to you right away, so. Even if I am not the one standing next to you, then it is okay, so. Please do not ignore this heart. Bless was confused. Arius, are you now? Arius quickly explained the reason. I want to fulfill the role of an escort that I could not fulfill. Can I always keep the position of the Mrs. Escort? Bless misunderstood his heart again. Arius is still minding about leaving me back then. It is not necessary to be like that. But she still agreed, of course, Arius. It is always your place. At this time, it was time for the inheritance ceremony to take place. Helios read out the full name, Helena von Rabiang. I will let you inherit Rabiang. Please fulfill your mission as a protector of the Empire. Helena took the crown with a vow. As the head of Rabiang, I swear to try my best. Helios was happy. In the future, please help Rabiang. Bless, standing below witnessing this scene, could not help but be happy and applauded. The first time I was born in this place, even in my dreams, I did not expect this day to come. Helena, in the original work, was an evil girl who only bothered the female lead and Bless, because in the end, she would be the one who destroyed Rabiang and Heinrich. Helena, who has such a fate, received congratulations from Rabiang, and grew up a lot. It feels so new. While happy with her own thoughts, there was someone calling again, Bless. As soon as she saw it was Eladan, she happily ran over. Eladan, I thought you were too busy and would not come. Eladan quickly turned on his sweet and delicate man mood. No matter what, I must take the time to come. If it is not a day like this, then when will I be able to see you? After saying that, he leaned close to Bless, making her shy. Then shyly stammered. If someone sees, then what to do? Eladan did not care about other people's eyes. What is wrong? We are going to have an official engagement ceremony soon. After I woke up, I and Eladan realized the feelings for each other. Bless coquettishly blamed. Really? When are you planning to tease me? Until, after the end of my sister's succession ceremony, we decided to officially get engaged. He reached out and touched a lock of Bless's hair and apologized, just joking, I am sorry. Because your reaction is interesting. I won't be like that anymore in the future, please forgive me. These words, with that handsome face, made our Bless fall head over heels. You're too glib. After I realized the heart towards Eladan in Bella's world, Eladan came to me in confusion and confided his feelings. The first time I heard Eladan's confession, I could not believe it, so I thought I was still in a dream. After Eladan held my hand, I realized that I had heard his confession. While they were passionately in love, someone came to call Emperor Your Majesty. Eladan was a bit helpless after hearing that. Oh my, I have been caught already. Then he said goodbye to Bless and left. Then I will go first here, Bless. She blankly replied, I know he is very busy, but it is a pity that we can only meet for a short time. Before leaving, Eladan suddenly instructed again. Right, Bless. Wait for me. I will come to pick you up soon. While saying that, he gave a bright smile, making Bless surprised, then also smiled and replied, had to come to the third life to have a happy ending. Being able to dream about tomorrow with the important people. At this time, Helios and Helena also came, father, sister. Currently, maybe this is a fairy tale like happy ending.